This is goodbye. This is goodbye. Truth, you never wanted me. Tell me.
myself and close my world and never open up to anything that could get me at all. I had to close down everything, I had to close down my mind. Too many things caught me, too much could make me blind. I've seen so much in so many places, so many heartaches, so many faces, so many dirty things you couldn't even believe. I would stand in line for this. It's always good in life for this. Oh baby, oh baby, then it fell apart. It fell apart. Oh baby, oh baby, then it fell apart. It fell apart. Oh baby, oh baby, then it fell apart. It fell apart. Oh baby, like it always does, always does.
Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground. Green Sally up, a green Sally down. Last done start, gotta tell the ground.
Is it Twitch? I'm looking at it on my phone and it looks okay. No, there's a bunch of people saying it's choppy. I mean, I have terrible internet, so usually if it's okay on my phone, then I assume it's fine. I wonder if it's the platform. Weird. Let me check my let me check internet speed test. Okay, it's at like 800. Upload's not great. It's like I'm downloading something? Huh. Okay. Who is not watching on mobile? And is it still giving problems? That's so weird. It says my internet connection's very fast right now. What the fuck? Well, that is gonna put a real damper on things. I don't know. I feel like it's oh, no, it's freezing on. Hold on. It just happened now. I have you on TV app and phone. I feel like it's Twitch. All right. Has it gotten any better, or is it still pretty choppy? It'll randomly pause. It's not my internet. No, it doesn't say that I'm dropping frames. Nope. Nope. Okay, so Bose was having the same problem. I don't want to reset. I don't want to reset my computer if it's something with Twitch. You know? I don't want to like do all those things because that would be for nothing then. All right, well, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Okay. Well, we're just going to have to we're just going to have to do it. We're just going to have to move forward. I've been hearing some interesting talk at work. The contractor I work for is laying off all their non-union workers on the job site. This should bolster the organizing efforts for IBEW. That's interesting. Because normally it's the other way around, where they'll replace union workers with non-union workers, because obviously non-union workers don't have the protections of union workers. No, I'm not updating a game or anything. I don't have anything running. Desmond, thank you for the 6 months. Gingerbread, thank you for the gifted. Oh, you guys see little Farley? You can see little Farley back there. Oh. Yeah. Look at him sploofing. Or splootin'. I think that's what it's called. Splootin'. Shep, thank you for the 11 months. Okay, so today, I have a couple things on the menu.
Hi, Caroline. Hope you are well
Hi.
today. Less than 3.
I am. Colas, thank you for the 4 months. I'm in the middle of trying to reset my sleep schedule, so I'm a little wonky. But I desperately need to reset my schedule, so gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, I love Moby,
Thanks
but
for
I don't want this to
everything
get
you do.
I don't want this to get bleeped out. Ronald, thank you for the 5 months. And Cullis, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, so on the menu today, folks, I am going to be talking with Arunannow. I think that's how you pronounce his last name, Annow. We're going to be talking about the what's been going on with the Tamil population in Sri Lanka, because there are parallels to what has been going on with Israel and Palestine. And unfortunately, the the Tamil genocide and the ongoing discrimination and displacement and cleansing that they have been facing is something that doesn't get a ton of attention. I didn't know much about it. I still am obviously like not even close to an expert on it, but I familiarize myself in anticipation of this conversation. But I am going to let Arun take the reins on it so that he can give us the 101. Annow means brother in Tamil. Well, we can ask him when he's here. Oh, specifically older brother. Okay. So we are going to have a conversation. Been trying to get this going for a minute here. So that's going to be happening at 6:30. So that's in about 30 minutes. And then afterwards, I am going to talk about the SAG AFTRA contract. I've been trying to sort through a lot of shit. My brain is exploding, but the voting ends tomorrow. And there is a lot of, at least what I've been seeing, a lot of opposition to this contract, including 14% of the national board who opposed it. So I want to take a look at why people are opposing this, and then you know, I need to vote. I need to vote on it, and I'm honestly torn. I am. I'll talk through my thoughts with y'all. So that's what we have going on. Those are the two main things that I need to do today. Someone I know voted no. Yeah, there's a hashtag vote no on SAG AFTRA that's been making its way on Twitter. There are a number of people who are voicing their concerns and their dissent publicly, and it's gotten kind of nasty, which is not cool to see. I don't know. There's something particularly sad after such a strong summer of solidarity to have a lot of dissension amongst people who were formerly linked together on a common cause. And that dissension, you know, as it involves Israel and Palestine, and now as it involves this contract. So, Solidarity summer is over! Do you think there's a real chance it won't go through? I think it will pass. It only needs a simple majority to pass. I think it will pass, but I do not think it will pass with flying colors. And it certainly won't be close to the ratification that the WGA had. Positive 2F, thank you for the 9 months or 8 months. Okay, what do I want to look at in the next 30 minutes before we have our first conversation here? Also, any updates? Okay, should I look at this GTA 6 trailer? I don't know GTA. I'm not gonna have an opinion on anything, but everybody's talking about it, and I do feel left out. I'll watch it. Sure. Yeah. So it's a minute and 30 seconds. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. It's a minute and 30 seconds. I want to know what everyone's talking about. So here we go. I'm gonna watch it.
Lucia, do you know why you're here? Bad luck, I guess.
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then to have each other to hold. But love is a long, long road. Yeah, love is a long, long.
Well, look who's back. The only way we're gonna get through this is by sticking together, being a team. Trust?
Trust.
So Will did say that people are freaking out because it's not coming out till 2025. Okay. Yeah. It looks good. I don't know. I've never played GTA. I don't know GTA 1 through 5, so I don't know what this means. It looks exciting. I know this is the most groundbreaking take you guys are gonna get. Nobody's gonna have a take like this. It is a video game, and there are crimes being committed and excitement, and there are characters. Apparently, it's the first female protagonist, I think I was seeing. They do a lot of satire and pop culture on the main story. I didn't even know there was a main story for GTA. So now I know. Now, that's, what else can I say? It's a hot take, because yeah, I'm hot and it's a take. It's giving Florida. It's certainly giving Florida. There are alligators. That's cool. This is going to have a Bonnie and Clyde type story. And people are very excited, is what I've been seeing. A lot of excitement from almost every single one of my streamer friends, who apparently are all GTA people. OnlyFans is featured in it. Okay. All right. Well, that is that's my take. Gee, let's see what there's anything else I can offer. 10 years in the making. Jesus Christ. 10 years in the making. People who worked on this game are like probably dead. Can you imagine working on a game and you don't even live to see it come out? Because it takes so long. Oh, this is a leak. Wait, this is... Who leaked this? What the fuck? 10, not 50? Look, from what I've heard and read on how things go down at video game companies, the climate at video game companies, I'd probably be dead within a month. I'd be so stressed and overworked. It was leaked and then Rockstar posted it. Oh, okay. Well, when were they planning? Oh, less than 24 hours before its anticipated debut. Was this like a disgruntled intern, or was this I don't know, was it planned? Like it wasn't a real leak, you know, but to make it more exciting, to put some drama to it. You know, like a leak. Farming some engagement, some drama there. Anyway, I really don't have much else to say. I guess I'll add GTA to the list of games that I have to play that just keeps growing and growing. This list only gets bigger. Every time I think I've made some progress on games, it turns out that I have so many more to play. Okay. I think I want to... Okay, let me talk... I know what I want to talk about next. So... Okay. This is what I want to talk about. I don't know if anybody saw this. Netflix marketing just straight up sexualizing Charles Melton. So has anybody seen May December yet? I have not seen it. I'm planning on seeing it, but I've seen a lot of people talking about it online. And I know what the movie is about, and I know the case that it's based on. So when I saw this, Netflix stares in awe. I was thoroughly questioning the judgment of Netflix's marketing, which, not that I expect anything from them, but if you don't know about May December, it is Todd Haynes' new film. It was released on Netflix last Friday. Stars Julianne Moore and Charles Melton as a married couple who, per the film's logline, buckle under pressure when a Hollywood actress meets them to do research for a film about their past. Well, their past is that Julianne Moore's character was 36 years old when she met Joe, who was 13 at the time. And she coerced him into a sexual relationship, which, of course, is rape, and was sent to prison for it. Now, if that sounds familiar, that's because this movie was partially inspired by the case of Mary Kay Letourneau. She was arrested in 1997 after pleading guilty to 2 counts of rape. Her victim was Vili Fulau. He was her 12-year-old student at the elementary school where she taught. So just keep that all in mind with Netflix posting this, sexualizing Charles Melton in a film where he plays a character who was sexually abused, who was groomed, who was raped. Like, Netflix, what are we doing here? Okay. I know that Charles in the movie is grown up. And I know, like, sorry, Charles, his character Joe is an adult. And this picture of Charles Melton, he's an adult. But like, what are we doing? Yeah, of all the photos to use and of all the captions to use, Netflix. Yeah, this is how Netflix is advertising it. So if you don't know anything about the movie, if you don't know that this is a story of a woman who coerced her, a child into a sexual relationship, who went to jail for rape and then married that child, you would not know that based on this marketing. Is this related to a teacher? No, it's not related to a teacher. It's a standalone, but it has similar subject material. But even though May December is fictional, it is based on a real life court case. I remember when this case happened. I don't know why I do. I was like 5 years old. But I remember, I don't remember like in 1997 when it happened, but I remember still being a kid finding out about this because, typically in a situation where you have an adult teacher and an underage student, typically it's, you have a male teacher and then a female child student. So this was a case that shocked the country because here you had a woman who was married, who had children, and who was a predator. And not only that, but that she married her, she married the student who she had been raping. They got married when, let's see, she was released. Hold on. Over the course of their relationship, gave birth to 2 children, served 6 years in prison. She only served 6 years in prison. Disgusting. After her release, she married Villy. He was 18. Well, 12 plus 6 is 18. And then they were together for 14 years until they split in 2019. And then she died the following year from colorectal cancer. So they were never the subject of a Hollywood movie. But like Grace and Joe, who are the 2 characters in May December, it's a fictional story, but they are the subject of a Hollywood movie that's being made. Even though Letourneau and Fulau were never the subject of a Hollywood movie, Todd Haynes said he utilized aspects of that relationship to create May December. So it's really dark, okay? It's extremely dark subject material. It deals with, really, really heavy things. So Netflix, what are we doing? I think a Lifetime movie was made, yes. But I mean, as far as like a I don't want to like discount Lifetime. I don't want to discount Lifetime. I mean, a movie like May December. I guess this gets kind of meta here. But so I haven't seen May December yet. I've just read about it. But basically, it's like if May December were the movie that was being made about the characters in May December. When I read the description, it seems kind of meta, like a movie about an actress making a movie. Exactly. Yeah, so it's oof. Did you guys see this clip that was making its way around?
You're with the adults.
So many contemporary movies and shows based on real events, traffic and imitation with uncanny impressions seen as the highest achievement. What May December does to incorporate this moment is 1,000 times more interesting.
You can say that.
I am saying that.
I was by age.
And by maturity.
You maybe.
You were a
She's extremely fucked up, of course. Of course. She is a very, very, very bad, fucked up person. And if you've watched any interviews that she did, or, you know, any of the comments that she made when she was found out and then subsequently arrested, it's really shocking and terrifying.
teacher, Mary. You can't say I was immature.
But you don't know him.
No, but I don't need to know him in this discussion. He's the child. I'm talking about you.
Who was the boss?
What was his name?
Who was the boss?
What?
Who was the boss back
You know,
then?
there was me pursuing you, but
Who was the boss back then?
this is ridiculous.
No,
This
who
is
was?
ridiculous.
Who was? Just say.
Just say.
Who was the boss?
All I knew was what I knew back then.
But who was the boss?
He was 13, Mary.
But who was the boss?
This is getting weird.
Who was the boss? Who?
I'm pursuing the relationship.
Who was the boss?
Well, I was the pursuer.
Yes.
Mary, even as you're
But-
hearing this now, come on, he was 13.
Doesn't matter.
It absolutely matters.
Oh well, flaw me.
She's crazy evil.
Keep on trucking. Hope to see more
Shazbo,
legal
thank you for the
company.
14 months. So that movie is in that moment specifically Todd Haynes put into May, December. Moore and Haynes seemingly pulled from the way Letourneau spoke to her husband in the making of May, December. Throughout the film, Gracie consistently undermines Joe's recollection of events to relieve herself of any blame. It's a manipulative tactic that hinders Joe's ability to grapple with the abuse that he endured. There are even more aspects of Moore's character that mirror how Letourneau acted in real life. One key similarity is how she speaks. In May, December, Gracie often talks with a lisp, which slips out when she feels attacked. During the New York Film Festival premiere of May, December, Haynes said that Letourneau had a kind of loose upper palate, which he found interesting. According to Haynes, Moore took it further while playing Gracie, especially during the film's pivotal moments. In one scene, her lisp is more pronounced. I think this is it. Hold on, I'll just play this.
What brought this on?
What does it matter?
Is it the actress?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't see what difference it makes. It's how I'm feeling.
Come and sit by me. Okay? Come on, baby.
Also, something that I want to point out is just as far as Charles Melton goes, I am here for this arc. Okay. Charles Melton, who is known from Riverdale, puts out a remarkable performance. Again, I haven't seen the movie. I've seen clips. And his ability, even as an adult, to make his body, and he's a big dude. He's big. He's like 6'2". To make his body seem like that of the 13-year-old he was when Julianne Moore's character first preyed on him is remarkable. I am so tired of people being like, oh, when we're talking about potential Oscars, Oscar talk for Charles Melton, being like, oh, the Riverdale actor. I'm like, what? What is this idea that if your previous work was not necessarily, I don't know, not necessarily like seen as legitimate, like real cinema, then your next role, even if you absolutely kill it, it's like, oh, but that's the Riverdale guy. I'm like, I don't understand. I don't get that thinking. Why wouldn't Charles Melton be considered for an Oscar for this performance just because his previous work was Riverdale? That's wild logic.
What's making you feel bad?
It's not. I don't feel bad. Like, I'm just trying to say. What if I wasn't ready to be making those kinds of decisions? And then what? Because the kids. What would that mean?
don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying, what if I was too young?
You seduced me.
But I was 13 years old.
Don't give me that.
But I was.
I don't care how old you were. Who was in charge?
What?
Who was the boss? Who was in charge? Who was in charge?
Just trying to talk about something.
No, I think
And
that
you're
this
not
movie
even
is dressing
listening.
up all
No.
this stuff, driving
It's
Elizabeth around.
it's not
all the
about
time.
the fucking
Look,
movie.
I'm very sympathetic, but you're starting to upset me.
No, you have not been sympathetic. Why can't we talk about it? If we're really as in love as we say we are, if we have that, where shouldn't I be able to talk about this with you?
If we're really as in love as we say we are.
Gracie, you know what I mean. I'm begging
if
you,
we're
please.
if we're really as in love as we say we are, and we
I need you to help me, please.
If we're really as in love as we say.
Anyway, just a scene that really puts this monstrosity that is the character of Julianne Moore, who is based on Mary Letourneau, in on full display, but also highlights Charles Melton's incredible acting. I mean, of course, Julianne Moore is a legend, but I can't wait for Charles Melton to get his flowers. But the point is that this is so entirely inappropriate that is what the movie is about. And this is how Netflix markets the movie? Like, what? Insane. This is disturbing. Okay, this is a movie about a boy who was sexualized as a child and who was preyed upon and who was a victim of a pedophile. And worship, like, what? Netflix. Sometimes I wonder, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if Netflix does this on purpose. If they do this on purpose because they know it's going to piss people off or like they're going to get people talking about it. I don't know. I honestly just don't think marketing people know how else to market it. What? Know how else to market it? I can think of 10 other ways other than sexualizing the male character in the movie who is an adult reeling with the trauma of having been, preyed upon as a child. Like, what? Anyway, I'm gonna watch the movie. I've heard it's good. I've heard the performances by Melton and Moore are terrific. So, if anybody wants to watch that, I'm gonna try to watch. Let's see, what is it? Monday. I'm gonna try to watch a couple films this weekend that I think are gonna be. I need to start doing some serious work on films that I think will be Oscar contenders. Or will at least have a lot of buzz around them. So that is available. That's available on Netflix. So you don't have to go to the theaters or anything. Okay, it is 6:27. Let me get this pulled up. Okay, I've got my Discord pulled up. See anything else before we get started on this? Will you watch Poor Things? Yes, I've been very excited to watch Poor Things. And I am, what's the other one that I'm really excited for? I still haven't seen Killers of the Flower Moon. It's in the theaters, but I'm just going to wait for it to come out on streaming. The release date is It will become available tomorrow. Premium video on demand for digital purchase beginning tomorrow, December 5th. Yeah, I will definitely be watching that this weekend. Or this week. Hi! How was the gym? Cinema's so back, baby! He is gonna need another little walkie. How, as the dramatic, traumatizing story of an adult dealing with how they were preyed upon, is that easy for marketing? I know. I don't know what's happening over there. Apparently, Wonka is getting decent reviews. It's sitting at an 80% on Rotten Tomatoes. Obviously, take Rotten Tomatoes with a grain of salt. I'm shocked, though, because I've read a couple reviews for Wonka, and I thought it was going to be... I thought it was going to be received negatively based on just the performance that I saw of Timothée Chalamet in the trailer. I thought it would be lambasted by the critics, but so far it's not. It's getting a thumbs up. Are you gonna see Wonka? Do you think? Are you gonna see Wonka? No. The trailer was horrific. Timothée Chalamet's performance was very questionable. He didn't even have to audition to get the role. He was just given to base the Paddington director. %, Rotten is like 2 out of 5 on Letterboxd. I didn't realize that there's so much there's so much drama surrounding Letterboxd. Like, people are always getting in fights via Letterboxd. I guess I don't spend enough time on there, but I didn't know that it was cause for controversy. I'm like, isn't it the point of Letterboxd is just like folks who are not professional critics can give their thoughts on movies that they've seen and also archive films that they've seen or they want to see. What's going on here? What's happening? People on Letterboxd will hate you if you have like popular films on your top 4. I have decided that we can't have anything. You know, we're not allowed to like anything. And I'm probably guilty of this too, shitting on popular things. But I try to stay away from like shitting on people who like popular things. I don't like being a contrarian. You know, I think if you genuinely don't like something, you got to back it up. Okay? You can't just not like something that a lot of people like because you're trying to be edgy and you're trying to be a contrarian. And I also don't think that you should be shitting on people who you think like basic things, especially when it comes to film. We got to calm down. Sunshine, thank you for the 4 months. Like, I remember finding out that my roommate had pretty much not seen any movies. And rather than being like, oh, well, I, a watcher of cinema, am better than you, I was like, this is super cool. This means that I can show you pretty much any movie and you haven't seen it, and it'll be like the first time that you get to experience it. You know, there's something very exciting about experiencing a great movie for the first time. A lot of people who regularly use the phrase cape shit. Yeah, so like when it comes to Marvel, when it comes to cape shit, my whole thing is I don't like what it has done to the industry. I don't like that it has bumped, you know, non-cape shit, non-Marvel films. But as far as people enjoying superhero movies, I'm never going to shit on them for that. I just think that we need to step up our support of non-superhero movies. You know, if those of us who complain about seeing the same that, you know, that every movie is Marvel, that there's just an endless supply of superhero films, then like go see indie movies. Go support non-cape movies in theaters or like on, you know, on streaming, whatever. I'm just tired of hearing. I'm tired of the argument, honestly. I'm tired of the back and forth. I'm tired of like the two groups pitted against each other. We need an A24 superhero movie. I kind of feel like that's what, you know, it'd be like the vibe of The Boys or Invincible. It would be really dark, gritty, superheroes as villains. Are you ready for the Willy Wonka expanded universe? I mean, look, my position is that I am ultimately against reboots. I'm against franchises because it you know, it crowds out independent and individual standalone films. I don't understand. And like the argument is that, oh, well, we're introducing Willy Wonka to a new generation. I'm like, really? That's what it is? So like kids don't know Willy Wonka? No way. Come on. The Johnny Depp movie came out 20 years ago. Not even. And also, like, hello, everybody's seen the meme of Gene Wilder. People know Willy Wonka. I don't think that this is new generation of, you know, the younger generations are being introduced to a character and, you know, a world that they've never seen before. There have been so many goddamn Pinocchio movies. The craziest is when you find out that 2 come out in a year. Like there were 2 Pinocchio movies back to back. And I watched the I watched Del Toro's Pinocchio. And I didn't really love it. Of course the animation was admirable, but I didn't really love it that much. I only acknowledge the Gene Wilder Wonka. That's fair. That's probably my take as well. Anyway, all right. It feels like we've had at least 10 Godzilla. Okay, has anybody actually, before I get started, I started watching this show on Apple TV called Monarch. And I think the problem is, do people really care about Godzilla? I don't think so. I really just I don't think Godzilla is I don't think Godzilla is like that captivating. I don't know. Like enough to keep having different iterations of Godzilla, be it an Apple TV show, you know, a big budgeted film. I'm not saying that like Godzilla can't be fun and that there aren't people who love Godzilla. I just feel like I watch a Godzilla movie or like I started watching this show Monarch. And it just, I don't know. Just doesn't do it. Back in the day, it was especially as a kid. Yeah, I just don't think they found I don't think that they have found a way to make Godzilla as a monster, as, you know, a mainstay of film. I don't know if they've made I don't know if they've done that well in American cinema. Anyway. Trying to turn Godzilla into Star Wars. There's a current Godzilla movie in theaters. It's like what? How I've never even seen a trailer for one. Godzilla -1. I feel like a new Godzilla movie is coming out every year. Okay, is this Japanese? Let's see who's starring in this. What was the last Godzilla movie? I think I saw Godzilla King of the Monsters with Millie Bobby Brown. It was not good. Who is... Okay, so this is like an actual Japanese cast in Japanese film. Yeah, I feel like when it comes to Godzilla, when Godzilla is handled by Japanese filmmakers, it's just it's better than when American filmmakers do it. Anyway, though, I digress. Those are my thoughts on the matter. Like I've watched a number of the Godzilla films, and especially when they are American filmmakers and they are American casts, I'm like, this is just like another $100 million budget. Blech, meh. Okay. Let's get started here. I'm gonna message Arun. You ready? Ba-da-na-na-na-na-na. Oh, did you guys see the Billie Eilish stuff? Apparently Billie Eilish was like those comments that she had made, what was it, a week or two ago, where she was talking about women, was supposed to be her coming out, and now she's saying that she was outed. Billie Eilish said she wants the internet to leave me alone about liking both women and men after her sexuality became red carpet talk for Variety. Thanks, Variety, for my award and for also outing me on a red carpet at 11 a.m. Instead of talking about anything else that matters, literally, who cares? Because she said last month that despite her struggles to relate to girls, she loves them as people and is attracted to them as people. I'm attracted to them for real. Elsewhere in the cover story, she said she identifies as she, her, but that she has never really felt like a girl. Billie, did you mean to come out in the story? The reporter asked the 21-year-old singer on Saturday. No, I didn't, but I kind of thought, wasn't it obvious? I didn't realize people didn't know, Eilish replied. The singer continued her red carpet interview on Saturday, saying that she just doesn't really believe in the idea of coming out. Why can't we just exist? Apparently, she's lost like 100,000 followers since she came out. I thought she was at least bi already before. So did I. I thought so as well. I guess, didn't she say I thought? Yes, she did say I thought like people already knew. I don't know. Yes, Billie Eilish says she didn't realize that people didn't know about her sexuality. Billie Eilish has confirmed that she accidentally came out in a recent interview with Variety magazine. Speaking on the red carpet at a Variety event in Los Angeles, the 21-year-old Grammy winner said she didn't want to make a big deal out of revealing her sexual preferences. Asked by the red carpet interviewer whether she intended to come out in the cover article, Eilish replied, no, I didn't, but I kind of thought, wasn't it obvious? I just didn't realize people didn't know. I just don't really believe it. I'm just like, why can't we just exist? I've been doing this for a long time and I just didn't talk about it. Whoops, she added. But I saw the article and I was like, oh, I guess I came out today. Okay, cool. It's exciting me because I guess people didn't know, but it's cool that they know. I am for the girls, she added. In the Variety article, Eilish talked to journalist Katsy Stephen about how she relates to other women. But now, despite her previous comments, Eilish is criticizing Variety for its red carpet interview in a post on Instagram. Thanks, Variety, for my award. What is this photo? And for also outing me on a red carpet 11 instead of talking about anything else that matters. I like boys and girls. Leave me alone about it. Please, literally, who cares? Stream what I was made for. I'm honestly kind of confused. I'm a little bit confused. I don't get the outing. Yeah. I don't know. Is she pooping in that photo? Yeah, I think she's taking a shit. This is not outing. She's clearly annoyed at being asked about it, but it's not outing. That's kind of my thought on the matter as well. It's not like the interviewer went, so Billie Eilish, you're gay, right? Or you're bi, right? And Billie's like, oh my God, no one knew that. Or, hey, Billie, we just found out that you like women. Now, it's bullshit that she's getting harassment about it, but also I'm confused because she thought that people knew she was bisexual, which I think a lot of people did assume, but then others are, my take on it is like, I thought Billie Eilish was bi. I guess I had just assumed that. And then when she came out and made these comments, like, I was not surprised, or I don't know, I didn't really think anything about it. I guess she just meant she was annoyed with how they treated her. Well, what she said was, I don't know. She did an interview. She did an interview with Variety magazine because she did a magazine cover. She did Variety, like they did a whole spread on her. And that's where those comments, the first comments that she made in the Variety article about how she relates to other women and about, you know, how much she loves women and how she's attracted to women, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, okay, I think I understand this now. So Billie was making these comments here in the magazine spread that she did for Variety, where she's talking about women and she's attracted to them for real, which, yeah, sounds like somebody who is bisexual or, you know, or a lesbian. So then what happened is she was at Variety because she was getting an award, and that's why they did a whole magazine spread on her. She was speaking on the red carpet, and that's when she was asked by the red carpet interviewer whether she intended to come out in the cover article, and Eilish said, no, I didn't, but I kind of thought, wasn't it obvious? I don't know. Whatever. I mean, look, she's upset that bigots are making okay, Arun, we'll get started in a second, are making a fuss about it now that it's official, but I don't really. Yeah, I mean, that's shitty. Bigots are gonna bigot. Trying to figure out who cares besides the homophobes. That's what I'm saying. Like, did the homophobes follow her in the first place? She doesn't seem to be somebody who, like, homophobes would be a fan of. Is this the artist your mom discovered? Yes, my mom did discover Billie Eilish. But then again, like, I am not somebody, I don't have the right to be like, Billie Eilish wasn't outed. If she feels like she was outed because of what the interviewer said, then, like, those are her feelings on the matter. I think it's just confusing because, one, a lot of us already thought Billie was bi anyway. So, you know, this kind of just went over our heads. And two, it did sound like she was affirming, you know, the fact that she is at least bisexual, given that she was talking in, you know, she was talking in the magazine spread about how she's attracted to women. Anyway, okay, all right. I'm gonna get started here. Let me grab some water, and then I guess, Arun, should we just chat over Discord? There are MAGA. I almost said MAGA. There are MAGA people who watch The Boys and somehow don't understand Homelander is meant to be. Yeah, it's true. That is true. Yeah, my mom. I don't know if my mom's heard the news, but she said that she doesn't really like Billie anymore because she feels like she's sold out. My mom's like, I just feel like Billie Eilish is not a real emo. She's sold out. And I was like, well, you did discover her, so whatever you say goes. She's bought into the corporate machine. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, Arun, do you want to be on, do you want to do a voice call or you want to be on video? My mom made Billie Eilish mainstream. So I probably deserve some of that Billie Eilish money, huh? You can be on video, okay. Give you a call.
Hey, what's up? Give me 1 second.
Sure. Oh, whoa, what just happened to my... Why did I get purple and green? Whoa.
What?
My camera just turned...
Wait, let me just mute your stream for a second.
What the,
Oh.
what the
Ooh.
hell?
Ooh, no.
Why is that so trippy?
Ooh.
Wait a second. What? Okay, let me... I'm gonna hang up and see if that goes back to normal and then try to call you again.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, what is happening? What the fuck? Okay, I guess... I feel like I'm on drugs. Okay, I guess this... I am Billie Eilish now. I don't know how to fix this, so... I'm afraid to unplug my camera in case it goes full poot. I'm sorry, you guys. All right, we're just gonna have to... Will, have you ever seen this happen before? On a cam... Look at my camera. It suddenly just did this. Look at this insane effect.
Yeah, I've seen that.
What is...
Turn off the camera, turn it on.
Okay. Yo, that's when the shrooms hit. Oh,
Dang. I don't know, you might have to restart your capture. Or that camera might just be fried.
What the
The
fuck?
camera is old. The camera is like 4 years of streaming. I like it though, it's a cool look.
Okay, well, I don't want to waste any more time, and I think my camera is, That is so weird. It just randomly did that. Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to. I don't know. It's gonna be how it is.
I don't.
Okay.
What's up?
Let me turn you down a little bit. Hold on.
Okay.
Do
Well,
I
let me go ahead.
hold on while I'm on
Oh, never mind.
no, I have Streamlabs. Wait, how do I turn down his volume? Oh, user volume. Okay.
There.
Okay. And then here's my camera. Oh. On camera. Okay, video background. No video background. Turn it on. Well, that is not wanting to work. So, let me do this. I am so sorry to be having this conversation and I look like I'm like a music video.
No, it's good. You're good.
So, okay. There we go.
No,
I don't know
it's
why
awesome.
my camera's not working, so I'm just gonna put it over like that.
At least, I mean, listen, it's memorable, you know?
Yeah. Woo! Okay. Well.
People are freaking out that I shaved.
Oh, yes, I'm seeing in chat.
Yes.
Get Aruna filter to match.
Yeah.
No, it'll be too overpowering. All right. Well, would you like to introduce yourself, tell people who you are, and why we are jumping on this call together today?
Sure. So for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is arunannow. You may know me as the Indian Hasanabi, because I cover Indian politics, Sri Lankan politics, Pakistani politics, basically politics from the Indian subcontinent. That's my domain of, I wouldn't say expertise, but that's what I usually cover most of the time. I actually have been, just to prove the point that I am the Indian Hasanabi, I did go on a show one time and he did admit to it. So he did accept it as canon.
Oh, you went on the Hasanabi broadcast?
I did go on the Hasanabi broadcast.
What did you talk about what we're going to talk about today, or did you talk about something else?
No, so he said we would talk about what we're going to talk about at some later point. He brought me on to talk about, so recently there was another like attempted assassination on an American citizen that happens to be like Indian origin. He brought me on to talk about when the Indian government assassinated the Canadian guy that was of Indian origin.
Okay. And so you are yet to go on his broadcast to talk about the Tamils.
Yes. So I'm working on a video right now.
Mhm.
So I'm working on with a couple of people. I'm working on a video regarding this, like a video essay or like a documentary or whatever. So I'm working on like a video to basically try and condense all the information that, I mean, what I'm gonna say is already condensed, but like basically what we're gonna talk about is gonna be in that video, basically.
Okay. And then where are you? Where am I speaking to you from? You're on the East Coast, right?
I'm from Washington, D.C.
Okay.
So
Is your what generation are you?
like Gen X, Gen Z, that sort of
No,
generation.
sorry. Like I'm let's see, I'm third generation Chinese.
Oh, I'm immigrant. So
Okay.
I was born in India, but I grew up here.
Okay. And then when did you start streaming, or when did you get involved in making content about South Asian issues?
So I started streaming about, I think, November of 2 years ago. I started streaming October of 2021. And then I basically, what I started doing was I basically started covering like Indian news specifically. So I
Mm-hmm.
would cover like the first story I ever covered was an ancillary story that came out of the farmers' protests in India, where a BJP, like a member of the ruling party, the son of a cabinet minister, ran over a bunch of protesters in this northern state of UP. That was the first story I ever covered on the broadcast, and then after that, it was just what really, with regards to Sri Lanka, what really kicked off the talk was like growing up, I had always known that this was happening. Like this is something that I just grew up with. Like the Tamil
Mm-hmm.
genocide was something I always just knew. Because if you grow up in like a Tamil household, you just know about it to some degree.
And sorry to
It j-
interrupt. Is it Tamil? I've heard it pronounced. I said Tamil.
it's Tamil.
It's Tamil. Okay.
Yeah, it's Tamil.
Tamil. Tamil. Got it.
Yeah, yeah. So I started streaming back then. I've been basically consistently streaming about Indian politics or like South Asian politics in general. You know, sometimes I'll do some like reacts, um, like South Asian reacts
Mm-hmm.
specifically. So I might react to like memes from the subcontinent and whatnot. But yeah, I've been streaming for about, I would say, 2 years at this point.
Do you find that your audience are people who have found you because you're really one of the only people talking about these issues specifically, or is it people who have like no idea and are learning this for the first time?
It's both. So some people, um, don't show love charger yet. That's for later. No, so yeah, it's a mix of both. It depends entirely on the issue. Um, so a lot of people that are in my audience right now, the most active chatters are people living in India,
Okay.
living in Sri Lanka, living in Pakistan right now, right? Living in Bangladesh. Those are the most active chatters, and they're basically from other like streamers that usually don't. My alarm's going off. Um, that they're from like other streamers like Mike from PA, Hasanabi. I think some are from like other, like they're from other streamers that are of South Asian descent or living
Mm-hmm.
in South Asia that want some sort of South Asian coverage, like because
Yeah.
they don't get that,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, most of the coverage that I do see is not adequate. I would say it's not great. It's usually like a superficial understanding of like what's going on in India, in Sri Lanka, so on and so forth. Um, some people found me, so it's from a lot of communities that they found me, but I do often find like a lot of people that are not from South Asia come into my stream and they just don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like they're totally lost. Like,
So,
some found me from Carter, some found me from, Gremlo, some found me from, Hassan directly, so on and so forth.
what and I guess we can just kick things off here. What is the
FD,
what
yeah.
is the best way to, I don't know, to introduce this topic, since a lot of people don't know about this or don't know much about it. That was myself included, which is why before we spoke, I wanted to have a moment where I could just do some initial research,
Mhm.
because unfortunately there are many atrocities that happen in this world and that are still ongoing that we simply just do not know about. And right now, of course, the subject of conversation has been Israel and Palestine. And when you wrote me about talking about the Tamils, you specifically said that there's a lot of parallels between Israel and Palestine, and then between the Tamils and the Singhala or the Sinhalese.
So Sinhala is the language, Sinhalese is the people. So you
Sinhalese is the
can
people.
yeah, so Sinhalese is the people, Singhala is the language.
Okay.
So I guess the parallel, so we can start with, how we can approach this. So the best way I can sort of begin to describe this is you could say that it's a bit different, obviously. It's the biggest difference is that like the Sinhalese are not like recent immigrants to Sri Lanka in the way that a lot of Israelis are second or like first or second generation Israelis. It's not like that at all. And Sinhalese have been there for thousands of years, just like the Tamils have. But the parallels are very similar in that. So when I talk about the Tamil genocide, it's an ongoing process. I mean, an ongoing process of marginalization against the ethnic Tamils of the island. So it's a process that's been going on for roughly the past several decades or so, especially since like before independence. So I guess like one place to start would be what is going on right now, what you're seeing in Gaza. The most similar event to that would be towards the end of the 25-year-long civil war that Sri Lanka had. And this was largely between um, the Sri Lankan government, which is majority Sinhalese, and the largest Tamil militant rebel group at the time, known as the Liberation Tigers of
Mm-hmm.
Tamilam, or the Tamil Tigers. And their aspiration was to create a separate state on the island of Sri Lanka. And the reason they desired that was because of decades and decades of not just discrimination, but violent pogroms that were committed against the Tamils for several decades on end. The first one being in the 1950s, up until the one that really kicked off the Civil War, which is in 1983. So the Tamils have always been on a knife's edge with regards to like their dignity, their rights, so on and so forth. There was a law that was passed in Sri Lanka that made Sinhala the only official language in 1956. This
That
led
sounds
to
familiar to Israel establishing Hebrew
Yep.
as the official language. Yep.
So the irony is that they wanted to fight colonialism in some way, quote unquote. The one thing that you'll notice in this world is in this part of the world is that right wingers in this part of the world will often like couch their like imperialistic ambitions and their own fascistic ambitions with the language of anti-imperialist rhetoric. India does it all the time. They'll say like, uh, if you oppose like our Hindu culture, like why is it okay that you suck up to British culture, but you oppose our Hindu culture or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Um, the another parallel that you can draw is that Sri Lanka has the second highest military personnel to civilian ratio of any country in the world. The first, you want to take a good guess as to what the country with the highest military to civilian ratio is. It's Israel. It's Israel.
Yeah,
Israel is the
I
one
was.
with the
That's
yeah.
that's the parallel between.
Yeah. So I mean, Sri Lanka is technically not an apartheid state. Legally, it is not an apartheid state, but it is as close as you can get to a legal apartheid state without actually having laws on the books, I would say. So let's take a step back. And so let's introduce who what Sri Lanka is. So Sri Lanka is an island off the coast of India. It's off the southern coast of India, and it's known as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean, and it's a well-known tourist destination. And the reason I say that is, um, the way there's been a lot of whitewashing of the crimes that we're about to talk about, that the Sri Lankan government has done. And the biggest way they've done it is through tourism and by basically saying that, no, this war that we had, it's over, we're done, we're moving on together, that sort of thing. Which is complete bullshit, which I'm about to tell you why. Um, but so if we go back to 1948, 1948 is when Sri Lanka gets independence. Back then it was called Ceylon. And Ceylon actually didn't get independence from the British in the same way that India did, where India actually, I mean, contrary to popular belief, India got its independence through violent revolution. You had people like Bhagat Singh literally like firebombing British courthouses and stuff, firebombing,
Mm-hmm.
British institutions and stuff. And basically it was a war of attrition that the freedom fighters in India had.
Yeah, I think
Sri Lanka didn't have, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think a lot of people like to confuse the actual revolution that won India their freedom with like the peaceful Gandhi ways.
Gandhi has a lot of misconceptions, which we're
Yes.
not going to touch upon today.
Yeah,
yes,
that'd be a whole other stream.
that's a whole nother topic. Yeah. But Sri Lanka didn't gain its independence that way. So Sri Lanka got its dominionhood. Sri Lanka got its dominionhood through power brokers, through elite power brokers, and the largest of whom was this guy called D.S. Senanayake. And Senanayake was the first prime minister of Sri Lanka. And during his tenure, in fact, before his tenure, he was a very influential politician back then. He was actually a big part of basically settling Sinhalese farmers. So the demographics of Sri Lanka are like this. In the south of Sri Lanka, let me actually send you this map first before you can show it on screen of Sri Lanka. Let me send you this map. Here you go. Yeah, so this, yeah, if you look at this,
Okay.
pull this up on the screen for a second.
All right.
No, not that one.
No, not that
one.
one.
If you click the link, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
wait, go back. Oh, there we go. Okay.
And then, yeah, no, not that one. Why is that not showing? It should be, just click the link with the actual link text that I showed you.
Right. Oh, like this one?
Yeah. Yes, that one. That's the map. So the one with the map. So if you look at the map, right?
Why am I unable to see this?
If you have to scroll down a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the map right there.
Right here?
Yeah, scroll up. Yeah, ethnicity, under ethnicity.
Under ethnicity, right here.
There's a map right there.
Is this it? This says majority ethnicity by DS Division 2012
yes.
census.
Yep, that's the one. Okay. So the purple you see right there, that's the Sinhalese, right? They're the majority of the island, and they are a Buddhist ethnic group, right? So their religion is majority Buddhist, right? They trace their origins to what is now Eastern India and Bangladesh, right? That's where they originally come from. And their language is actually very similar. It's somewhat similar to the North Indian languages, and it's actually a distant cousin of English, like English, Spanish, Russian, that sort of thing. So it's a very, very distant cousin of like European languages. So they're the majority of Sri Lanka. They make up 75% of the population. The red that you see right there are the Sri Lankan Tamils or the Elam Tamils. And they inhabit largely the coasts of the island in the north and the east. And they've been there for millennia, they've been there as long as the Sinhalese have been there for, thousands of years at this point, or whatever, however long, antiquity, basically. And so they trace their origins to South India, where I'm from originally. And then you'll have the Sri Lankan Moors, the green. Moors is actually just the outdated term for Muslims. So Muslims in Sri Lanka are actually an ethnic group. They're also a Tamil speaking ethnic group as well. And then the yellow that you see right there are Indian Tamils, or what we call Malayaga Tamils, Hill Tamils. And those are indentured servants brought to Sri Lanka by the British to work tea plantations. So what happened was, these guys in the South, the Sinhalese, their biggest representative at the time was D.S. Senanayake during sort of the 1930s to 1940s. And what he had been doing, and what many other politicians had been doing at the time, was they had been settling. Do you see, like, in the northern border regions where there's little itty bits of purple in the eastern province and the northern province? Yeah, that is due to decades-long policies stemming back to the 1930s and 1920s of the Sri Lankan government settling Sinhalese people in what was traditionally majority Tamil and Muslim lands. So settler colonialism. So that's what this is. So you're seeing a lot of Sinhalese people in these regions due to settler colonialism, settler colonialist policies that date back decades at this point. So that's an ongoing process for like decades on end, right?
And so today in 2023, this is still happening.
Yes, this is still happening. So I'll give you an example of how how that's affecting us today. So in just recently, a couple of months ago, there was a story. Let me see if I can find it. Um uh so in So recently, just a couple months ago, there was a story where Sinhalese settlers in the northeastern city of Batticaloa, which is a Tamil dominant city, it's a majority Tamil city. Sinhalese settlers stuck a grenade in the mouth of a Tamil-owned cow and blew its jaw off, like exploded its jaw.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason they did that was to intimidate the local Tamil farmers.
Mm.
So that's still happening today. You still have people like, for example, if you go to Jaffna as well, there's a Buddhist monastery that's built in Jaffna in the middle of that is basically protected by the army, right? If you want an escort, the army will protect you and go into Jaffna against all protests and whatnot. Oh, chat. No, this is the beginning where it is going to get significantly worse. Yeah, they do this all the time. Like so Sinhalese settlers often tend to intimidate Tamils because Sinhalese Buddhist nationalism, which is the nationalism of these guys, right? Their belief is that this entire island of Sri Lanka is the Buddha's promised land, for his chosen people, the Sinhalese. That is exactly like Zionism, by the way.
So, yeah, and it sounds as if they utilize religion, even though this goes in direct contrast with the teachings of Buddhism, of Buddhism being a peaceful religion, like all religions are supposed to be. But they use it to justify the pogroms, the ethnic cleansing, the continued displacement.
Yeah. In Sri Lanka, Buddhists have guns. Like monks have guns. Like the guys in the orange robes and the shaved heads and the bald heads.
They're just armed to the teeth. Oh.
They have like pistols.
Gotta do it for Buddha.
So Theravada Buddhism is like, Myanmar is also another example of this. By the way, both Myanmar and Sri Lanka follow the same exact kind of Buddhism.
And this is like Israel's. This is supported by the government, so there's pretty much nothing that Tamils can do.
Yeah, it's tacitly supported by the government. So right now, we'll get to why there's a huge military personnel in the north and east. It goes back to the war. So basically, you have, and so starting with independence, like this is just to give you an idea of like how far this goes. And I also want to show you another link, and we'll just keep this on file for reference, but I just want to show you this.
Sure.
This is a list of documented cases of rape against Tamils for the past, I believe, 80 some odd years, 70 to 80 years, I think. And I just want you to like look at the size of the article. I just wanted to look at the size of the article.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. This is all happening as we talk about this timeline. All of this is happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is disturbingly long.
Yeah. And once you get into the 80s, 90s, and 2000s and 2010s, they break it down by year.
They break it down by year. Wow.
These are the yes, and to keep this in mind, these are the documented cases of sexual violence against the Tamils.
Have you seen any of any reports and evidence of sexual violence in recent years? Have you seen any of that reported by any Western publications?
Any of these? No. Because one, we'll get to why the West doesn't really report on this either, because the West has a reason to kind of like shut up about this, even though even though some Western countries like the United States, for example, they've said like, hey, Sri Lanka, you guys committed war crimes. Like maybe we should,
Right.
they've kind of finger wagged at Sri Lanka, even though like they're also responsible for what happened in Sri Lanka.
Well,
We'll get to that.
the US loves to provide aid, provide military aid, provide support, and then when that that is used to commit inhumane acts and violate human rights and break international law, the US will go, "Well, hold on a second. We didn't mean for you to use the weapons that way," but they don't do anything about it.
Exactly. This is exactly what the US did in this case. The only country that remotely did anything about it, for which there is a community, is Canada. And the only reason Canada did anything about it, not even at the national level, but at at Toronto, at the provincial level, at the municipal level, is because Toronto has the Greater Toronto area and Canada in general
Mm-hmm.
has the largest Sri Lankan Elam Tamil diaspora of
Oh,
any.
interesting.
They have the largest Elam Tamil diaspora of any country. So that's why they did something about it. They got massive amount of pressure from the Elam Tamils. Yes, rare Canada W.
Yes,
That is one of the
well,
few.
I recently found out I'm Canadian, so I'm going
Yes.
to be taking that W. Go Canada. Thank you. We'll
Dude, what? We will get to the Civil War in a second. We'll get to the Civil War in a second. So I want to paint the picture for you. So basically, Sri Lanka, Ceylon gets its independence, and you have basically D.S. Senanayake, who is this, president, prime minister,
and he was
who is basically
Sinhalese, right?
every leader, every prime minister of Sri Lanka to date is Sinhalese. There has
Okay.
never been a Tamil prime minister of Sri Lanka that has ever been Tamil or of any different minority. Every leader has been Sinhalese. Every single one of them. Yeah, so that should give you an idea. Like, not a single.
Mhm.
The Tamils have no chance of making it. The Muslims also have no chance of making it, right? Whether it be Elam Tamil or Malaga Tamil, there is no chance of a Tamil making it to the prime minister candidate, making it to that level of a position because of the overwhelming Sinhalese Buddhist nationalist sentiment in Sri Lanka. So you have D.S. Senanayake, and then along comes this other guy who's also from, like, these guys are all elites. So Sri Lanka, up until Sri Lanka has only ever been ruled by members of 5 families. Sri Lanka's entire, for the past 80 years, Sri Lanka has been ruled by 5 families.
Wow.
The Senanayake family, Bandaranaike family, Rajapaksa family, Premadasa family, and the Vijayawardena family. 5 families. So the entire country has been run by aristocrats for the
Mhm.
past 80 years, basically. It's been run by elites. So so after Senanayake comes along and after he dies, up comes with there's this guy called Solomon Bandaranaike. His full name is Solomon West Ridgeway Diaz. Sorry, Solomon Ridge West SWRD. Solomon West Ridgeway Diaz Bandaranaike. And he comes to power on the idea of Sinhalese nationalism. And he passes, in 1956, he passes a law called the Sinhala Only Act, making Sinhala the only official language of Sri Lanka, replacing English at the expense of Tamil, which means 30% of the island, whose mother tongue is Tamil, can no longer get a government job.
Mhm. And at
So
that point, Tamils had actually been able to secure some pretty high up government positions after 1948 when Sri Lanka obtained independence. And then, over the course of those 8 years, Tamils had enjoyed some, pretty decent representation in government. And that was the backlash to it, correct?
Yes. So Tamils had enjoyed some level of representation. The amount of representation that they had was greatly over exaggerated.
Okay, because
And
that's what
so
it's interesting you say that, because what in my reading, that kept getting emphasized, that like they were actually a big part of the government at the time.
they were so basically they were, but that was used specifically as a talking point. So in the same way, like the best way I can describe it is like similar to it, like you would hear like Tucker Carlson make these talking points where it's like these liberal coastal elites are running the country, that sort of thing, right? When that's not really the case, right? In the sense of like there are like as many people from conservative coastal elite families, like golf course families and whatnot, right? Um, that are like running the government. The problem is it's a greatly over, like that is somewhat of a problem, but it's greatly over exaggerated, right?
Okay.
Um, so that's a similar, it's a similar talking point here. And Tamils were able to achieve certain things because um the British and American missionaries, Christian missionaries, actually set up schools in the northern parts of Sri Lanka where it was more Tamil dominated, because the British had more direct control of the South, and they basically said, Americans, don't set up your missionaries here in the South, go to the North, right? So there was a decent amount of Tamil representation for sure, somewhat a little bit of an overrepresentation, but generally speaking, that like it wasn't like it was so much of a problem that like it was more used like fodder for fascism, basically. That's the idea.
Okay.
So it was like it wasn't like there was like a legitimate problem of like, oh, these Tamils are way overrepresenting, the entire island, and we need to get rid of them. That's just a scare talking point that Sinhalese nationalists used to enact their own sort of their sort of right wing policies.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So they
so
established the Sinhalese Act, or National Act, you said, in
Sinhala Only Act. So
Sinhala Only
basically,
Act.
so they established the Sinhala Only Act in 1956. The backlash from that causes riots, and those are the first. Basically, there were a couple of people that tried to, like, after that law was passed, or as that law was being passed, Bandaranaike actually tried to make a little bit of a concession to the Tamils, but he caved into pressure from the Sinhalese nationalist elements of his party and his base, and basically said, "Okay, we're not giving any concessions to the Tamils whatsoever." This basically sparked protests um, from the Tamil side, from the federal party, from the Tamil parties, and in response to those protests, Sinhalese nationalist mobs attacked the Tamils. So that's what happened in 1956. In 1958, you have the burgeoning of the federal party, also known as ITAC, um, and they're still a surviving party today. And as a result of that burgeoning party, right? As a result of that party gaining influence in the North and the East, the Sinhalese nationalists didn't like that either. So then they organized an attack on a bunch of, basically there was a train traveling from the eastern part of I think it was Trincomalee, or they were going to Trincomalee or something like that, or they're going to the north at some point. Um, and so what happened was Sinhalese nationalists close by in Polonnaruwa basically attacked a train and attacked fields that were carrying Tamils that were going to this federal party convention. These were innocent Tamil civilians, and let me see if I can pull up like an example of what happened just to make things so on May So on May 25th, the Sinhalese mobs, however, set this sugarcane alight. So they went into so they attacked Tamil laborers in a sugarcane plantation in Polonnaruwa, and basically they hid it in the bushes. But the fascist mobs, set the fields on fire, forced the Tamils out, and then they cut down men, women, and children with swords and machetes, basically, and they were beat to death with clubs. Um, in one instance, they ripped, and this is going to get very graphic in a second, but rioters ripped open the belly of an 8-month pregnant woman and left her to bleed to death.
Ugh.
So that's an
Horrifying.
example of
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
brutal violence.
Yeah, so that's what happened in 1958. That's just an example of what happened. In 1979, I believe, in 1979, there was another pogrom where such brutal violence happened. In 1981, and I'm vastly oversimplifying everything for you, there was a library called the Jaffna Library, the Jaffna Public Library, that was burned to smithereens. And this library, I think it's in the notes and the resources that I sent you earlier, but basically this was home to like priceless Tamil artifacts, like Tamil cultural artifacts that were there, like palm leaf manuscriptures, right? And basically what happened was there were a couple of politicians from the South that were visiting, and there were a couple of protesters in which cops died. Right? Cops died as a result of that. And in return, these politicians from the South, Gumini Dissanayake is one of them, orchestrated this attack where the cops themselves, the Sinhalese cops themselves, the Sri Lankan cops themselves, and Sinhalese nationalist mobs went into this Jaffna Public Library where they had like palm leaf manuscriptures that date back like 1,000 or so years, and they just burned down the entire library. Those are priceless artifacts. Those were, unique, one-of-a-kind artifacts that we're never going to get back. That's it. It's over.
A
Right?
really
So they went
important
down and
part of the Tamil, civilization, and just when you destroy history, that's part of what we call genocide or intent of genocide, is like destroying things such as a library and destroying infrastructure. So yeah, it's a really big deal.
Right. I mean, this is an act of cultural genocide. That was basically when this was the point of no return, basically. So this is when like the shit hit the fan. And at this point in time, there were several Tamil militant groups that were that had formed in response to the government. Just a few years prior, a law called the Prevention of Terrorism Act had also been passed. And this was in response to the formation of the Tamil Tigers, which we mentioned earlier, as well as the other Tamil militant organizations as well. And so this was obviously this was so that the Sri Lankan government had carte blanche to arrest and detain and remand anyone that they thought would be engaging in terroristic acts. And this law is still used today, by the way, to arrest people that they accuse of terrorism. Just like roughly 11 people were just arrested this past month or this past week under that law.
And they will revoke your citizenship. And it is pretty much just a blatant violation of human rights. And Israel has the exact same law. And essentially, if they accuse anyone of terrorist activity, if you are Palestinian, if you are Arab Israeli, they can revoke your citizenship. They can take your passport. No more.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, we haven't even scratched the surface of it because we haven't even gotten to the war yet. Because there was a full-blown civil war that happened for 25 years.
Starting in 83, correct?
So starting in 1983, so there's an event called Black July. So basically what had happened was the LTTE, at this point, the Tamil Tigers had attacked Sri Lankan cops. And I believe 15 or some odd people died, all of them cops. Um, and what happened as a result of this was that the Sinhalese nationalist mobs all across the country started attacking, especially in the South. They actually received voter rolls from the government, from high-ranking officials in the government, and they actually went after Tamil-owned homes, Tamil-owned businesses, and they burned them down. They went after Tamil homes, would literally pull out the families. They would murder, fathers. They would rape mothers. They would rape, girls and children and whatnot. Um, I'll give you like actually one thing. I'll give you an anecdotal example because uh, one of my family friends actually fled Sri Lanka during this. So I actually have like a family friend
Mm.
that was a genocide survivor, basically. Um, so what they would do was you would have a monk, and monks in Sri Lanka are basically like they're like the top dog. They're the big cheese in Sri Lanka, and they basically have they have complete immunity in Sri Lanka.
Wild.
Like you have like just recently, a Sri Lankan monk literally threatened to cut all the Tamils, like divide, like kill all the Tamils in the South, basically. Um, they just
Wow.
like there's a monk that recently threatened to do that on camera, and there has been nothing. Like they have done nothing about it. No arrests, no nothing. Um, so that what these monks would do is they would, get their gangs. They'd get these like nationalist gangs, and they would mark Tamil-owned homes with the word Shri in Sinhala, in the Sinhala language. And if your house was marked with the word Shri, that means your house is a target. That means
Mhm.
you're Tamil, your house is a target. They're gonna come loot your house. They're gonna kill you. They're gonna, do that sort of thing. And yeah, that's what happened. And my family friend literally had to leave Sri Lanka because their neighbors were attacked. I believe their house was also marked for attack. So they fled Sri Lanka in July of 1983, and they fled to India. And yeah, so that's what happened. So, but I mean, again, another like you would have attacks that happened all across the island. Um, and so if you go to Black July, for example, I'm just gonna pull up a bunch of stories that happened in Black July.
So Black
Uh,
July was the massacre that kicked off like the
the
Civil
Civil War.
War. Yeah.
Yes. So Black July was the massacre that kicked off the civil war in Sri Lanka. And basically, I'll give you an example of what the president of Sri Lanka, J.R. Jayawardena, who coincidentally enough, so this was the president during Black July. His nephew, by the way, is the current president of Sri Lanka.
Okay.
Um, I am not worried about the opinion of the Jaffna people now. We cannot think about them. This is the aftermath of what happened, not about their lives or of their opinion about us. The more you put pressure in the north, the happier the Sinhala people will be here. Really, if I starve the Tamils, Sinhala people will be happy. That's what the president said in an interview with the Daily Telegraph.
Wow.
With a UK newspaper, by the way.
Yeah.
He opened that. He openly
Just
admitted that.
openly, yeah. Well, that's again where have we heard that? Where have we heard government officials just openly owning up to, what they are doing as far as the atrocities that are being committed.
Yep. Oh, so on 26 July, motorists were dragged from their cars to be stoned and beaten with sticks. Others were cut down with knives and axes. Mobs of Sinhala youth rampaged through the streets, ransacking homes, shops, and offices, looting them and setting them ablaze as they sought out members of the Tamil ethnic minority. A mob attacked a Tamil cyclist riding near Colombo's eye hospital. The cyclist was hauled from his bike, drenched with petrol, and set alight. As he ran screaming down the street, the mob set on him again and hacked him down with jungle knives. Uh, yeah, that's another. People were set on fire. People were again. Uh, homes were burned down. Sexual violence was abound. And this largely happened in the South. This also happened in northern cities like Trincomalee. There's also violence in places like Vaonia, so on and so forth. But this was the sort of thing that kicked off the Civil War.
And it,
This was
sorry to interrupt. I think I was reading that 3,000 people who died just during Black July?
yes.
So 3,000 died during that massacre, which kicked off the Civil War, which
Yes.
ultimately has led to over 100,000 dead Tamils, correct? Or is that number, does that include also Sinhalese?
So we don't actually know how many Tamils died, because the Sri Lankan government till date has refused to do an investigation into war crimes. We don't have a solid number at all. So the 100,000 number is that number is probably that I would say yes, it's probably in the hundreds of thousands because I would say it's in that order of magnitude because there are also a lot of missing people in Sri Lanka, disappeared people in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is the country with the second highest number of forced disappearances. The first, depending on who you look at, it's either Yemen or Syria. But yeah, Sri Lanka either way has the second highest number of forced disappearances, a lot of which happened during the final stages of the Civil War. During the Civil War, the Sri Lankan government obviously was fighting multiple different rebel groups at the time at the start. But India got involved. The Indian Army got involved at some point. And this is when the Indian peacekeeping forces were deployed because the LTTE, the Tamil Tigers, were actually originally trained by the Indian government. And the Indian government trained them because they thought once the Tamil portions of Sri Lanka seceded, that they would join India. They were sorely mistaken for that. And so what happened was there were also attacks that happened in India that were, so basically what happened was a lot of people in the north were asking the Indian government for help. And so the Indian peacekeeping forces were deployed. And so, but what immediately happened after that was the Indian peacekeeping forces the Indian government tried to negotiate a deal with the Sri Lankan government, which led to the Sri Lankan peace accords, which basically forced the LTTE to surrender and all of the other Tamil militant groups to surrender. What also happened after that was the IBKF, the Indian peacekeeping forces, went into the Jaffna. They also committed war crimes against the Tamils. So what they did was they went into a Jaffna. They went into a hospital and shot 70 some odd people dead, civilians, mind you.
What year was this?
This was in the 1980s. Let me see. It was 1987, I believe.
Still early on in the Civil War.
Yes, this is like 4 years into the Civil War. IPKF, Sri Lanka, war crimes. There's a whole section of war crimes. And so I'm just going to pull up the quote. So there's Valvatiture massacre, which happened in 1989, where 50 Tamils were massacred by the Indian peacekeeping forces in Valvatiture, Jaffna. There were hundreds of homes that were in other property that were burnt and destroyed. Another notable incident was the Jaffna Teaching Hospital massacre on 22nd October, where over 70 civilians were killed by the IPKF.
And these are war crimes that have never been, that have never been brought to justice today. It's just a long list of them, correct?
Oh yeah. I mean, none of this has ever been punished.
Yeah.
None of this has ever been punished.
And so you said that India had trained the Tigers.
Yes.
Were they supplying them with weapons, or where were they getting?
Originally, yes.
Okay.
So it was originally India that got their weapons that sold the LTTE their weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, the LTTE was basically forced to get their weapons from the black market.
Okay. And then, however, the Sinhalese were being supplied by Israel and Pakistan. Those were the two biggest military suppliers, right?
Okay. This is where this list comes into play.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you a list. This is probably the most like it's a bit exaggerated, but it's probably like it involves it's that list. People that are in my chat know exactly what list I'm about to pull up. It's the list of it's a Wikipedia article of the Sri Lankan Civil War, and it'll show you all the countries that were involved in the Sri Lankan Civil War, whether it be through military contributions, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And I'll just read this off right now. It's an older article because the person that tried to edit this, like that edited this article, was from Sri Lanka, and they wanted to like remove a lot of the they wanted to remove a lot of the outside influence. So if you look at military training, these are all the countries that gave Sri Lanka military training throughout this war. China, India, Pakistan, Russia, Israel, United States, United Kingdom, Iran, and Ukraine. That's just military training
Wow.
alone.
Wow.
That's just military training.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the full
Right there.
Oh, did I pass it?
Yeah, you passed it.
Oopsie. Talks and further violence. Top of article in the sidebar?
Yeah, it'll say belligerents. You're gonna look for
okay, I see. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So the right
Wow.
side is a bit more tenuous because it's just accusations. Where the only definitive like link between the LTTE is with India.
Okay.
Because India was the one that trained them. The other ones are just like accusations from the US.
Okay.
Or they're accusations from India, basically. But the ones on the left are very much confirmed.
Okay.
They're official dealings with Sri Lanka, with the Sri Lankan government. Arms suppliers, European Union, the United States, India, United Kingdom, Pakistan, China, Iran, Israel, Russia, Australia, North Korea, via the black market, Ukraine, Slovakia, and Czech Republic.
So, let's take the United States because that's where, a lot of us live. Not me, I'm Canadian. But what, and this is probably, a question I know the answer to because it's usually the same answer, but what was the United States reason for supporting the Sinhalese and for arming them?
The Sri Lankan government. So during the beginning of the Civil War, it was basically so Sri Lanka at this point in time had been run by J.R. Jayawardena, who was the first president who basically started neoliberalizing the economy of Sri Lanka. So he at the time was actually more of an ally to the US, even though both Sri Lanka and India were officially unaligned in during the Cold War. Um, they basically aligned. They allied with Sri Lanka as a check against India. So they were basically allying with Pakistan and Sri Lanka because India was more allied with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. And so basically there were a lot of under the table dealings between the United States and Sri Lanka. Then when 2001, when 9/11 came, the war on terror started ratcheting up. At this point, the LTTE had been designated a terrorist organization by the US, India, and Sri Lanka. And so they also saw this as a important they saw this as an important fight to be a part of because they figured this is also part of the war on terror. And so they backed the Sri Lankan government and they said, hey, Sri Lankan government, like, don't negotiate with terrorists, that sort of thing. But the main economic reason why the US is doing what it's doing with regards to Sri Lanka is deep sea ports. Sri Lanka receives half of the world's Indian Ocean trade. Like most of the trade routes that go through the Indian Ocean, most of that, like half of that at least, goes to Colombo, right? The capital city of Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka is vitally important for trade. And so the US and all the countries in the region want a part of that. So that's why basically everyone took the side of Sri Lanka. The smaller countries, they figured that, weapons deals are weapons deals. We can make we can make a quick buck off of, weapons deals and training. But the larger, the larger countries like India, China, Pakistan, United States, they wanted to they wanted they wanted more influence in the ocean trade of Sri Lanka. For example, there is a new port that was being built in Colombo by the Adani Corporation, based in India, that the U.S. has funded. That's happening right now. There's a port being built in Colombo in Sri Lanka right now. So the U.S. wants port influence. They want trade influence in Sri Lanka. That's like the biggest reason they're involved in this.
Okay. And let's see, the Civil War ended in 2009. Now, after seeing the damage and the toll that the Civil War had cost, the U.S. they placed restrictions on their aid, or they did the like, oh, well, this is not, we can't justify this. What is the relationship now in 2023?
So a lot of people frame the US's relationship with Sri Lanka as like, one common error that people make is that they assume that Mahinda Rajapaksa, who was the president at the time, was like this lion against the United States, when in reality, when the war crimes in 2009 were happening, when the Mulivaikal massacre was happening, the U.S. actually the U.S. State Department actually gave tacit support to Sri Lanka as it was happening. So the U.S. was actually not at all opposed to what Sri Lanka was doing. Like at least in the beginning, when they were, as they were starting, right? They actually were not opposed to it at all. They actually sent a memo to Gotabaya Rajapaksa saying, "Hey, don't negotiate with terrorists. We appreciate the victories that you're gaining in Sri Lanka." The relationship that the U.S. has with Sri Lanka right now is basically the same as it had back in 2009. It really hasn't changed all that much. It's just a business relationship, basically.
Okay.
A lot of people frame the sort of relationship like China certainly has more of an influence in Sri Lanka, and that's because China is closer, obviously, like geographically. Two, China is more willing to basically, bury the war crimes that the Sri Lankan government has done. If you look at the official, we're going to get to Mulivaikal in a second. After we talk about the geopolitics of it all. But so China's official position on Sri Lanka is that the entire war was about fighting and eradicating terrorists. And so Sri Lanka did what it had to do to eradicate terrorists. That is the Chinese government's official position on the war. That is the line that you will hear from the Chinese embassy in Sri Lanka if you talk about the Civil War. It is a war on terrorism. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. But if we look at what actually happened in 2009, and there's a link that you can go to. I don't recommend you show all of it, but there's a link called remembermay2009.com that goes step by step And there's also a documentary called Sri Lanka's Killing Fields.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you watched that. Um, that one is also incredibly brutal. Sent you a link in the chat, in the Discord chat. This goes basically, step by step into what actually happened starting in January of 2009. But the short end of it is you had these no-fire zones established in the north, um, where neither the I wouldn't scroll down too far because there are like pictures of war
Okay.
crimes.
Okay.
But so there are these no-fire zones that were established in the north where neither the Sri Lankan government nor the LTTE, the sole remaining Tamil militant organization, were allowed to fire. They were not allowed to do any gunfire. They were not allowed to fire anything into those zones. And it was in these zones in particular that makeshift hospitals were set up. They were set up near schools. And these were Red Cross affiliated hospitals. But the moment that these makeshift hospitals, they were medical triages. They weren't even like proper hospitals. They were tents. Um, Once they were set up, um, the Sri Lankan government would immediately shell them. They would immediately bomb them immediately as soon as they were set up. They would go back on their word. Chat. The documentary is called Sri Lanka's Killing Fields. It's a Channel 4 documentary. It is incredibly brutal. It is not for the faint of heart. It literally, I mean, if you watch that, you will understand the parallels between what is going on in Gaza right now and what is going on in what happened in Mulivaikal in Sri Lanka in 2009. It is word for word, play for play, exactly what happened in 2009 in Sri Lanka. It is exactly what happened. What you are seeing where there are hospitals that are being set up, and then you had the military. In this case, it's the IDF. In this right now, it's the IDF. Back in Sri Lanka, it was the Sri Lankan Armed Forces that were literally bombing these hospitals, and they were bombing. So one of the strategies that they would do is that they would literally do the double tap. So they would bomb the hospital, kill a bunch of people, and then lure out their family members because their family members would want to pick up their bodies, the bodies of the deceased, and they would bomb the family members too.
Yeah, I have read so many countless heartbreaking stories about Gazans who went to retrieve their family members' bodies from under the rubble and then ended up dying themselves in subsequent bombings.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's quite
it's
and
fucking
also
horrible.
the justification for that. Do you want to take a stab as to what justification they used?
They were terrorists, brother.
That, but more specifically, they were using human shields.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Terrorist, brother, and human shields.
The Tigers were using human shields. That was the specific justification that they used.
Yeah. I said this maybe a week or two ago where I was like, do you think Israel is the only country who uses this excuse? Of course not. So why is it, though, that, like, when it comes I don't want to derail too much. I'm like, why are we believing Israel in this situation? This is like a classic technique that is used to justify war crimes. It's not just Israel who uses it. Like the whole human shield. Oh, there were terrorist, organizations underneath that hospital or that residential building. It's the same playbook. It's literally the same playbook.
Yeah, it's because a lot of the people that are looking at this for the first time aren't exposed to stuff like this at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is like far from the first time this has ever been used. Like, the Indian government has also used the human shields excuse when it comes to killing people in Kashmir.
Sure, yeah.
Like, they've used this same excuse.
Yeah.
They've used every government has used this exact same excuse.
The United States did the same thing, bombing hospitals, used the excuse of, human shields and rooting out terrorist hideouts.
Yeah, and the best part, or I guess the worst part, was that these all happened next to schools.
Mm-hmm.
So there were lots of children that died, and one example was, so Sri Lanka would also restrict medical aid from going into these hospitals.
Hmm.
So these were Red Cross affiliated hospitals. And what happened was it was plainly marked. The Red Cross was giving these coordinates to the Sri Lankan government saying, hey, do not fire into these like areas. This is where the hospital set up. This is where the hospital set up. But because this was so frequent, because this like basically the Red Cross later found out like, oh no, it is literally the coordinates that we are giving these guys
Mm-hmm.
that is leading to these deaths. We have like, so the doctors on the ground in the hospital literally had to tell the Red Cross, please stop giving coordinates to the Sri Lankan government because we are being bombed. We are being shelled. But oh, and also the Sri Lankan government, before they actually began their final like assault of the North, they forced out all the UN organizations in the North. So they basically said, "Hey, UN, if you don't leave, we can't guarantee your safety." And the reason for that was they wanted to basically get rid of all the witnesses to these war crimes that they were about to commit.
Of course. Yeah, it's either that or you say that they are infiltrated by terrorists.
Or both.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or both.
Right.
Again, and what we're saying is, again, like in the same vein where we're not running defense for Hamas, I am most certainly not going to run defense for the LTTE.
Sure.
My chat has come up with another phrase similar to condom hummus,
Yeah,
called
what is
condom
it?
latte.
Condom latte.
Condom latte. Do you condom latte? Because LTTE. Just stick an A in there. It's latte.
Yeah.
So
Hey, we condom hummus and latte. Okay, we condom every food, every drink.
We condemn every food, every drink, everything.
Now, the difference being though, of course, is that because this is so not talked about in the United States, in the West, that you probably don't really have to condom latte because it's not even talked about.
Yeah, I don't have. I mean, I like in the US, like when I talk about it, yeah, I don't have to do that because like they kind of get it. Like obviously, like because the funny thing is when I talk about this with Americans that don't know anything about it, they're very easily able to comprehend the dynamics. They're more easily able to comprehend the
Interesting.
dynamics because
they don't know anything because
they
they haven't had decades of one-sided
they have no
information being
stake in
fed to
it.
them. Right.
They have no stake in it. It doesn't matter to them, right?
Right.
So they're more easily able to like get rid of their biases and look at it more objectively. But the problem the if you look at Sri Lanka, the it's flipped. So they're more easily able to empathize with Palestine, but when it comes to this issue, they go full throat nationalist.
Hmm.
Yeah, so like when I argue with people from Sri Lanka, they're like, okay, free Palestine, but fuck the Tamils. Like, no, they're all terrorists and they needed to die. That sort of thing.
Right. Right.
But so that's one thing that they did. They denied aid from going into the hospitals. They bombed them immediately. And then what happened? So that's one thing that they started to do. And then as they basically began to close in on the Tigers, they actually started capturing Tiger fighters. They started capturing not just fighters, but they also started capturing civilians. And they actually would do this thing where they would capture civilians. They would dress them with, LTTE uniforms and then execute them. And then, throw them in mass graves.
God.
So,
right.
so
Oh my.
what this,
Yeah.
yeah. So what this does is when, the mass graves are digged up, at least 14 years later, as it's starting to be done right now, well, we don't know whether they're fighters or not.
Mm-hmm.
Because they had a habit of like capturing civilians, executing them, and throwing them into a ditch.
That is just new forms of evil, man. You think you know it all, and then you hear that stuff, and you're like, wow.
No, it gets worse. It gets worse than that. So they started capturing these soldiers, and so ultimately, this all comes to a head on May 18th. where they've basically killed 10,000 people in the town of Mulivaikal in northeastern Sri Lanka. And they round up the leader of the group, Veluple. I tr- I tried saying it in an American accent and it fucked up. Velupillai Prabhakaran. That's not how I normally say that name. I say it in Tamil mostly, but Prabhakaran is the guy.
Okay.
They round up the guy and they execute him. They put a bullet through his brain. But before that, they actually find his 12-year-old son. They tie him up and they feed him like biscuits. They make him walk around like a duck or something. And then they ask him where his dad is. Um, and after he tells them, the Sri Lankan army puts 5 holes in his chest at point blank range. This is a 12-year-old child that they executed at point blank range through 5 holes in the chest. And so there's another high profile case of this happening where there's a TV presenter, a news anchor by the name of Isepriya. Isepriya was the lead broadcaster of the rebel LTTE, and they find her, they capture her, and basically we don't know what her whereabouts are until the Channel 4 documentary surfaces, and what it shows is her naked body lying in a ditch next to several other Tamil women. And basically there's a Sinhala voice. There's a Sinhala voice off camera that is saying, "I would like to fuck it again." And I quote.
Oh my God. Oh. Just evil. Just so rotten.
No, so it like there's also another voice in the there's another voice in the documentary that is basically piling these women's bodies onto a truck, and one of them literally says, and I quote, "I would like to cut its tits off."
Oh my God. This is like, it's like the
Can I
type
cut
of
its tits off?
that's the
I
type of
really
stuff
would
you
want to
hear
cut
in
its tits
like
off.
just the, most disgusting horror, just torture porn type of shit. Just the absolute dehumanization. I mean, that's what dehumanization does, and that is the intended consequence is you can do anything to people who you dehumanize, and you're absolved of it.
Oh, it gets worse. So the Sri Lankan government was later asked, well, not the Sri Lankan government, but a general of the army was asked about, they were given these massive accusations of rape. There's accusations of mass rape. What do you say about that? Right?
Mm.
And let me pull up the quote. It's in Sexual Violence Against Tamils. Okay. Yeah, so senior army officials said, throughout their training, our boys are taught to hate the tigers. They see them as disgusting animals not fit to live. I'm 200% sure that they didn't rape Tamil women. Why would they fuck them if they hate them so much? That's a quote from a senior army
Oh
official.
my God, Jesus Christ.
No, he didn't even say boys will be boys. He said if we raped Tamil women, that would be bestiality, and we're not like into
Oh
bestiality.
my God.
That's what he said. Yeah, and he obviously, as Karna says, the word Tamil and tiger are being used interchangeably here.
Yeah.
So obviously, like this. So this is at the end of the Civil War. I mean, I don't know if you've watched the documentary, Caroline, but if you haven't, please do. I recommend you do that. You'll understand the actual carnage of what happened there, because like during all of that, this one example of what happened was there was no anesthesia in any of these medical camps, right? and there was a boy that got shot by shelling, that was hit by shelling, and they had to do an amputation on him. A 6-year-old child that needed an amputation. And so they had to do it with a kitchen knife and no anesthesia.
Again, just straight out of a horror movie.
And this is like not like this is the norm. Like
Yeah.
there were like heads of hospitals that were giving interviews. Like there were like heads of hospitals that were giving interviews in that documentary that were killed 2 days later.
I mean, this is all completely reminiscent of, what we've been reading and learning in the last 2 months coming out of Israel and Gaza. So it's one of those things where it's not so much like the surprise of people being capable of doing these things because we see this repeatedly. It's just I think it's more so just the extent, all around the world where these same atrocities, it's like the same evil, atrocious playbook as well. You've got the propaganda playbook, and then you've got the how to be insanely immoral and evil 101.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same playbook that everyone uses. It's this, I mean, and then you have and so one difference between the IDF and the Sri Lanka Armed Forces, just to put things into perspective, is that the IDF has forced conscription, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Sri Lanka Armed Forces is completely voluntary.
So it's like there's no getting around, they didn't have a choice.
No, they certainly had a choice.
Yeah.
Not to be in this war. There was forcible conscription in the form of home guards that were organized by the government. But again, they still committed war crimes. But the Sri Lanka Armed Forces is completely voluntary. You if you committed war crimes, that was your choice.
Yeah.
That was your choice. You wanted to kill Tamils and you wanted to kill the Tigers.
Yeah.
And that's why you joined the army.
Free Palestine means freedom for all oppressed people. Yeah, I think this is actually a topic I was going to bring up either today or this week, but I've seen a lot of people who are defending celebrities like Beyonce, who are outspoken about, Black liberation and issues that face Black Americans. And there are people who are unable to tie together that this is all connected. So defenders of Beyonce showcasing Renaissance in Israel have said, well, Beyonce doesn't have anything to do with this. Like, why should we as Black people care about what's happening in Palestine? Like, we're not a part of that. Well, we should care about Palestine because we care about Black liberation in America, because we care about the Tamils in Sri Lanka, because all oppression is connected. You hear you hear like whatever context we are discussing, whatever genocide it is, whatever apartheid or occupation it is, and it is all connected.
I mean, like a lot of the bombings that happened were with Kafir jets that Israel sold to Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I was reading. I was reading one of the articles that you sent. Let me see if I can find it.
It's probably the Al Jazeera article.
Yes, it was, and it was how Israeli activists have been calling upon Israel to be, to face justice and culpability for their actions in the Sri Lankan genocide and in providing
Tamil genocide.
Sorry, in the Tamil genocide. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this is an example where everyone is like had their hand in the cookie jar. Like every country you can imagine was involved in this. And before anyone gets any good ideas, so there have been multiple UN resolutions to basically investigate war crimes into Sri Lanka. Now, what I'm about to say is going to be a wild. It's going to be a little bit of a head scratcher, but the ones that voted for more investigations into war crimes were actually the Western aligned nations. So the US, UK, etc. They were the ones, the most recent UN resolution, the ones that wanted to investigate war crimes into Sri Lanka were the Western aligned nations. Now, I want everyone to keep in mind those exact same countries were the same countries that sold weapons to Sri Lanka.
Yeah. So
Those were the same weapons, those were the same countries that sold weapons to Sri Lanka
who are
that
now
said, "Hey,
like,
maybe we
well,
should
wait a
investigate,
minute.
war crimes in."
Yeah. It's the finger wagging. It's the, we don't approve of this. It's like, y'all motherfuckers are the ones who made, helped make this possible. Excuse me? You don't get to like wring your hands and pretend as if you're on the moral high ground here.
Yeah, they're being hypocrites here. But the ones that voted against investigating into war crimes were China, Venezuela, Cuba, and like Uzbekistan and several other countries, Pakistan as well. So and also Cuba. So in Cuba also sucks for this regard, which is why I shit on Cuba a lot. Because I'm viscerally angry with Cuba for their take on this. Raul Castro. So the Netanyahu in this situation is a guy called Mahinda Rajapaksa. He's basically the best way of describing this dude is when Tamils talk about Hitler, we call him the German. Some Tamils call him the German Rajapaksa. Just to give you an idea of like how genocidal the tendencies of Mahinda Rajapaksa is.
Mm-hmm.
So just to give some context, right? So Mahinda Rajapaksa is the Netanyahu in this situation. Raul Castro, Mahinda Rajapaksa is an avowed ethno-nationalist. His base of support are the psychotic, like gun-toting monks that I told you about that think the entire island is for the Sinhalese, right? So his entire like base of support is like those psychotic fascists, right? Ethno-nationalists. Cuba said, Raul Castro in particular said, "We love working with leaders like you." To Mahinda Rajapaksa. And by the way, Mahinda Rajapaksa was later then elected again in 2018. So he was president during the final, stages of the Civil War, but he was elected again in 2018, right? Because he was considered a war hero.
Mm.
So there, like, not only has there never been any accountability, but people like these guys for the war crimes that they committed.
Yeah.
So they put both him and then his brother. So he was elected to prime minister, and then his brother, Gotabaya Rajapaksa, who at this point in time was the defense secretary, he was made president in 2019 when they were allegedly involved in the Easter bombings in Sri Lanka, which killed like 100 people. It's alleged that these guys, these war criminals, orchestrated a literal bombing in their own country. They literally, it is alleged that they worked with ISIS to orchestrate a bombing in their own country to jumpstart Gotabaya Rajapaksa's presidential campaign.
Mm.
So that's how monstrous these guys are. And they were kicked out last year because they bankrupted the country. That's the reason they got kicked out.
Yeah.
They were only kicked out of the country. They weren't kicked out of the country for their war crimes. They weren't kicked out of the country for literally, they weren't kicked out of office for the war crimes. They weren't kicked out of the office for literally orchestrating this. No, they were kicked out for bankrupting the country.
Sure.
So there's been absolutely no accountability. The current president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, was also prime minister when the war was happening. He also tried to negotiate a peace deal with the Tigers, which fell through. And he's also old guard. And yeah, and then a revolution of rich elites happened. Yeah, no, it wasn't a revolution. It was just no. What happened was the people literally threw him out, and then Parliament basically said, "Hey, we're just gonna run an internal election, and we're gonna pick someone to be in power." Wasn't he handpicked by the Rajapaksas? Yes. So when Mahinda was thrown out, he was picked to be the prime minister, the replacement prime minister. And then when Gotabaya was thrown out, when the other Rajapaksa was thrown out, he was elected by parliament to be president.
Yeah, I think.
And
Oh, sorry. Keep going.
no, I was just going to also say Mahmoud Abbas, leader of Fatah, and I believe the leader of the Palestinian Authority, is also great fans of Mahinda Rajapaksa. Literally giving Mahinda Rajapaksa an award.
I was just going to draw the parallel to, I think we have to remember that Israelis who despise Netanyahu, which is many, the majority of Israelis, he was deeply unpopular before October 7th happened. Unfortunately, they don't despise him because of the atrocities committed against Palestinians. I was actually just seeing a poll from a few days ago where the majorities of Israelis who had been polled don't actually think that the IDF is using enough force. So it's always very concerning when people are against their government, against their president or prime minister, but it's not for the reasons necessarily that they should be. In this case, you would hope that they would be against the actions of Netanyahu or what's his name again?
Rajapaksa.
Yeah. Because of morality, but no, it's not that.
No, I mean, when Tamils tried to bring up the war crimes that these guys did, they were attacked.
Mm-hmm.
When as all this was happening, when Tamils tried to bring up like, hey, by the way, like maybe when we go get these guys out of power, maybe we can talk about the fucked up shit that they did to us, right? They were just shut down and they were attacked. They're like, no, fuck off. This is not, no, you stupid terrorists, get the fuck out of here, right? That's what they were. That's what the Tamils were told. They were told to piss off.
Yeah. So, we gotta wrap up in a little bit here. I have to get to talking about the SAG AFTRA contract before my brain explodes.
Oh,
but
there's way more to this as well.
I know.
There's white vans and stuff. I'll end on this note. Before we and then I'll let you finish. Just recently, just to show you like what kind of state Sri Lanka is. So Sri Lanka's police force is federal. They don't have like a divisional police force like we do here in the US or like in India. Uh, but so Sri Lanka, the police force is all federal, right? And so recently, just there was a 14-year-old boy that was a 14-year-old Tamil boy in the northeast of Sri Lanka that was put in a reservation, not a reservation school. Uh, I guess like what do you call it? What do they call they use the exact terminology, the residential schools. He was put in a residential reform school because he was accused of stealing a lamp or something, like household items from a shop. So the police arrested this 14-year-old boy, put him in a school, and then literally beat him to death.
Oh my God.
Like, and Tamils are disproportionately locked up by the cops.
Yeah.
Whether it be under the PTA, they're systematically more, harassed than the Sinhalese are.
Yeah, so the current situation is that even though the civil war ended in 2009, there are still two systems in Sri Lanka. There's one for the Sinhalese and then there's one for the Tamils. It's, rampant discrimination. Obviously, it's not, not all people enjoy the same rights. So, yeah, there are, that's why the parallels continue between Palestine and Israel. What do you think? I don't know. I mean, I think first and foremost, the first step to take to trying to improve the situation for the Tamils is getting people to just even know what's going on. And that's a real challenge. It's a real challenge, especially because we have a problem in society where we sometimes can only hold space for one thing, and then we also will move on from it. So it's not only helping, people to learn about something, but to also learn about multiple things, but then to also like keep that energy and not just, learn about it and go, oh, okay, well, now I'm moving on. So like, what do you advise, as far as how can we not just know, which is the first step, but then actually, use our voices and do the things that we're supposed to do as Americans living in a democracy?
I mean, just tell people first off, and don't let this example fade. Don't let this example fade from your mind. I would say that's probably the first one. Um, and then the other thing is like, don't go to Sri Lanka
Mm,
for a vacation. Sorry about that. Um, the reason is a lot of the ways that they hide these war crimes is through tourism. They try to paint themselves as this picture of like this idealistic, idyllic society. What? Oh, your flu's still bad? Yes. But they whitewash the genocide through tourism. You if you look at if you go to YouTube and you Google Sri Lanka, um, boycotts don't necessarily work, right? BDS
right.
won't work in this case because um Sri Lanka doesn't have allies; it has business partners. Um, so what you can do is just not go to Sri Lanka, or if you do go to Sri Lanka, try not to. Just know that this is what you're supporting,
Mm,
right? You're literally helping them to whitewash um genocide. Like you literally you can't boycott Sri Lanka. Like you can't do BDS with Sri Lanka. It's impossible. Um
yeah.
the other thing you can do is just like let more people know about this, whether it be through official channels, whether it just be talking about it, bringing it up when, like, for example, Palestine gets brought up, apartheid states get brought up, when genocides get brought up. This is a perfect example to bring up. Um, Obviously, there's my channel. I talk about this all the time. Uh,
Yeah,
you
please
know,
go follow Arun if you haven't already. Of course, this is only one conversation, but if you want more information, obviously he's a really good resource to have. So, when do you normally stream?
so I just came back from Greece, but right now I'm going back to weekend streams. So I stream weekend mornings every day at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Um, I I used to do daily streams, and now I'm back to weekend streams again just to get my feet wet again.
Okay.
So I'll be doing the next stream will be Saturday, this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'd be 7 a.m. PST. And I believe for the Indians in the audience, it'll be 8:30 p.m. for you guys. Um, we talk about, politics in general, but this is like one of the things that I talk about a lot. Because again, no one this is like you're not gonna hear this topic a lot. It's just
Right.
not. It's way too there's way too like again, this is way too much to unpack in one conversation. I've tried. I've been on many streams trying to unpack this, and it's very hard to unpack this in like one go.
Yeah.
So you'll hear me talk about this multiple times. You'll hear me talk about it as it happened in the news, as it happens in the news. Um,
I mean, I think about all the hours that I spent talking about Israel and Palestine, and it's at this point well over 100. So,
yeah,
yeah, I know that there's so much to it, but I think it's even just people learning who the Tamil people are.
yeah.
I think
There's a
that's yeah.
video called "Who Are the Tamil People?" by Cogito, and they do a pretty good job of like explaining who we are. Like this is personal for me because like I mean I grew up in India. We're like most Tamils, if you look at us globally, we're from India originally. This happened in our backyard.
Mhm.
It's like being Lebanese or Egyptian and seeing this happen. or it's like being Egyptian and seeing what's happening in Gaza. Uh, but even
Mhm.
more intense because Egyptians are not Palestinians, but we are the same ethnic group.
Mhm.
We are like Elam Tamils and Indian Tamils. We speak the same language. We are the same ethnic group, and we are generally speaking the same exact religions,
Mhm.
like Hindu, Christian, Muslim.
Yeah. So you
In
are
Sri Lanka, it's a bit more complicated, but uh, Muslims don't consider themselves Tamil, generally speaking. But that's another nuanced conversation for later. But generally speaking, we speak the same language, and we yeah, we're the Kurds are like the largest, are considered to be the largest stateless population. We're double the size of that. We're
wow.
70 million.
Wow.
We're 70 million. There's a bunch of us in Malaysia too. There's a bunch of us in Singapore too. We're in Southeast Asia too, because we were brought to those countries as indentured servants. And there's a bunch of us in South Africa too. Which, by
Mm.
the way, speaking of South Africa had the only, I think, during the final stages of the Civil War, they were the only ones that had a decent take on it, saying like ceasefire now. They were the only ones calling for a ceasefire.
Yeah. Well, that's because they also, I mean, you would hope that every country who had had this experience themselves would have been calling for it. But is there any last things that you want to impart upon community before we say goodbye?
I would say like don't forget the Tamils. Don't forget us. Because it is very easy. Uh, it's very easy to I mean, the thing is like I usually have these conversations with people, and the way it goes is like the next time I bring it up, it's like, "Oh, really? Yeah, that's interesting." And then boom,
Hmm.
goodbye. It's like don't do that. Like it's usually like people just look at it and they're just like, "Oh, this was horrible and this is really bad and this really sucks." Okay, well, moving on. And it's
Right.
like, well, don't move on from that. Like, hold on a second, wait, because like these people haven't moved on from it. They're still scarred by this. They're still affected by this.
Yeah.
If you look at the statistics, right? The northern cities that were the most war affected, they're poorer. They're poorer than the South. Like their median income is much lower. There's a higher rate of poverty among the North than the South of Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Like Sri Lanka, yeah, yeah. Sri Lanka is what happens if Israel wins. Basically, that's what happens.
I think this relates to like people saying we failed Palestine when it's like, whoa, 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 what is this defeatist? Ugh, hate that this happened. Well, anyway, we can't have that attitude. And obviously it doesn't mean like every minute of the day just wallowing in depression and spiraling out on the just injustice that this world is comprised of, but it also like what it means is to not dismiss the present day and the people who are still fighting against this because you've learned about atrocities that happened 20 years ago, or you see the situation and it's so dismal and you're like, oh, we failed them. And it's like, okay, well, you're talking past tense, like they're all dead. Like there's not a single Tamil or there's not a single Palestinian person left.
Yeah, genocide isn't just when like the entire population is wiped out.
Right. It's
That's
like,
not how that
oh,
works.
it's terrible.
Like
Anyway.
there are still Armenians around that doesn't mean the Armenian genocide didn't happen. That's crazy.
Right.
Like
Right. Yeah. And that's related too, Israel arming Azerbaijan, like it's all connected.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so we
it's like
have
dude what says. Actually, I want to read something. Are there really 80 million Tamils? 70 to 80 million. Yes, there's 70 to 80 million of us. Uh Most of us are concentrated in India, that's why. India is a huge country. Uh But yeah, hate to say it, South Asian issues are regularly ignored. White leftism is a thing, and South Asia
Mm,
sometimes gets the worst of it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. People that
mm.
don't know much about South Asia, they say wild stuff. For example, like when they saw Hindu nationalists, simping for Israel. Am I allowed to say that word or no? Uh
Simp?
yeah.
Yeah.
I
You just can't say men. You
Okay,
can't.
cool.
Yeah, you can't. You can't disparage men. M word.
Okay, got you.
Yeah.
No, but when they were like, filleting the IDF and stuff, there were a couple of people that said like, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't have given the Indians internet before giving them toilets." It's like, man, dude, no, fuck off. That's racist. Like,
Damn
fuck off.
it.
Don't say that. You're fucking racist if you say that.
Ugh.
Like, or like it's stupid. Like a lot of people that they just don't know about this region, and they will say the most unhinged, stuff, and it's ridiculous.
Oh,
But
oh yeah, I saw just such a racist tweet in relation to what's happening in the Congo, where someone was like, these kids have no idea what's going on, but we need to know what's going on. I was like, no, these people know what's happening. Like, that is so dismissive. It was such an American, someone who thinks that they mean well, when in actuality, they're just perpetuating racism and doing absolutely no good whatsoever.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, like, it's like the when I've had my fair share of frustrations talking to Americans about this. And not just Americans, also, I'm not gonna like Europeans, you're also part of this. Like, I'm gonna throw you under the bus too, because you guys are also frustrating to talk to. Um, but yeah, like I've had like the biggest thing is like don't let this, die. Because like
Mm-hmm.
they're still around. And the more important thing is that the effects of the war are still rampant. And it affects them economically, it affects people, and the thing is, like, the other thing is, like, your tax dollars help pay for this. Like, especially, like, or maybe not your tax dollars, but your parents' tax dollars certainly paid for this,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's why you should care, right? Though, like, what do you think the DoD was doing? What do you think, Lockheed Martin was, they were selling weapons to Sri Lanka for a little bit. They're still training Sri Lankan troops right now. They're still doing military exercises with Sri Lanka, as they're literally like the US is, as they're calling out like Sri Lanka for potential war crimes. They're still doing military exercises with them,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's still happening. The genocide is still ongoing, right? You still have basically what is an apartheid state without actually having an apartheid state. Like, you still have people living on their own land that are second class citizens, but it gets zero coverage because there's no country that wants to like jump up and posture on this like super hard, and as a result, none of the media reflects this, and that's why it literally falls upon people like me that are like not even like I'm not even Elam Tamil, I'm Indian Tamil, and I'm and like I'm a dumbass like 6'2" like himbo or whatever that doesn't know shit. And the responsibility literally falls on me, on people like me to talk about this because the entire world, like the media of each and every single country has failed.
Mm.
That's why. So like, that's why I'm like begging you guys, like, hey, don't forget this. Like, this is like, it's very tempting to like just take what I say and be like, oh, this is like, this was a very interesting conversation. This is a horrifying like conversation to have, right? This is like what happened in Sri Lanka is really fucked up, right? And then just move on from it. Don't do that. Like, if you want, I will give you resources. I will do watch parties with you guys and have you watch like that documentary again and again and again. I will do it. I've literally showed those resources individually to people. Like, I will do that. That's just how much I want people to know about this.
And you'll be live 10 a.m.
Saturday.
Eastern time, Saturday.
10 a.m. Eastern time Saturday. Yep.
So please go. I know a bunch of you have already given him a follow, but please go support. Also Mabel Takes, thank you for that raid. And yeah, we will all do what we can, and I think this is a good place to try and do some of that work. You know, Twitch is a hellscape in so many ways, but it also is an amazing resource, and it's a great platform to have these conversations. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming on. And I know it's a difficult task to try to condense that to just a little under 2 hours, but thank you. I appreciate the information. I appreciate you, obviously your passion in making sure that this genocide does not go uncared for. So thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you for having me on.
Everybody, hearts, claps, drakes, all the things. And again, Arun, you can find him. I think we have the links in chat, but Twitch, Twitter, he'll be live 10 a.m. Eastern time this Saturday if you want to pop in and show your support.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Thank you so much, Caroline.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
I will talk to you soon. I have to now attempt to parse through this fucking AI SAG AFTRA contract, which the voting is up tomorrow, and this is a big problem as well. So there's just so many things. But thank you. It was really good to see you. I hope you feel better. Go get some rest.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I had a
kick
flu
that
after
cough.
I came back from Greece. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to take care of yourself. Got to keep doing the work.
Yeah.
All right.
I will.
I will talk to you later. Bye. Have a good night.
Talk to you later. Have a great night. See you.
You guys, I am so sorry for my camera screen like this. This is unacceptable. I look like I'm in a rave. I look like I'm in like a music video. Thank you though for sticking around for that conversation. I know I know that it's not necessarily a conversation that everybody wants to listen to, not just specifically the Tamils, but just really anything that involves genocide, not exactly a cheery topic of conversation at nighttime especially, but thank you so much for being a part of that. I really appreciated having a great resource in Arun to be able to learn about something that I didn't grow up knowing about, even as an adult doing my own education and learning. I had never read about the Tamils, unfortunately. So, and yes, I appreciate the conversation. Great. I'm really glad that we did that, and I'm very appreciative to everyone who stuck around. So thank you so much. The shitty thing about Twitch, I am not a view count Andy at all, because it will drive you absolutely fucking insane. But I do take stock in whenever I'm having conversations like this, whether it's with my friend Sarah Aziza, who's a Palestinian American writer, whether it's with Arun, whether it's with, various senators who are talking about bills that they've passed. I know that it's not always fun content and easy content to digest. So I do sincerely appreciate all y'all who stick around for it. Thank you. I shout out again if I could, but there's a countdown. No, this is not a new interview filter. Right before... Actually, it was right when I was calling Arun on Discord that my camera just did this. I don't know. I don't understand. My camera just took a shit. I'm gonna try to turn it off and on one more time. Let's try that. Also, thank you to the sub, Mark. Thank you for the 6 months. Adam, thank you for the 12. Matt, thank you for the Prime. Chamber Alt, thank you for the 7 months. Grayson, thank you for the 13. Sorry, I know these are old. Okay, well, we're just back. We're just like this. Well, the stream choppiness has stopped. It has bisexual energy. It's funny because I had just been talking about Billie Eilish. I had just been talking about Billie Eilish right before I had my conversation with Arun. And Billie Eilish, who is bisexual. Maybe that's where this lighting came from. Mark, thank you for the bits. All right, should I try to unplug? All right, let me try to unplug. Hold on. Okay. Turning the camera off. Ah! Okay, I'm coming back. Now let's see if this fixed the problem. No. Now I have no camera. Man, I wish I had the rave back. Well, shit. Try going to the device properties in OBS. Oh, titties. Titties. Now I have no camera. Oh, you know what though? I think I can go grab my webcam that I use for cooking streams. I know, it's better to have had the Ray filter on, I know. Better to have raved and lost than never to have raved at all. Yeah, shit.
Quinn dance.
Zup, thank you for the 3 months. All right, I have to go get my webcam. Hang tight, folks. Because now I just totally fucked this up. Okay. Hold, please. Hold. Damn it. Okay. All right. Let me try this. Deactivate. New webcam. Let's see. Okay. How did I do this last? Video capture device. Add a new source. Webcam. Elgato. Oh, there we go. Okay. We are back, baby. Woo! All right. Okay. No more rave. No. But who knows? Maybe next time I try to use my camera, it'll do it again, because I probably need to replace the camera. I know it's very bright. Oh, you can see the one spot that I painted on my door frame approximately 2 years ago when I was in a fit of madness and thought I was going to paint all the trim in our apartment. And then I quit. And for 2 years, Will has been asking me, what are we doing about this? For 2 years, he goes, like maybe once a week, is that ever gonna get fixed? And I'm like, I'm working on it. I'm busy. What do you want from me? He's like, just to, I don't know, fix that spot. I'm like, I kind of like it. It's art, you know? It's art. It's artistique. Okay, I need to go pee, and then we gotta talk about SAG-AFTRA, which, let me tell you, has been a huge headache. I hate when I read something over and over and over again, and I still can't quite grasp. I still don't quite understand. And that's how I have felt about this contract. And largely that's because it's hinging on the existential crisis of AI. It's hinging on a technology that I don't understand, you know, more than just the average person's. Like I have like the average understanding of AI, and it's really difficult. It's hard to know what to do regarding this contract that is hinging on a technological advancement that is A, advancing every single day, and B, being used in ways and will continue to be used in ways that we can't necessarily predict, but we can predict human behavior. And we know it's not the technology that's bad, it's the humans who exploit it for profit, and often at the expense of laborers. So we're gonna get into that, and then that'll probably be it for the news today. Sorry, I only got to 2 things. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. So, as you guys know, SAG-AFTRA was on strike for 118 days. The negotiating committee finally reached a tentative agreement with the AMPTP, which is the coalition of studios and streaming companies in Hollywood. That then went to the national board, and 14% of the national board did not vote on, they voted against the agreement. And the main concern that I have been reading has been about AI. And that is the concern that has now been echoed from the members who have been voting for the last couple weeks. Voting ends tomorrow at 5, and then we will have the results as to whether the contract is officially ratified. And if that goes through, then that will be the contract for the next 3 years. So right now, there are a number of SAG-AFTRA members who have, launched a campaign to vote no on the contract. And that has been counteracted by the union. And I disagree with SAG-AFTRA as far as the pressure they have been putting on their members to vote for this contract. I think that is wrong. I think that is disrespectful to the 160,000 members who were on strike for 118 days. I do not think that these statements being made by people like Fran Drescher, who's the president of SAG-AFTRA, are good. So let me just show you an example of one. And unfortunately, it includes a quote from Bryan Cranston, who was a force during the strike and delivered many a stirring speech. And then this is what he had to say. And first, I need to fix this. Hold on a second. Fuck. Video capture device. Here we go. This I'm gonna move because that's no longer working. So this is just one example of something that SAG-AFTRA via Fran Drescher has released. If you have not voted, please consider the following message shared by my friend and fellow member Bryan Cranston on why he's voting yes. Only sociopaths with no sense of empathy could ignore this fact. The time has come to reach a fair agreement for everyone's sake. So Fran ended up removing this quote from her statement that she put out, but we all saw it. This is really shitty. I don't understand. I don't understand the messaging here. I mean, I do. We're essentially being called sociopaths if we do not vote yes on this contract. But this is not the way that a union, and especially the president of a union, should be operating. Let me just show you in contrast. This was what this was what Sean Fain, who's the president of UAW, said about his members who voted against the contract because they didn't think it was good enough. So 54.7% of union members at General Motors voted to ratify the contract, but that's only a little bit over the majority. This is what Fain said. It sends a great message from the membership to the corporate class that, hey, they just got a record contract and they're still not happy with it. When we set these demands, I was cautioned by several people in our leadership that we were setting expectations too high. But I want expectations fucking high. I want them through the roof. We should have high expectations because we've made a habit of aiming low and selling lower, and we've got to get away from that. That's how you should respond regarding members who don't think that the contract goes far enough. You want to know what SAG-AFTRA's response has been? This is the best that you're going to get. They have been instilling fear. I don't want to throw my union under the bus, but I disagree with the tactics that they're taking. And they are taking the tactics of, this is the best you're going to get. If you do not vote for this contract, then you are hurting your fellow members and you are hurting other workers in the industry. And if you don't vote to ratify, then we're going to go back to the drawing table and these companies might take away all the gains that we have won. Yes, that screams conflict of interest to me. I don't agree with it. Because we should always be reaching for the best possible deal. And so SAG-AFTRA, who claimed that this was the best possible deal, and now saying that this is the best we'll get, that's not the same thing. That to me sounds like they just wanted to throw in the towel. Now, I don't think that's necessarily what it was. I don't want to take away from the months of work that the negotiating committee put in and the hard fought contract that they negotiated. But that to me sounds like settling when you say this is the best we're going to get and you have to vote on this. Okay, let me pull up. Hold on. This was another statement that was put out from SAG-AFTRA, which quotes Justin Hughes, who wrote a piece in the Los Angeles Times, which was incredibly condescending. I read the piece. Critics of the deal have also complained that the AI provisions turn on good faith, as if that were a special flaw in this agreement. Newsflash, all contractual deals, all legislation, and all international treaties, all forms of human agreement for behavior going forward require implementation good faith. I find that to be condescending. I think that that is dismissive of very valid concerns because we know that the companies, that the AMPTP companies will fuck us over at every single turn, okay? We knew that before the strike. And that was especially highlighted during the strike and during contract negotiations, where these companies do not want to give us an inch. And they only made concessions because we were on strike for so long and because there was such strong solidarity. So responding to members who are concerned that the AI provision in the contract hinges on, in a large part hinges on the AMPTP's good faith, this is not the way that you respond to those fears, by condescending to the people who were on strike for 118 days. And here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. The reason why a number of SAG-AFTRA members are upset and angry and frustrated about what they see to be a lack of protection against AI is because the WGA, to compare, was able to negotiate on AI and put language into the contract that defined a writer as a human being. But in SAG-AFTRA's contract, in the draft, an actor is not defined as a human. And so that makes a big difference, because what we are fighting against when it comes to AI, we are fighting against being replaced by a technology. And at the end of the day, an actor should be a human and a writer should be a human. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going to totally eradicate AI, and I do believe that in certain situations AI is helpful, but what that does is to protect the bad faith of these companies from fucking over the human beings in this industry through the use of AI. This is hold on, let me pull up David Slack. Just to clarify, the writer is a person language in our new WGA contract is not just a platitude. It has a huge impact on who gets paid and how much, and it protects writers from being paid to rewrite AI nonsense for a fraction of the fair rate. If AI text was allowed to be source material, studios could generate millions of ideas to claim as IP. So, in the SAG-AFTRA contract, we don't have any language to protect us from these companies using AI to using the work of actors to train AI, which is really a big problem. When a writer came in with an original idea, they'd search the AI library, find something vaguely similar, and pay the writer less, but they can't because of our contract. If AI was allowed to be the writer of a screenplay, studios could force writers to collaborate with AI on every script in order to cheat us out of pay and credit. This in turn would rob us of our separated rights. But they can't because of our contract. If we did not get it into our MBA that a writer is a person, studios would pay us less for more work as we struggled to fix AI trash. With every edit we made fed back into the machine to help it learn, forcing us to train our replacements. But they can't because of our contract. It's also worth noting our contract clearly states that a company may not require consent to AI use as a condition of employment. And this is another big concern with SAG-AFTRA's contract, which we will get into. But essentially, the WGA did, I believe, the best that they could to try and protect writers from being coerced into agreeing to any AI. Whereas with actors, yeah, now we have this provision of consent, but there's nothing to protect actors if they don't consent to these companies scanning and then using an actor's digital likeness for the rest of time. So, of course, any person with half a brain can look at this and go, well, wait a minute, then what's to stop actors who don't agree to AI from being fired from projects or just not being hired in the first place? Why wouldn't these companies go use non-union actors or go use actors who do agree to AI? This is what we call coercion and not consent. It is not true consent if you are likely to face repercussions and likely to take a career hit, a professional career hit, if you do not agree to something like AI. I'm kind of losing my shit over leadership saying, no, we can just trust them to be cool and not fuck us over. Right, it's like you guys negotiated with these people for the last 118 days. You know what they're like. You know that these companies, why did we get into this position in the first place? Because we've been getting fucked over for years. How can you turn around then and dismiss the concerns of your members who are rightfully concerned that these companies will not be acting in good faith? The other thing too is that if a studio violates this consent, so they use AI without the consent of an actor, then the actor has to turn around and sue them. So it's not like, and this, this is in part because we just don't have ample legislation, but that is a big responsibility for an actor to shoulder, especially one who does not have the funds, does not have the means to then turn around and sue a company like Netflix. So yes, this largely hinges on these companies acting at good faith. And if just look at a parallel example of how many labor violations there are, okay? Like how many times companies, especially companies like Starbucks, corporations like Starbucks, violate and do things like union busting, violate workers' rights and do things like union busting because it's a slap on the wrist to them, if that. And the repercussions are like paying a fine. And in many cases, they don't even have to do that because there's such a backlog of these violations. I mean, Starbucks has committed thousands and thousands of these violations. So these companies know that if they were to violate this AI consent provision from the contract, that they can probably do so without facing serious consequences. Does the union at least assist with the lawsuit like a private attorney general? Not in anything I read. It seems to me like that would fall upon, I mean, I think of course that the actor would contact the union and go, this is, I didn't consent to this, but I don't know if somebody found something that can speak to that. From what I've been reading, no. The words in our contract matter. They are not platitudes or empty promises. They are there to protect our members from inadequate pay, unfair practices, and threats to our careers. For the record, I don't think I or any WGA member can advise SAG-AFTRA members how to vote. Our unions are different, our contracts are different, the threats are different. But if anyone belittles the gains that WGA members fought for and won, I'm going to set the record straight. Okay, I want to take a look at, I think it's right here.
Let's go to AI.
Yeah, Sam Cedar had on Sean Sharma, who is a member of the SAG-AFTRA negotiating committee, who voted no on the deal, and here's why.
Because this is this also seems really problematic, and in terms of who knows if there's going to be how many.
SAG-AFTRA has been less than perfectly helpful many times throughout the entire dispute. Yes, I would agree with that. Will is trying to buy a $500,000 stripper robot right now. You know what? He's a big boy. It's his money. I can't stop him from doing anything. Okay.
Many streaming platforms there's going to be in 3 or 4 years. It's quite possible there may be a reversion because they've made a lot of big mistakes, these companies, in terms of AI. This seems to be something that is definitely going to be in the future, and it's going to be definitely existing. And anything you do today is almost irreversible because of the nature of what they're talking about, which is why I think it's so important.
Which is why getting protections in generative AI were so important, which we really failed to get, which is where they can ingest all of our performances, all of our previous work, our behavior, our photos, our voices into a model, and then spit out a synthetic performer that has little trace pieces of all of our DNA, but unless it's recognizable in terms of a specific facial feature. That's what was so disappointing about what we...
Yes, so this is why having language in the SAG-AFTRA contract that specifies that an actor is a human would have gone a long way in, helping to provide more protections, because, like he just said, these companies are probably not so much going to use AI of a certain actor's likeness unless they're A-listers, okay? Unless they're like big celebs who, are signing these mega deals so that they can do like 5 projects at once. But what's going to happen here is that they're going to cobble together synthetic AI, which means that they are taking bits and pieces from their gigantic database of digital likenesses and then producing an AI from that is not recognizable, though. And so in doing so, they don't owe anybody money. They don't owe, they don't need consent, because this is just an AI that was created out of thin air, versus so for instance, if they were to scan my digital likeness and then I see myself pop up in a project and I'm like, hold on, I didn't get paid for that. I didn't know that they were going to do that. Versus if they were to take my hair and then, take Will's eyes and whatever and hobble together this Frankenstein monster type of AI, then I have no ability to say, well, that's part of me though. So I'm owed compensation for this because I didn't consent to that.
Got in this space, this kind of token protection that swayed some of our negotiating committee members at the 11th hour to vote yes, was they thought we achieved more meaningful protections in this space. But you have to look at this synthetic performer that was made in the meat grinder of everybody's data and say, hey, that's my nose, that's my eyes, that's my lip. Unless you can recognize clearly a facial feature of a natural performer, we don't have any control over what they do with that synthetic performer. And who's going to be able to prove it's my lips and not your lips? So for me, the real aim was to say they can't use our characters' names, they can't use our names, and they can't use our performances or anything that has to do with us in a generative AI model without our consent and compensation. And we failed to get that protection.
I mean, because that's basically like we're hiring non-union workers. I mean, we're hiring non-union actors. We're allowed to hire.
Yeah, hiring non-union actors, but not even humans. Not even non-actor, not even non-union human beings.
Non-union actors. It just so happens that we created them, and they're from.
And what's even worse about the synthetic performers, Sam, is it says that they can do that with all non-human characters.
Oh my God, the fucking emo. Oh my God, I've never seen that. Quan Spawn. Oh my God, Quan Spawn. I forgot about that. The bowl cut. That's the only part of me that went into the creation of a Will and Caroline child. Holy fuck. My child just got a bowl cut.
Any aliens, any fantasy creatures, any animal creatures, whatever, all of those used to be performed by our members doing performance capture, things like that. Those can all be synthetic under the terms of this contract.
The thing about this too that I think has even more resonance is that when we talk about, there's a lot of pressure because a lot of, there's obviously a lot of like other people who work on productions who they're not on strike, but because the actors are on strike, these productions aren't happening. This AI stuff is a threat to Yahtzee. It's a threat to it's a threat to the grips, to the ADs, it's a threat to everybody.
It's also, it's a threat to hair and makeup artists, because if you don't have an actual human being who's on set, then you have no need for Teamsters to transport actors around. You have no need for, crafty services, okay? You have no need for hair and makeup artists. There are so many jobs in the industry that could potentially, and like I said, I know that this is hypothetical because this is an existential threat. And so this is it's changing every single day. Like we don't know what is going to happen. We don't know what this is going to look like. But what we do know is that these companies have a history of cutting corners, and especially, recent history of cutting corners. And, especially because the golden era of streaming services are over, and a lot of these companies are now having to answer their shareholders who are going, how is it that, we're not turning over a profit? Like, they will be looking to save every single dollar that they can. And so, yes, it's very concerning.
Who works on a production, because it starts with, we don't need to hire any actors for this. And very quickly devolves into like, we don't even need to leave the studio. In fact, we don't even need to leave this office. And everything becomes basically animation at that point.
That's right. And not only does it threaten crew, it threatens our own members. I mean, there are certain professions that are now just going to be unviable. And one of them is voice matching. We had a whole community that would, do ADR and looping for performers who couldn't come back and do that for themselves, that would voice match, say, Denzel Washington, or voice match Allison Janney or whatever. And now they can just use their voice clone and pay the original actor, and puts all those voice actors out of work. I have concerns about loop groups and walla groups that do the background sounds that you hear when you're in
I've
a
seen
show.
that Disney
I have
clip.
concerns about dancers and singers who can just be now, done with synthetic performers using synthetic voices and voice clones. I'm concerned about stunt performers, because in our language it says that if anything is incapable of being performed without serious threat to life and limb, that they can use a digital replica, which is largely what stunt performers do, is the dangerous stuff that could be threatening to life and limb.
I've seen in particular a lot of stunt performers who are voting no on the contract, and who are, trying to ring the alarm bells that their profession specifically, could be totally consumed and to their detriment by AI.
So I think that so many of our categories that we represent may be harmed by this, including background performers, who I can't see a reality now in which they hire any more than the required count that's in our contract. So they have to hire a certain number of background actors, but beyond that, they can use all replicas. So I have serious concerns about our AI protections.
And this does not reverse. I mean, this is not like we didn't get the 12% we wanted and we only got, 7%. And next time we can take a bigger bite. There's no way to reverse this. Like, once this is in the system, once this is set up, it's almost the opposite of the streaming sort of like a pitch, which is, well, we've created a structure where we participate. Next time we come back, we want to participate more. This AI thing sets the markers and basically says this is going to be the dynamic. And once that dynamic is set, I don't see how you go backwards on that.
Yeah, and the way this works is it's really only going to provide protections to the most successful, recognizable star actors. For anybody who's not recognizable, not a name, now they're going to be competing against everyone dead and alive who can be de-aged, who their estates can license their synthetic or their digital replica to a studio. I mean, I think we just saw that Edith Piaf is being resurrected for a new film with her voice and her likeness, and it's just going to be the start. And so, yeah, I'm very concerned about how this affects performers who don't have the leverage to fight for themselves or are not recognizable. Because what's the difference between a synthetic performer who doesn't resemble a natural person and a unknown actor who people don't know, from Adam themselves? So
yeah, and then as far as the zombie clause, so that is actors who are dead not being able to consent to their likeness being used, but consent, being required per this new contract. What happens is if they don't have, if they did not stipulate before they died that like, you can't ever use my likeness, or if so-and-so has to agree, like my mother or something, then what happens is that it goes to an estate rep, but it doesn't specify what that means. So it's like, okay, could that end up being the AMPTP who makes that decision? And then after that, then it falls on the union. So it's something where I guess at this point, if you're an actor and you haven't written your will yet, or if you have, make sure that you put something in there. Like if you don't want your digital likeness to be used, then you're going to have to stipulate that in your will. And even still, they'll probably just take a piece of you and there will be some, AI on screen that has your teeth.
So yeah, I really worry about those who are newer in their careers.
It's going to be creepy when all of our, stars are synthetic. They're not actual human beings.
Or when people become huge fans of a completely synthetic character.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
In the influencer space, we have completely artificial AI generated, influencers with hundreds of thousands of followers, and they're not even real people, but people fall in love with them and want to see what they do, and that's going to happen in our space.
But the upside of that is, of course, it's going to be much less expensive for the consumer to go and see these things, right? I mean, of course not. That's the thing, is that this is not a situation where we're talking about automation that's going to allow, people to, you're going to be able to have a full, 4-course meal now. And it's going to be, more accessible to people.
And,
there's not a dime of savings on the consumer. There's no value to the consumer to this whatsoever. This is exclusively about putting more money in the pockets of really, ultimately, these tech companies.
Well, and we may find that we really enjoy certain parts of this synthetic, AI created, content. But one of the things that I think our community can take some heart in is that storytelling is always the most important thing. We didn't know the actors in Squid Game, and it became the #1 show on Netflix. We didn't know the actors in Parasite, and it was an award-winning film. Even the show that I'm on, The Chosen, has no name star actors, and it's one of the top shows on the planet. So it's really storytelling at the end of the day that means the most. And I do think that there is a sincere desire from humans to see humans in storytelling, and that we do want to celebrate human achievement. And I actually think that any performances that are digitally altered by AI shouldn't be eligible for awards, because you should have to be able to do the performance yourself in order to qualify for an award.
Right. So that's another part of the contract. If they are using your digital likeness, well, there are many ways for them, like if it's oh God, I need the exact language, but like if the script has barely changed, if, certain types, certain genres of film and television, then they have the, they have the permission to go ahead and change the way that you say something. And by that, your AI. Change the way you say something, change your positioning, even, like change the way that you look, whatever, which that is all part of being an actor. Those are all choices that an actor makes. So this is something where you are, these companies are potentially inherently taking away the thing that makes an actor an actor. Yeah, the best actor goes to AI 45623XY. Can you imagine as an actor getting up on stage to accept an award and then it's also your AI? You're like, and thanks to my AI for making decisions that I had no power over. What was the other point that I wanted to make? Oh, and just as far as like, oh, but they're still getting paid. That's not the point, though. I mean, it is, okay? Yeah, they can't just use our likeness for free. But for most people, they will be, for background actors who will be facing this tenfold, they'll be paid the minimum day rate. And if the AI works for 4 hours or less, which, yeah, because it's AI, it'll be easier, then you get paid half day rate. So that means that our bio data, these companies owning our likeness, our bio data for the rest of time is only worth $208 or less? Really? Okay. The thing is that people go into acting because they love acting, because they love being able to portray the human experience and the human condition on screen. They don't want they don't want tech to take their spot, even if they get paid for that tech doing so. That's not the point of being an actor. It's not why people go into acting. And so, that not only takes away their ability to actually be the performer and, for an actor to be a human being and not technology, but it also means that like you lose experience on set. It means that like you're hurting your career is being hurt in so many different ways, even if you are getting paid for your likeness being used. Thank you for the raid.
Acting award, for example.
All right. So what happens now? In a day or two, right? We're going to get these postcards. I'm a member of SAG AFTRA myself. We're going to get postcards. I think it's like a 2.5 week period or 3 week period where there can be ratification. How do you get your message out with?
Does that mean they can put you in sex scenes in movies without consent? That seems permissible in this contract, but I might be wrong. I don't believe so. But I don't remember seeing anything specifically about that. I mean, the thing is that if there's a sex scene in a script, then you have to, in consenting to the AI, then you need to be aware of that. And if they were to add in a sex change, I think that would be considered a, significant script change. But who knows? I don't know. I mean, there's so many loopholes. This is what I'm worried about. And like I said, I have an average person's understanding of AI, but from what I have read from other people, and specifically people who are much more of experts on AI than I am, and also just knowing what I know about these companies and knowing what I know about any corporation who, if there's a loophole, they will exploit it. And the fact that this technology is moving so quickly. So if I vote yes on this contract, if this contract is ratified with the idea that like, well, maybe it won't happen in the next 3 years. And then, that way people can get back to work. And people, it's terrible. People have been out of work for so long. I don't want to put people out of work longer. How do I know that this isn't going to have a more detrimental effect than people being out of work for another month or whatever?
What obligation does the union have to say, like, here are the dissenting views on this?
They don't have any obligation to do that. We have a national board policy that if a third of the board were to vote no, then we could consider including a minority report, which we did put in the 2020 referendum booklet. But with only 14% of the board voting against it this time, that wasn't even a topic of discussion.
Also, in contrast, the WGA's board agreed unanimously, as did DGA. So, again, it's concerning that 14%, even though that's, of course, a minority of the board, but 14% of the board voted against this contract, as opposed to it being a unanimous passing by both the WGA and DGA on their contracts. Good night, Obscure One. I just got my degree in cinematography. I've been working as a freelance AC camera op. It feels like a weird time to be coming into the industry. It is a very weird time. I don't want to I'm not going to scare you away. Follow your heart, follow your dreams. But yeah, it is definitely a weird time. I mean, we're coming off of a combined almost 6 months of strikes between WGA and SAG AFTRA. And now we are facing, we continue to face this AI issue, and people are not, a lot of people are not in agreement regarding the SAG AFTRA contract. So it does not, it doesn't feel great. And the other thing is that, look, there's a lot to get into, but I didn't know this, but apparently, per our last contract, actors were supposed to be paid for auditions. It's just that it was never enforced. I didn't know that, but that's what I was reading. And now that is not a part of this next contract. So as far as the self-tape issue, which I've talked about before, really the biggest gain that we won was that self-tape auditions cannot be longer than 8 pages of dialogue, which, okay, great. I mean, 8 pages is still a shit ton. And they also have to give you, I think, a 48-hour turnaround. But the concerning thing is that self-tape auditions have already been used by these AI companies, and they'll continue to be used. So we didn't win anything there as far as you can't use actors' self-tape auditions to train AI. It's on top of actors, having to spend so much money and time doing these self-tape auditions, only to find out that these roles have been fucking cast. It's now AI is going to use our work to be trained.
On that note, the national board meeting was so short that I can assure you that I would bet that almost all of the national board members voted on something that they didn't understand. We were given only 2 hours to review it. We begged for an extension by an hour. It took 3 hours just for our team to explain what was in the summary. And they had already scheduled a press conference immediately after the meeting.
I don't like that.
So I encourage any member to go reach out to their national board members and ask them if they fully understand all of the provisions in this new deal.
That seems like a bad thing. Why did they immediately schedule a press conference? Why did they not give the board ample time? And it's the board members know just as much as probably your average SAG AFTRA member. They're not experts in this stuff. There's no way that they could possibly have a firm grasp of the contract. And especially because we didn't get the full contract until after Thanksgiving. So the board members had to rely on a summary from the negotiating committee, and then we're hardly even given any time to consume that information, parse through it all, and then come up with their questions and concerns. It's very sus.
I promise you they won't be able to answer, and we'll pass you off to staff. So I have huge concerns that the national board just rubber stamped what the negotiating committee recommended and didn't provide proper oversight to this deal. So the members are now the final kind of defense against making a critical error. So I don't think the member ratification process is perfunctory or symbolic. I think every member has a duty to read the details for themselves and weigh the pros and cons. There is a lot of good in this deal.
Yep.
It fills $1 billion of potholes from the failures of past negotiations. and they have to figure out whether it's acceptable for them or not. For me, it's not, based on what I witnessed, and I was in the front row seat and had a hand in creating what it is that I have to vote against today. So that's all I think. The union has everybody's email and home address and phone number. We're going to get postcards and emails and robocalls and videos, everything saying vote yes. And that's understandable. That's what their majority of their national leadership told them to do. And every good union member is going to want to trust their leadership and vote yes. And in this case, their leadership is trustworthy. They're great people who tried their best. I just think that we fell short and fell apart in the last few crucial weeks that did a lot of damage to certain communities of our union and other contracts in the mad scramble to close a deal to make Bob Iger happy on his Q3 earnings call.
Oh, Farley's hitting his bell. Do you need to go potty? Yes, I'll be right there. TT? Boy. Good titty. Good boy. Okay. Okay. We're almost done with this one.
Know that. I can't support that. I don't think that that was necessary. And I think especially the AI piece represents existential threats. So how do I get my message out? I'm here talking to you. I'm talking to other press outlets that are interested in my point of view.
Has anybody from the negotiating committee said anything? Oh, yes. Fran Drescher has referred to, not so subtly, people like Sean Sharma, Matthew Modine, and Justine Bateman as naysayers. She said, do not listen to the naysayers. Vote yes on this contract, which I wholeheartedly disagree with that messaging. That is ridiculous for the president of our union to be saying, to be calling people like Justine Bateman, who was hired by SAG-AFTRA to be an AI expert for them. And now to turn around and be like, don't listen to the naysayers who are trying to sow, the seeds of doubt.
But I can't compete with the communications department of the union. The only thing that I can hope for is that enough people vote no, that at least the AMPTP and our union leadership recognize that it wasn't perfect and that members are paying attention.
Yeah, and I got to say, I mean, I think we certainly have been trying to get you on before the vote, so we had no idea ultimately that what your perspective was on it. This has not been, I don't even think the full, sort of material of the contract has been released until maybe today. And so we had no idea. Let me just lastly, like from your sense, I mean, obviously, I don't know how specific you feel about getting comfortable about this, but like, what were the elements that increased this pressure? I mean, I only had, able to go out once a week on my day off to go to the picket lines. But I saw things there weren't the numbers there were, 2 months ago or 3 months ago before the writers had stopped. But there were still some people out there actually, by the time we get to like noon on the East Coast. But give me a sense of like what pressures were out there.
Oh, sure. We had pressure from A-list celebrities. I mean, there were some who were trying to be very helpful and were very helpful, back channeling and offering to, pay more in dues and things like that were very appreciated. They just didn't understand how our contract worked, so it wasn't really something we could do in this moment that would solve our problems. But we had other celebrity A-listers going out there and putting pressure on us to just take the deal right now. What's unfortunate about listening to those successful A-listers is they don't work for the minimum terms of our contract. They all have their own contracts and teams and often are producers, et cetera. So, I'm more concerned about those who actually work the contract and their opinions than those that don't work the contract and just want to get back to work as producers and high-level A-list stars. There was also pressure, of course, which everybody should and would feel of the cost to our community, to our sister union members, to our own members. We had crew that were caught in the crossfire here because they didn't choose this strike, but they were trying to be good sister union members to us. But lots of crew and production people got really harmed by this. Even some people sadly took their own lives. Like, it was not good. We felt that
it was
pressure
very dark
every single day.
Shrootbuck, thank you for
but
the 4
the leaders
months.
of those unions were also incredibly supportive, saying the better you do now, the better we're going to do next year when IATSE and Teamsters go to the table for themselves. But I think really the pressure was when the AMPTP and the CEOs threatened to cancel the rest of the shows for this television season. And some of the shows that they had threatened to cancel would have impacted members of the negotiating committee. So I have a concern that in the future we should not seat the negotiating committee with anybody who's actively employed on an AMPTP production, because it represents a conflict of interest of being able to stand up for everybody or just trying to protect your own employment. And then there was this weird thing about how they valued their package, which to me exposed a really sad, I guess, blind spot of our own team, which is, if you remember back in July when we declared the strike, the AMPTP said they offered us $1 billion package. And here we are now saying we got $1 billion package. So what did we actually gain over the last 4 months? Well, the truth is that we gained a lot economically, about 240 million, but that's because our team values the July package at 775 million, not $1 billion. So why the discrepancy? It's because the AMPTP was applying the 7% raise to everybody who works over scale as well. So they were making the case that paying an actor $10 million a picture, they're now going to have to pay them 7% more. And so they're factoring that cost into the raise. But in what world does increasing minimum wage by 7% increase our salaries if we're making 50, 60, 70, 80 grand a year? So it was their kind of funny money, fuzzy math to try to claim that they were offering us more than they actually were. But the fact that our team didn't know that was really disappointing, because it makes it sound like we didn't really get much when we go out and tell the members we got $1 billion. But I do want to make this very clear. The strike was absolutely essential and worthwhile. If we would have signed what was on the table in July, our AI protections wouldn't be anywhere near where they are. We wouldn't have to have this fund, for example, with even as, you know, underwhelming as it is for me, we still wouldn't even have that. Nor a number of other economic things and non-economic things that we got. So everybody who sacrificed should know 100% that the strike was worthwhile and essential. I'm just not happy with the way that we closed the deal, how we got off the strike, and what I witnessed over the last 3 weeks of the negotiations.
Sean Sharma, member of the SAG-AFTRA negotiating committee and the member of the national board. Thanks so much for your time today. Really appreciate it. You've been really an invaluable resource for us throughout the strike, and we can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I think you can, of course, be very excited and happy about the gains that we made, and very grateful towards the negotiating committee for all their work and all the members who are on strike, while still believing that not enough was done. We didn't go far enough with AI, and it kind of feels like because AI is not necessarily a concrete thing, as it's still new technology, as it's still developing, as we're still, you know, seeing like what happens with it. It kind of feels as if the negotiating committee looked at it and was like, what we got is going to have to be good enough, because we can't prolong this anymore. And in the areas that, like, you know, we can still say though that we made grounds when it comes to AI, because we've never had any language in previous contracts related to AI. Well, that's because AI has not been a problem like it is now, like it will be tomorrow, like it will be in a month. You know, it does seem to me like it is just going to get worse. Now, I don't know how bad it's going to get, and I don't know if it's going to be bad enough that in 3 years' time we'll have fucked ourselves over. You know, it's kind of a like, we'll see. Okay, I want to read you guys a couple threads here from other members. As a leftist, Life as a leftist means a lot of celebrating gains while also being critical and pushing for more. Yeah. At this point, most SAG-AFTRA members understand that the new contract is terrible. So I actually don't. I think that this is probably a subjective thing to the SAG-AFTRA member who tweeted this. I think that this contract will pass. I think that most people are looking at it, at least a simple majority are looking at this and going, I am concerned about AI. I think we could have gotten more, but I cannot be out of work any longer. This is still a, significant contract. We made a lot of gains. So I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that nothing super existential happens in the next 3 years before we get to our, to get to the next contract negotiations. I don't think that this is true per the majority of union members, but there certainly are a lot of people who are voicing their concerns online. But even some who don't like it are considering voting yes because they've heard a no would mean wiping the slate clean and starting over. This isn't a good reason to vote for a bad deal. It's true that if the contract is voted down, either side could wipe the slate clean when negotiations resume, but that was also true when we resumed negotiating on 10/24, and it didn't happen because there are good reasons for the AMPTP to not want to go back to square one. While the studios might threaten to make us start over, that's honestly not a big threat. We only negotiated for a total of like 6 weeks, so not a huge loss if we had to start over. We wouldn't immediately go back on strike. That will be up to us, the union, not the AMPTP. But the biggest reasons the studios won't wipe the slate clean is this. At the start of negotiations, our NEGCOM gave up $1 billion a year poker chip and got nothing in return. So I also disagree with that. That's what Sean was talking about, where he said that $1 billion that had been on the table was not necessarily accurate. The $3 billion chip is the audition pay provision in our contract. Whether actors should get paid for auditions or not is immaterial. All that matters is that the audition pay this is what I've been talking about. Pay clause is in our contract, and our union valued it at $1 billion per year. That's a huge amount of leverage. But early in negotiations, our side agreed to exempt self-tape auditions from audition pay. That was worth $3 billion over 3 years, and we got a contract valued at $1.1 billion over 2.5 years. So we gave up way more than we got. We could have used our $1 billion a year as leverage, giving up audition pay to get our. Okay, let me just skip down. Duncan and some NEGCOM members don't believe actors should be paid for auditions, and they allow that belief to blind them to the value of that clause in this negotiation. They were so busy trying to get rid of it that they failed to recognize what it was worth to the studios. So it doesn't really make sense for the studios to wipe the slate clean, and if they do, be my fucking guest. It'd be great to get $3 billion. Okay, so I disagree with points in here, but I do think that like the fear that certain negotiating committee members and other union members are putting in those who don't want to vote yes on this contract, the fear that like, oh, this is going to fuck us over. We're going to, lose everything that we got. We're going to go back on strike. That is not, that's not entirely founded. If we were to vote no on this contract, which I do not think will happen, I think this contract will pass, we don't necessarily go back on strike. And it doesn't mean that like, we would just lose everything that we had won. So for the time being, if we're not on strike, then yes, we are operating on the 2020 contract. Is there a site or something to make me understand what SAG-AFTRA? SAG-AFTRA is the union that represents actors. Okay, let me read this. Oh, wait, no, I want to read. Here's Matthew Modine's statement. Okay, so Matthew Modine, who is a member of the National Board, he's also an actor. I'll show you guys. You might recognize him. He's that guy who's in everything. You know how there are actors who just pop up in everything? You're like, oh, that guy, but you might not know his name. That's him. Full Metal Jacket. You might know him from this guy. Yeah, he's one of those actors who's been around for a long time. He's in hella things. But he's just one of those guys that people's name, they don't necessarily know the name. Okay, so here's his statement. When consent is not consensual. We appreciate the negotiating committee, their attempt to arrive at a fair and equitable deal. While there are improvements and gains, I will not vote to ratify the contract. Members should vote their conscience. I cannot endorse a contract that compromises the independence and financial futures of the performers. As a national board member, it's morally mandatory to stand beside and provide protection for fellow members, especially those beginning their careers, those unable to defend themselves, and in this case, their identities, that their voices and their physicality from being taken away by a technology that no one fully understands. It demands a warning to members that says, do not consent to the terms of employment defined by the terms within this contract. Consenting to these terms is a pre-negotiation that will take control of the financial and creative future of every working member of SAG-AFTRA. Consent is surrender. Within the contract, the word consent is evoked at least a dozen times. It's purposefully vague and demands union members to release their autonomy. Agreeing to consent means contractually giving a go-ahead to our employers to digitally capture and reconstruct our physicality and our voices using AI. Once this information is collected, a member can be regenerated whenever and however the contract holder chooses forever. In a recent 60 Minutes episode, a conversation between Scott Pelley and Jeffrey, who's the godfather of AI. Oh, we actually watched this. Hinton shared a salient warning regarding artificial intelligence. Yeah, we rewatched this. Basically, he was like, yeah, AI is going to take over. The union's marketing department is enthusiastically telling members to approve this contract. You should know that the expense of making and mailing flyers, not to mention the salaries of the marketing department, are expenses paid for by members. It's inappropriate for the union to tell a member how to vote without presenting the pluses and minuses of an issue. To do so is disingenuous at best and duplicitous at worst. What? Duplicitous at worst. Members need to understand what they are signing away by consenting as written within this contract. Consent means surrendering your physical and vocal identity to an employer. A Faustian bargain. If he's such a fucking actor. If this contract is ratified, every contract moving forward may require, as a condition of employment, members to consent to the use of artificial intelligence as defined by an employer. Last week, the SAG-AFTRA National Board gathered and sat through what should be described as a Reader's Digest explanation of perhaps the most consequential contract in the merged union's history. During that meeting, the National Executive Director explained that it wasn't necessary to read or discuss the contract in its entirety. That's what Sean Sharma was saying. Not being fully informed about this contract is like being told that Chicken McNuggets are only made of chicken meat. Wait, they're not? Chicken McNuggets are made of things other than chicken? Imagine how disappointed members would be if they learned what they were actually being fed. Not sharing the entire contract is irresponsible. That has been shared now. Spinning the benefits of the contract as historic and seminal is as disingenuous as McDonald's saying that McNuggets are not gray goop balls filled with chemicals, antibiotics, beaks, ligaments, and chicken butts. What? Yes, SAG-AFTRA members will have a right to say no when asked to consent, but doing so will no doubt create a three-tier division between members. There will be those members with the financial and career equity to say no and negotiate their own terms. Others will be forced out of financial or career necessity to relent and succumb, surrendering their voices and unique physicality to be digitized and stored within an employer's hard drive and forever owned. The third tier will be those union members who refuse to consent and lose employment opportunities to those who do not consent. The fourth tier is the end game. The studios won't have to negotiate with anyone. They won't need Teamsters to pick up performers, send them to makeup, costumes, or feed them lunch. Level 4 is the non-union synthesized scab performers who are digitally cobbled together from dead actors. Consent in the context of this agreement is tyranny. It is submission. If ratified, SAG-AFTRA members who consent will be digitally exploited in ways not clearly defined and are currently beyond our individual abilities to control. The U.S. government, with all its resources, doesn't know how to create AI guardrails to provide protections for citizens. SAG-AFTRA certainly doesn't have the financial resources or technology to navigate the AI tsunami crashing upon the shores of the entertainment industry. Ratification of this contract will result in greater job reductions, especially for background and stunt performers. This loss of SAG-AFTRA labor will negatively impact our sister unions, primarily IATSE, tradespeople, and the Teamsters. The use of AI has already financially impacted voice performers in film, television, advertising, and animated films. It's wonderful having talented performers to voice animated films, but the industry has shown that it has no qualms about replacing human actors with digitized sound-alike voices. Even monstrously resurrecting voices of performers who are no longer living. I saw that you put in a link about Jimmy Stewart. Hold on a sec. They've done this with Robin Williams, which was lambasted by his daughter, Zelda. AI-generated Jimmy Stewart narrates bedtime story for Calm app. Okay, where was I? Almost done. Union means being joined together in cause and common interest. This was demonstrated by thousands of members over the course of the strike. We marched for a stronger union. We marched for a fair deal and protections. We stood together to ensure our work environments were safe. We must continue to demand financial participation in the work we collectively create. Going back to the negotiation room and continuing to work on the issues surrounding AI and consent does not negate, nor will it dismantle the benefits that the contract now holds. Going back into the negotiating room with a sincere effort to further protect members and to more accurately interpret the rules of consent and the uses of AI is the necessary next step we must take. So that is Matthew Modine, who is an actor and a SAG-AFTRA National Board member's statement. He was one of the 9 board members to vote no on the agreement. Okay. This also worries me. AI companies praise SAG-AFTRA and WGA contracts. They've done a great job. My instinct is to be like, that's worrisome. Duncan Crabtree, Ireland SAG-AFTRA's chief negotiator, has said repeatedly the union's goal was never to eradicate AI. He called AI an essential tool that could augment human creativity rather than replace it. As an example, he cited Flawless, a company that uses AI to facilitate foreign language dubbing. Traditional dubbing requires changing lines of dialogue to match lip movements, but Flawless changes the lip movements to match the translated script. The SAG-AFTRA agreement does not impede that sort of AI use. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. No one is worried about that. No one is worried about that at all. Nolan AI, which markets an AI screenwriting tool, also hailed the WGA agreement. We're not doing anything against creativity. We're helping boost creativity. Okay. Yes. But guess what? The studios who contract with these AI companies are not interested in boosting creativity. They are interested in making things as cheap as possible. They are interested in stealing creativity if it means saving a buck. They are there to reduce cost. Okay, this is also something that you hate to see. AI tech company signs with CAA. CAA, which is Creative Artists Agency. This is one of the big 4 agencies in Hollywood, representing a ton of A-list actors. CAA and Futureverse will work collaboratively to create new opportunities for talent and IP, spanning Web3, the metaverse, virtual games, worlds, and experiences, AI, and beyond. Futureverse has amassed a cultural footprint with global IP and entertainment properties. The announcement arrives on the heels of Futureverse's launch of Gen 1, an unprecedented universal high-fidelity model for text-to-music generation, and extensive research paper that presents an efficient approach and an unparalleled model that exceeds those previously released by Google and Facebook. Futureverse's strategic collab with CAA has forged a strong alignment in fostering the development of mutually beneficial business models that empower creators with groundbreaking tools and lucrative revenue opportunities. sounds a lot of, hey, trust us, would surely never do anything that would go against your best interest. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone can tell me that I'm being silly here in going, oh, why are AI companies signing with, you know, the biggest talent agencies in Hollywood? To me, this is like, oh, AI is getting the, AI is getting the top representation that there is.
Which may change many aspects. Well, to the whole story, I'm Anderson Cooper. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is an incredibly powerful technology which may change many aspects of our lives. The CEO of Google's parent company, Alphabet, which has invested heavily in it, recently said AI's impact could be more profound than electricity or even fire. But many worry about what that impact might turn out to be.
Could AI one day replace humans? And if so, how might that happen? We've already seen some service-based and manufacturing jobs turn to AI in a big way. But what about other industries? Can AI replace journalists or news anchors? Perhaps it already has.
Because what you just saw and heard a moment ago was not actually me. This is me, Anderson Cooper.
And I am an AI-generated Anderson Cooper.
That wasn't my real voice, and I never spoke the words you just heard. We asked a young student in California to create a fully end-to-end AI version of me. Looks like me, sounds like me, and it didn't take him very long to do it.
This AI version of me was created in just a few weeks, actually, with open source tools.
And remember, this technology is still in its infancy. It's only going to get better, faster, and more accurate, which raises all sorts of questions. Like, how will we know what's real?
And what is not?
Not just when it comes to believing what you see on TV, but everything from creating art, fighting wars, even waging political campaigns.
Wait, does anybody... I forgot to save the tweet. How far AI... I think this is a really good... Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find it. It was a comparison of AI from like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, of Donald Trump and Barack Obama, and then how much that has advanced. Fuck. Who retweeted that? Let me see if I can find it. Fuck. Where did I see that? See, this is why I have to just bookmark everything. Anybody see that tweet? Okay, hold on. Where the innocent days of funny AI videos. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. How fast is AI moving? Same AI prompt, 2022 versus 2023. Yeah. That is, that's 1 year. That's crazy. Exponential growth. I know. The fingers, AI still has problems with hands, but that's the difference of 1 year right there. Yeah, I know it's given. I know Obama kind of looks like an alien, but I don't know what the prompt was. This was a breakout year. Yeah, absolutely. But what's to say that next year won't be a breakout year? Now, here's what I'll say. Do I think that the responsibility of protecting workers against against companies exploiting AI technology, using AI technology to exploit workers, do I think that that falls on the backs of the unions entirely? No. We need actual legislation so that we can have an easier time when we are in contract negotiations, like with SAG-AFTRA. We can't stop the relentless march of technology. We need to pass comprehensive laws that address this bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I talked about this before when we were covering deepfakes, but like they're just now getting around to making laws concerning revenge porn. You know, they have nothing in regards to AI deepfakes when it's used, like to portray people, and especially because it's used for women on, deepfakes of women, to create porn of them against their, without them consenting. Did you see this AI that can make a still photo pose and move? Yeah, so as this relates to the SAG-AFTRA contract, like I mentioned earlier, they will use, or they can use, your AI to change things in a scene. So rather than hire you for a reshoot, they'll just use your digital likeness and bada bing, bada boom, do it that way. If it is to assist, then it's fine. If it is to replace entire careers with no new ones to replace them, it's completely fucked. Right. And do you trust these companies to only use AI to assist? As they've said, they've said like, well, we're not going to replace writers and actors. We just want to assist in the creative process. Hell no. Okay, let me read. No, that's not what I want. A crazy heated time, SAG-AFTRA members debate deal merits ahead of ratification vote. Initial jubilation among union actors soon turned to crazy internet fighting, in the words of one member, over the agreement's gains, principally the soundness of its AI protections. Now, some performers are wondering what the implications are for the contract's ratification vote, which closes tomorrow at 5. To be clear, it would be highly unusual for SAG-AFTRA members to vote against ratifying the deal, as no tentative TV or theatrical contract agreements have been rejected in recent history at the union. Still, heated debate on online forums has some members wondering, I have no idea how people are voting or what the split is going to be. You know what I will say? I have not seen that many people that I know who are SAG-AFTRA voice their opinion or how they are going to vote on this contract. I feel like tensions are high because we were on strike for so long, and because you have the yes voters who say, this is the best we're going to get. If you don't agree to this, then that strike was for nothing. Then, thousands of us are going to be out of work again. And we've been out of work for 6 months. And on top of that, we're just recovering from a pandemic. So basically, everything that I have read from people who are voting yes on the contract, the arguments are that this is a historic contract, that no contract is perfect, but we made gains in, most of the big areas that we were fighting to make gains in. When it comes to AI, that we don't know what's going to happen, and it's a problem for later down the road, and that at least we have consent that is now guaranteed, even though I've talked, of course, about the issues with this consent. And the bottom line is that people are going to be, people will for sure be hurt if we do not sign this contract, versus people might be hurt if we do sign this contract and then AI fucks us all in the ass. So it's like we'll definitely be out of work, or we will be working off of the 2020 contract, which does not have the gains that we just won in this recent round of negotiations. Or you will there are hypothetical problems. And I understand that. That's like what I was going back and forth on, as far as if I vote yes on this contract, and then in the next 3 years, thousands of people are exploited, are put out of work, face serious career repercussions because we didn't have enough, we didn't have strong enough language to protect us from AI. Like, is that going to be better or worse than if I vote no on the contract, and then that means that not only would we potentially go back on strike again, people being out of work, our sister unions having to be out of work again as we continue to fight for a better contract. So it definitely is a lot to weigh. I think that everyone needs to vote on their own conscience and what they believe, and should not be influenced from anyone else. No, the strike would not start immediately. No, it would not. We would, if we keep working, though, we would be working off of the 2020 contract. So, I think right now, with there being less than a day to vote on this contract, personally speaking, I am leaning towards no. I'm pretty heavily leaning towards no, because I don't want to take away the good work and the hard fought gains that the negotiating committee got us, but I think that they did let the ball drop. I think that they were, of course, facing pressure to get this deal done. And so when it came to AI, which was the final sticking point, if you guys remember, before a tentative agreement was reached, AI was the final sticking point. And so it kind of seems to me that they could have gone further with this. Now, I don't know what necessarily the perfect provisions are. I don't think that there are any, but I do think that they could have gone further. I think that they should have gotten language that stated that an actor is a human, that these companies can't use the work of human beings to train these AI models, that this AI cannot be replacing humans. In that sense, that when it comes to consent, that there needed to, I don't know if it was possible to have protections against the backlash that actors will face if they don't agree to their digital likenesses being used. Sorry, but I don't trust Fran. Yeah, I get it. I know. She says a lot of whack shit. Down the road's not very far away. Right, and look, 3 years isn't that long when it comes to contract negotiations, but it is when we're dealing with something like AI, which is rapidly advancing. So, okay, the whole thing is pretty stressful. It's been a crazy heated time. If Twitter is an indicator, or Instagram, I'm concerned the deal won't be ratified, but if I have conversations with actual people, my level of concern comes down. Despite the chatter, SAG-AFTRA National Executive Director Duncan Crabtree Ireland, who headed up negotiations for the union, says he's fairly confident members will ultimately approve the pact. I do believe that our members will see this deal for what it is, which is an extraordinary and groundbreaking deal. Not perfect, no deal ever is. But it really advances our members' interests, he says. And another thing regarding AI is that I'm thinking about the background actors. I'm thinking about these stunt workers. I'm thinking about people who are definitely going to be most affected by AI and don't have, and are kind of towards the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to hierarchy of acting jobs. Messaging and counter-messaging has swirled on social media in the days leading up to the final vote, which will decide whether the current iteration will go into effect for the next 2.5 years. For every member noting they are feeling frustrated with short-sighted and erosive GAI protections, there seems to be another, like Breaking Bad star Bryan Cranston, celebrating the PAC's significant improvements and referring to any of us who don't vote yes on this agreement as sociopaths. While negotiating committee members Francis Fisher and Jason George have vigorously defended the deal's AI language on their social media accounts, LA and National Board member Matthew Modine publicized his opposition to the deal in a statement saying, "Ratification of this contract will result in greater job reductions." See, and that's the debate, and that's why people who are voting yes are saying, no, there will be greater job reductions if we don't sign this deal. And then people who are voting no are saying there will be greater job reductions if we sign this deal. So it's tricky. It is complicated. And that's why I think you do need to vote with your conscience. You do need to what is your, if you've read and you've done your best to understand what this contract entails, particularly as it applies to AI, then that's the decision that you have to make, because we don't know. Under pressure from members to see the fine print of the deal, the union released a memorandum of agreement. Yeah, and that was also kind of sus that they weren't going to release the full deal. And then members were like, we want to see the full deal. For those who are voting no, and I understand that sometimes, that's not a necessarily rare thing to have the full deal published after it's ratified. For those who are voting no to the 2023 deal, there are several common AI concerns. One major sticking point is the contract's allowance for synthetic performers to take roles, a practice that some members, including high-profile AI critic and former SAG National Board member Justine Bateman, believe the union should have blocked altogether. The contract does say companies need to provide the union appropriate notice and an opportunity to bargain in good faith. What does that mean? When a synthetic performer takes a human role that would otherwise be played by union members. So this is a part of the contract that I believe they should have negotiated and said an actor is a human being. I don't think that synthetic performers should, I think we should have blocked this as well. I don't think we went far enough with this. Because now it's up to the union to bargain in good faith with the companies when a synthetic performer takes a human. Do you know how many cases there are going to be of this? They're not prepared to handle this. How could they be? The fact that the union's own appointed Gen AI advisor, Justine Bateman, said it doesn't go far enough, and Fran just calls her naysayers so sketchy to me. Yeah, I agree. Some are concerned that the contract does not ban companies from using SAG-AFTRA performances to train AI tools, and or that the contract does not prohibit companies from requiring scans and replications as a condition of employment. Right, that's coercion, not true consent. The union did secure a promise to meet regularly with companies to discuss potential pay for performances being used to train a generative AI system. But I think that we should not be moving in that direction. Do you know what I'm saying? rather than negotiating over pay for performances that human actors, performances of human actors that are being used to train generative AI systems that will then replace those human actors. It's like, I'm concerned that that's the path that we're moving towards. That we're going to be having these, regular meetings to discuss potential pay in case these situations arise. That's what this is. So, like, basically, if it gets to a point where this is happening, where, they can show demonstrably that this is happening, then they will have a meeting with the companies to discuss potential pay for the actors whose performances are being fed into these AI machines. There's also scrutiny over the consent requirements for actors when it comes to synthetic performers with a recognizable facial feature that belongs to them. The agreement requires producers who use a recognizable feature like a nose or eyes from a human actor for a synthetic performer after having entered that actor's name and facial feature in a generative AI system prompt to gain. But like, how do we, how are we going to know that though? Are they going to tell us? Are these producers, are these studios going to tell us when they have entered our features into a generative AI system prompt? Of course not. So basically it's a matter of like you catching it. So let's say that I see something, I see something on TV and I'm like, that's my fucking nose. I would bet $100 that that is my nose. Well, first I have to go prove it, okay? And basically I'd have to go to the union and be like, that's my nose. And so then they, go to the company, go to the studio and go, is that union member Caroline Kwan's nose? Or what if it's my nose, but like they make the nostrils slightly smaller or, whatever. They give me a little bit more of a bump. Like there's just so many hypothetical ways that these companies could exploit these loopholes in the next 3 years that I that's why I'm leaning towards no, because I don't feel like I can in good conscience vote for this deal, not knowing if this is going to fuck over thousands of people, not just in the union, but other unions and people like hair and makeup artists, etc. They're turning it into a legal matter. The studios are always going to have better lawyers and deeper pockets to pay them. They'll win every case by attrition. Exactly. Sean Sharma, a negotiating committee alternate and national board member who voted no on the deal, said that actors will end up having to prove that a facial feature is their own. The only time a performer has any right to consent and bargain is if you can recognize a facial feature that looks like your nose, your eyes, your lips, your mouth, your ears, whatever. Or you can prove that they use both your natural name and that facial feature in the prompt that they entered into the model. With 8 billion people on the planet, how are you going to prove it's not somebody else's eyes and it's your eyes? And even if the company does blatantly violate your consent and just use your likeness, you have to sue them. Like, they're just going to do it. It's not as if they're going to go to jail. It's not like the studio will be disbanded. It's like they're gonna do it, and then you'll have to make sure that you take legal recourses. Take a legal recourse in the matter. Do you think the popular support will be the same if y'all vote no? I worry it won't. Do you mean as far as people who are not in the union? No, I think people are exhausted. I do believe that. I think people are exhausted. I would hope that, it's like, yeah, we're with you until you get a a deal that will protect you against, better protect you against this. But look, before this tentative deal was reached, there was a palpable exhaustion and frustration with members of other unions and with people who were affected by this in general who were not a part of SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA leaders have argued that the AI protections are a starting point. The union will likely be negotiating over the issue again in 2.5 years. Right. So that's like they keep emphasizing that it's a starting point, but at least we have something. Says Carradine, who voted yes on the deal. I understand that I have informed consent and payment if they're going to use my digital replica for something. And that for me personally is enough for the next 2.5 years. Yeah. But we don't know what will even happen in 1 year. Regarding AI, like what will happen in 6 months? The contract also dictates that the union and studios meet at least semi-annually until then to discuss the company's use and intended use of generative artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, it's not the technology that we should be concerned about. It is these companies that are looking to exploit workers at every single possible turn. If they are able to cut corners, if they are able to screw over the actors, whoever, people, the workers of Hollywood, then they will do that. Dude, in 2.5 years, half the actors will be synthetic, right? Like, I used to, look, if you said to me, like a couple months ago, 6 months ago, maybe last year, I don't know, I would have probably laughed at that and been like, what? No way. Come on, AI. And now I'm like, oh, I think less than 2.5 years. The contract Crabtree Ireland adds, I think under these circumstances, if you want something more than what's in the deal, the best way to achieve that is to ratify the deal and start working on the next round of bargaining that'll start in less than 2.5 years. On the other hand, deal critic Modine, a longtime national board member, says, okay, we already read that. Oh, wait. Given the history of kicking the can down the road with cable, VHS, DVDs, to have Duncan Crabtree Ireland and the president of the union say, don't worry about it, we'll get to it in the next deal, I've been in the business long enough to know that that never happens. There are several possibilities for next steps depending on the results of Tuesday's ratification vote. If the deal does pass, it will go into effect imminently. If members reject the provisional agreement, the union's national board and the negotiating committee would have to make the decision about next steps, which would likely involve going back to the AMPTP to resume negotiations. If the deal just squeaks by or does not have a wide margin of support, the contract will take effect, but there could be longer-term implications for union leadership. In that scenario, that hopefully will be a wake-up call to our leadership to do more to understand what our members need and to make sure that they deliver something that they know for sure our members will approve of. Voter turnout is expected to be higher than usual when results are announced for the 2023 ratification vote, given the fact that this tentative agreement ended the union's 118-day strike, fueled by unrest over the streaming business model and fears for the way that the business could use AI. Wherever the union lands this year, members say that the level of member engagement so far, debating over contract terms, demanding to see further details of the agreement, asking lawyers for their opinion, is an important development. We each get one vote, and I think that the power of each person's one vote is what the power of the union is. So I think that no matter what, if we have a high turnout, whether we vote yes or vote no, that's a real show of strength for the union. And that's what the fucking union should be emphasizing. That is what our leadership should be empathizing. They should not be pressuring people, and especially not through condescending means. By referring to those who are voting no on the contract as naysayers, by casting a darkness on them as if they're like ill-intended, as if they're doing so because they are malicious actors,
We present a method for
Just look at video games. Look how quickly they've implemented Alento graphics and world generating. Starfield uses AI based off human work to make infinite planets. With a little tweaking, you can get NPC models. With AI voice, you get NPC that talk, and all you need is a tester. Make sure the NPC is good enough.
for continuous control of facial performance in video. Given only a small number of input takes, such as the 3 shown here, a virtually limitless set of output performances can be generated using our method, allowing a director to achieve the perfect take in post-production. We begin with a set of 2 takes of a scene which naturally contains variation in timing and emphasis.
I've got an idea. It might just work. I've got an idea. It might just work.
The synchronization with a temporal offset is not appropriate for different takes of facial performance because of local timing changes.
I've got an idea. It might just work.
Based on facial landmarks and audio features, we automatically
We're gonna
compute
get
a
to Hell's
nonlinear
Kitchen after
synchronization
this.
of the takes.
I've got an idea. It might just work.
We then blend the videos both in terms of timing and facial expression to create a novel output
got an
performance
idea.
controlled by the user-specified interpolation curve.
It might just work.
Here are 2 input videos, one acted angry and the other sad.
He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She will stay there for a whole year. A whole year. I met Frank last night in a bar. He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She will stay there for a whole year. A whole year.
The user can interactively modify the interpolation curve, in this example transitioning from sad to angry.
He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She will stay there for a whole year. A whole
Oh my
year.
god. Give her the Oscar. Yeah, like what's okay. I'm just imagining a world where I don't know, Jennifer Lopez, okay? Jennifer Lopez, who I'm pretty sure has already signed a contract that hands over her digital likeness. Now she's going to make a shit ton of money from that. But let's say that Jennifer Lopez's AI stars in a new drama about a homeless mother who has to, fight her way through the system to provide a life for her child, whatever. Jennifer Lopez AI goes on to win an awards for that. Are there going to be stipulations then put in place that if AI was what was used in for a performance, then that disqualifies the actor from an award? Or what if it's not full AI, but it's Jennifer Lopez, and then Jennifer Lopez couldn't come in for a reshoot, or they just didn't want to pay for the reshoot, so they used her AI, and that's part of her performance. So it gets tricky. There's so many hypothetical, what's gonna happen in this situation.
Here's an additional result with a different actor and scene.
That's just Made in Manhattan. But this time it's grittier.
Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly, one of them started to run at me.
Yes, this is 7 years old. The tech has improved a lot since then. Yeah, 7 years old. So, it's been going on.
Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly, one of them started to run at me. Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly one of them started to run at me. Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly one of them started to run at me.
Here is the result with the same input video takes, but where the blend is varied more gradually.
It was during feeding time and they looked very
Beep, beep,
aggressive.
boop.
Suddenly one of them started
Boop.
to run at me.
Here is an example with an extreme blending curve, which transitions between input takes quickly and multiple times.
I met Frank last night in a bar. He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She will stay there for a whole year.
We now show an example on video takes acquired outdoor by a moving handheld camera.
Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions.
And I saw
It was during
lions.
feeding time, and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly, one of them started to run to me. Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time, and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly, one of them started to run to me. Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was feeding time, and they looked
This
very
is a nightmare.
Suddenly, one of them started to run to me. Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time, and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly, one of them started to run to me.
For completeness, we also show spatial blending without synchronization.
This
It
is
shows
how
that
good AI
synchronization
acting is,
essential
we're all
for plausible
safe.
blending. We show additional synchronization results. In this example, we show that our approach can successfully synchronize videos with different ranges of facial articulation and even incorrect
This is
dialogue.
crazy. This is 7 years ago.
I met Frank last night in a bar. He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She's gonna stay there a whole year. A whole year! I met Frank last night in a bar. He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She will stay there for a whole year. A whole year! I met Frank last night in a bar. He told me that Mary is leaving for California at the end of the month. She will stay there for a whole year. A whole year!
We next show a synchronization result for a challenging sequence. In this example, the face of the actor is static at the beginning of the sequence while he's humming a melody, and then he makes some facial expressions.
This is just being used to train, this was just being used to input for the system, right? The software, the AI software.
Here is the result of our method where both the humming and the facial expressions are successfully synchronized.
So basically, what I was talking about before with the not having protections of, like, these people aren't probably not real actors, okay? They're just using these examples to train the system. But let's say that you take a scene of Meryl Streep, okay? Or, a really great actor. And then you use you train AI using that really good actor's performance.
Such synchronization is made possible because we
So then what you can do is you can take a synthetic performer. So that is an AI, an AI performer that has been synthesized from, it's an amalgamation of various features of, human beings. And then you train that AI using the performances of people like Meryl Streep. And so next thing you know, you could have a pretty decent performance. These are just people who work at the labs and not professional actors. Right.
consider both visual and audio cues together. Our method can also be used to provide feedback or directives on how to improve the timing and speed of a performance such that it more closely matches a reference performance. The timing directives can be directly visualized on screen, here in the form of a speed meter.
Yesterday, I went to the zoo and I saw lions. It was during feeding time and they looked very aggressive. Suddenly, one of them started to run at me.
Ooh, wow. Wowie. All right, we gotta, I promised Hell's Kitchen. I promised gaming. So I want to live up to my promises. I'm already 5 hours in. Yeah, flashbang. Hello. Hello. You make a very frightening point. Actually, celebs are a perfect data set. They're on camera from all angles at almost all time. Oh yeah, they have ample, endless footage and, you know, performances that they can input. So yeah, that's what I have to that's what I gotta say on the contract. I think I'm voting no. I would never pressure anybody else. I think that every member of SAG-AFTRA should familiarize themselves with this contract and not just vote based on like what Fran Drescher says or even what someone else says who's saying vote no. Like, take a look at it for yourself. Really, really consider it. And then vote how you want to vote based on the information that you have and all the things that you've considered. So, anywho, and I'm voting no, also believing that this contract is going to pass. Enough people vote no as a strike back on? Not necessarily. Now, they'll go back into negotiations, but we're not like automatically going back on strike if it doesn't pass tomorrow. All right. I'm going to pull up the episode. Oh, here's the good here's a reminder that if you're sitting on a Prime sub, you get 1 Prime sub a month. So, if you want to keep me from turning into an AI version, use those Prime subs. Because if you don't use your Prime sub, then I will be replaced by a robot. Who knows? Maybe Robot Me would be better. maybe Robot Me would generate less hate. Who's to say? Okay, we have 2 episodes left. That's right. We have 2 episodes left. Maybe Robot Quan would survive the mashed potato. Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'll actually try it out.
Quanbot donated $5.
Quanbot!
This is Quanbot coming online.
Hello, Quanbot. Hello, how are you? How do you know if she's still real? You don't. That is the question. Aren't we on the 3rd to last episode? No, I don't think so. Wait, we have 3 people left. Because Sarah got sent home the last episode. So 3 people. So after this episode 2, and then we have the finale. So this is correct. All right, I need to go heat up some food for myself. So I'ma play. How do you know Twitch Amazon isn't already scraping your data? Oh, no, they probably are. Also, Quanbot, thank you for the dono. No, they probably are. I probably will be just replaced against my will.
Previously on Hell's Kitchen.
Now it's getting really serious.
Heather, Keith, Sarah, and Virginia were taken to a secret location to run their own restaurant.
I've been playing in my restaurant since I was a little kid.
Or so they thought.
Here are your restaurants.
I was excited because I love construction workers.
While they all tried to please their customers,
Mi corazón es en el piso ahorita.
it was Virginia
Who else wants some lovin'?
and her turkey panini that stole the hearts of the construction workers.
The junior sandwich was very good. Congratulations.
Wow.
She won the most important reward ever in Hell's Kitchen.
You're through to the final 3.
Being in the safe zone, I was so excited.
While Heather suffered her biggest disappointment.
They picked mine as the worst. I felt my heart drop.
But at dinner service,
45 seconds.
Heather redeemed herself.
Heather, those Wellingtons are cooked perfect.
Thank you, Chef.
Keith got off to a good start,
Keith, this is the best start we've ever had. Yes, chef.
but had problems with the pasta.
They said that the spaghetti wasn't cooked all the way.
Sarah miscalculated
Chef, I don't have enough salmon to get through the night.
and had to fight for her survival.
You're finished.
No, Chef.
Get it back
I don't
together.
need to be replaced.
Virginia couldn't keep up with the pace.
Who's holding this up, Heather?
Virginia, Chef.
Virginia, you're no longer safe.
And just when it seemed that Virginia's fate was sealed,
Cheers. Oh my God.
Chef Ramsay gave her a choice.
I'm a man of my word. If you decide to stay, I'll send Sarah home.
And in a shocking conclusion,
Shocking
I want to freaking
conclusion.
stay because I
These are
fucking want
stale.
to.
Sarah, take off your jacket and leave Hell's Kitchen.
the deli chef from Texas was forced to say goodbye.
I just have to accept that I just wear a uniform like everybody else.
See ya, Sarah Palin. I know, we did lose our content queen.
And now,
But honestly, Kay
continuation
Grease
of Hell's Kitchen.
and Heather are good content.
I think you guys better get some sleep.
Thank you, Chef.
Intense.
After the most intense elimination yet in Hell's Kitchen, Virginia is feeling a little overwhelmed.
I can't believe Are you happy or sad? I can't tell.
Like, I don't know. I'm just really confused right now. Am I here because of Chef Ramsay's word? Or am I here because I deserve to be here?
Girl.
I couldn't say no. I felt it. Like, what I told you in there definitely put me up there. I'm gonna go up there and be like, dude, I'm not ready. I didn't feel what I felt when I was standing in front of Gordon.
If you decide to stay, I'll send Sarah home.
Hell no, I don't want to go.
Hell no.
Like, I had to say yes. I had to. Like,
I'm
What
a
is
little
this guitar
shocked.
riff?
Virginia was all for going. She told me she was gonna go, and
Early
I feel
2000s,
bad. You know,
baby.
I told Sarah, Virginia's taking herself out. Oh my God, Sarah.
fucking bitch. My whole fucking theory was to eliminate her. My theory. I'm glad she's gone. Good. You're never sure of anything here. At Hell's Kitchen!
Dude, if I put you up, you would be gone.
I don't.
You're right. I feel safe against Virginia. She's so far behind in the kitchen. Every day we have to help her. Every night we have to help her. That's why I'm not worried about her.
Wait, is Virginia
She would
secretly
not send
Littlefinger?
Kay Grease home. Are you crazy?
Who do you guys think's better, me or Sarah? Tell me. No, honestly, who's better, me or Sarah? You guys are too tired to
This
think
is
about
so
it.
campy.
I'm fucking raging right now. Whatever.
She never faces the facts.
Me or her? Who do you guys like more?
It's gonna be H versus K. And then I'm gonna destroy you.
H versus K.
This whole situation's giving me a new skin on life. I care about food, and yes, I'm unexperienced in the kitchen, but guess what? That's not gonna hold me down. It's not gonna hold me down.
Let's go, girl. Ain't no stopping us now.
You still do the tomatoes julienne, right? Concasse?
After just barely making the final 3, Virginia is determined not to fail in another service.
What was the longest you left a Wellington in for?
I'm sick of her asking questions now. All morning long, she's been asking questions about service and this and that.
Whenever he called him out, you would just put it in.
You know what? I'm not gonna help you win this thing because I wanna win it.
Exciting music.
Good morning, Chef. Hi, Chef.
Good morning.
I was a little surprised when I walked in the kitchen and saw Chef Ramsay cooking. I didn't know what to expect for today's challenge. I thought it might have been like a dessert that we had to make.
All 3 of you have done bloody well. You're in the final 3. Now, I've really got to get you up to speed with what it's going to take, not just to get to Vegas, but to become successful in Vegas.
I feel like Virginia might have ADHD.
There. My signature dish. Have a quick smell. There should be something in there. Now, have a taste. This is your next challenge. 20 minutes to recreate that. Let's go. Let's go.
This challenge is one of the hardest tests any chef can face.
They should make his shepherd's pie.
Without any knowledge of the recipe, they must recreate a dish by taste alone.
I will leave the dish out for you, yes?
Yes, Chef.
You can constantly keep on coming back and referring.
Everything needed to make Chef Ramsay's signature dish can be found in the kitchen. But can they select the correct ingredients?
Where's the fish?
Keith uses the Chilean sea bass, while Heather and Virginia have chosen the wild striped sea bass.
I could be wrong. I'm really second-guessing myself today.
Now, each of them must create the puree for the dish.
Taste, 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 and taste.
I couldn't think of what the puree was. It was creamy and starchy like a mashed potato, so everybody was getting potatoes, but I really don't think it's potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
I looked on the speed rack. Yes. I saw the beans. I was like, that's what it is.
Unlike Keith and Heather, who are using mashed potatoes for their puree,
oh my
Virginia
God.
is taking a chance by using the Tuscan white beans.
So halfway. Just under 10 minutes to go, yes?
Now they've moved on to the sauce, and Keith has made a discovery about what he thinks is in the sauce, but he's not sharing.
In the sauce, it was Israeli couscous, and these girls were trying to watch me what I was taking, and I didn't want them to see.
Yeah, I know
So
what's in the sauce.
What is that?
Don't be cheating.
No, I
Hey,
need
Grease
that
knows what's
couscous.
in the sauce,
Virginia
you know.
said she was looking for couscous too, but she didn't even know what couscous looked like.
I'm not cheating. I fucking saw that shit.
Yeah.
Keith is a little brat. I don't think I was cheating at all.
Last minute. Come on.
Yes, Chef.
While Keith and Virginia have both
She
used
doesn't know what
in their
couscous
sauce,
is.
They disagree on the seasoning. Keith uses cilantro, as does Heather, while Virginia seasons her sauce with basil and grapefruit.
Come on. 10 seconds. Move your butt.
Yes, Chef.
Come on, Heather.
Yes, Chef.
20 minutes. That went quick.
Now it's up to Chef Ramsay, who must decide who has come the closest to recreating his signature dish.
Now I want to taste. What is your dish?
Sea bass potato puree with pancetta. The sauce is a confetti of vegetables.
Tasty. And you use cilantro?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Virginia,
Yes, Chef.
describe your dish, please.
Wild striped sea bass over Tuscan bean puree with ham hocks and pearl couscous. And the sauce is a grapefruit beurre blanc, finished with a little bit of basil.
Quite interesting so far. You've put cilantro in yours and you've put basil in yours. 2 very good dishes. Keith, what is it?
Well, the sauce, I made, I sweated down a mirepoix, finished it with cilantro and butter. The potatoes, I made sauteed chorizo and onions. And then the fish, I just pan roasted.
Nice balance and a really nice creamy puree.
Oh, okay,
3
Grease.
very good accomplished dishes. All individually different. But for me, there's one of these 3 dishes that has the bass, the puree, and the sauce absolutely spot on. And that person is...
Hey, Grease.
Virginia, congratulations.
No
Pink
fucking
grapefruit,
way.
The white bean puree and the striped bass. Absolutely spot on. You have a palate. Hey.
Wait, the little ding.
I guess all those walks I took my tongue on every day really trained it.
What?
The winner of this challenge, Virginia, you're going to
Do
spend
they
some quality
come up
time
with these
me
lines?
on the intimacy about cooking, running the line, running the hot plate, and I will personally go through as many secrets as possible that I know that will help you to become a top
I guess
chef.
Kay Grease didn't know the sauce.
Virginia won. Again. Of course she did. Makes you think that no matter how good you are, might not be chosen.
Keith and Heather,
Yeah, that's how.
working in a restaurant is never
that's how
done.
competition
Jean-Philippe
shows
has
work.
got some assignments for you. Let's go.
No matter how good you are, you might not be
a strictly
chosen.
business operation. You have to be an artist. And I think I might be more of an artist than they are.
That was a hard challenge. That was hard.
Virginia kills it on the fucking challenges, huh?
She
What
really
the
does.
fuck?
She really kills it on the challenges.
Whatever.
Yo,
Dude,
Kay Grease
fucking
had the
something else
sauce
in those
though.
Potatoes. There was just all beans you put?
I went back in there to look for the bacon, and I saw the fucking beans in the pancetta. I thought it was ham hocks sitting right there.
Yeah, the recipe's in a book. I would have gotten it too if I got his book 2 days prior and read it cover to cover.
I'm gonna
Okay,
get one
Heather.
of your cookbooks.
Oh my God almighty.
Really? She read it
I was
cover
really
to
proud
cover
of the challenge
and
today,
retained it
proud of
all?
me, but Heather's totally jealous and
Really,
bullshit.
Heather?
It's total bullshit.
You think she recognized it from his book?
She just got that book.
Oh,
and that recipe is in
come
the book.
on, man.
You still have to do service, and she can't do it. She's been on the chopping block 5 times. She can't perform on the line. That's what really counts. Obviously, I want to win, and if I didn't win, I would want you
Heather's
to
like,
win. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be able to live with myself if she beats us. She can't
maybe
win.
if I could read.
Oh my God, I would be like,
We should just work together to get her out.
Let's kill her.
I'm not helping her out anymore. I'll tell you that fucking right now. Girl's gotta go.
It's not fair when one person can read
Fine, thank you.
and
That's
another
so cool
can't.
that I get to go train with Chef Ramsay. He already said I have a palate and talent, but I don't have the experience from working on the hotline. Chef Ramsay is gonna tell me as many secrets as he knows.
What I'm going to do now, I'm just going to go through.
You know what? Let's
the dish.
fucking go,
I'm gonna cook
Virginia.
it for you. It's to your advantage to ask as many questions as possible.
While Virginia gets some much
I'm all
coveted
about
alone
it.
time with Chef Ramsay, Keith
I'm
and
riding
Heather
for
get some
Virginia.
alone time with Jean-Philippe, polishing all the glasses and silverware for the entire restaurant.
Let's not waste any time.
No.
Action.
Action?
Action, Keith.
Tilt the pan and it cooks the back of the fish as well. And all I'm doing now is just making sure that this whole thing is cooked evenly.
There's a lot of things that you can't be taught. It's not just having a good palate. It's actually being able to produce it.
I wish I was getting a cooking lesson from Gordon Ramsay. That's a good prize.
Yeah, it is.
Something you can take home with you.
Once they're in there like that, you just take your whisk and you just lightly crush them.
I gotta really just pull out the lessons I've learned and use that as gasoline to run my vroom vroom car that's gonna make it to the front of the line.
In addition to a cooking lesson, Chef Ramsay has decided to give Virginia some pointers.
You know
on
what? She's quirky,
expediting
okay?
or running the pass.
I'm going to
She's a
get you
quirkster.
to call out an order for me, okay?
Okay.
Yeah?
Did you see what he's doing?
Teaching her how to expedite?
No, and the cook on the line. He's showing her how to win.
She's not gonna grasp it.
Dude, he's showing her how to win.
112, one tempura, one St. John, one risotto, 2 spaghetti, quiet in the kitchen, please.
Yes, Chef.
I think it's beyond a fair situation right now.
Let's put a little bit of love into my glasses, will you?
I'm pissed. I'm so close to my dream, and I'm just gonna smile because Virginia might take it away from me? I don't think so.
In a way,
Girl,
scare
this is
them.
how
If I
competitions
scare
go,
you, you're
okay?
not going to forget.
That sauce is totally wrong. There's chunks in it of white pepper.
Well done.
Don't
When I first started
underestimate
Hell's Kitchen, I didn't believe
Virginia.
in being rude like that. Make it right!
Well done.
And now I totally believe in it, and I'm gonna be a bitch in the kitchen.
I'd be on that haterade if I was Heather.
Are you mad at me?
No.
Me too.
You know what? You're not my friend right now, and you're not gonna be. I mean, you obviously have a good palate, that or from his book.
I didn't see it in his book. There's really nothing you could say.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
think
my
Fan
palate
Fan
doesn't
was
lie.
sad when
I was
Caroline
able
won
to
the
distinguish what was
50K?
in the dish, and they weren't. I swear on my life, I didn't get it like that from the fucking cookbook. I didn't even know that there was vanilla in it. And I seriously doubt Chef would have picked a dish that was in the cookbook that he know I bought.
Well, he might hook you up because he likes you.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. That's fucking rude.
Gordon hates everybody. He's a universal hater.
I said goodnight.
What is happening?
It's hard when I hear Keith and Heather laughing in the other room.
What is going on?
It just sucks that I'm like the outsider. It's hard.
What are they doing?
Big day today and one person's going home and you all know what that means. This is Crash Course, everybody. This is Ramsey
Dude, they're
101.
behaving that way and they're not even having sex.
Chef Ramsey. Pull my pants up, keep my mouth shut, and cook.
Let's go.
Let's split up the vegetables then.
I got all the veg. I'm gonna sub that entire station.
Okay, well, I want to do some too.
Virginia, she did get a huge lesson yesterday, but I've worked my whole life for this, and I'll be damned if I let anyone take that away from me.
And I'll be
Teammate Virginia
damned.
made another batch.
Girl, what about K
That's
Grease?
some kind of joke. Keith and Heather already think they're the winners. But it just gives me more drive and more force to want to prove them wrong, prove everybody wrong.
They did this last season with Elsie, Mother of Six. Never forget.
The winner of Hell's Kitchen will become the executive chef in a multi-million-dollar restaurant in Las Vegas. And for tonight's dinner service, Chef Ramsey has a master plan to help him decide who should stay in the running.
Okay, guys, let's go. Tonight's service will decide which of you will be the 2 finalists in Hell's Kitchen. All 3 of you are equal. I can't tell you who's going through. During tonight's service, each and every one of you will be stepping up to the hot plate and running the entire service. You're standing in my shoes. Show me that you have leadership qualities that are strong enough.
How do people rank the last 3, like in order of who you
We're gonna
want?
be expediting. Ball's gotta be on the wall tonight.
Ball's gotta be on the
For real.
wall.
Like, it's gotta be serious tonight because Vegas is on the line.
The doors are opening right now. Let's go.
Chef.
Jean-Philippe, open Hell's Kitchen.
No, who you want.
I'm gonna start with the scallops. Excellent. Spaghetti of lobster.
As an additional challenge, Chef Ramsey has increased the
Virginia
capacity
K.
of the
Grease or
restaurant by adding 6
Dewberry.
tables. And sous chefs
Yo,
Scott and
Justice
Marianne
for Dewberry.
will be helping out in the kitchen.
Salmon, get it done now, yes?
Yes,
Well done.
Bring Dewberry back.
Shit, they burned.
Virginia or none. Okay.
I just burned 2 of the salmon.
You burned 2 salmon. Give me salmon. Yeah.
I
Now get it out
am,
of the fucking bin. Just an extraordinary level of casualness. How can you be just so...
I'm Virginia
Okay,
K.
I'll put it in the
Grease
bin.
and Heather.
I'm not. I'm upset about it. I want to recook them and do it right.
But at least do it with some care, will you?
Yeah, Chef. Chef Ramsey is a freaking dog coming to attack you.
Can you wake up?
Yeah, Chef. If you bow down, that dog's gonna attack you even more. But if you stare back in that dog's eyes, that dog's gonna run off.
Is this the start of what's to come?
No, Chef.
Unbelievable.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Chicken garnish.
Oh, come on.
Right here, Chef. I have it, Chef.
Okay, Missy.
I needed a 30-second flash,
At
Chef.
least I deserve to know something, no?
Yo, he got
Chef,
that
30
dog
seconds
in
of
him.
chicken. no answer.
I said it, Chef. I should have said it louder. I apologize.
Go, please. Yeah. Chef Heather's ready.
I was trying so hard that I was screwing everything up.
Why is it burnt? That's burnt skin. It's poached and then sauteed. Don't dive down and say, is it really?
I expect more out of me. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
Don't insult me any fucking more.
And it's embarrassing.
And the sauce next time, can you not bring me black bits of burnt stuff on the bottom of your pan, Heather?
No, Chef!
Despite getting off to a rocky start, Chef Ramsay is
Bring
still
back
going
a hot
ahead
tub,
with his
Larry.
plan to let each of the chefs run the kitchen.
Keith, on the hot plate.
Hot tub Larry, I forgot about him.
Let's go. So, two spaghetti, one jack, one tempura is away now, yeah? Pick it up, yes? Over to you. Scott, how long on one? Those two spaghettis?
Two spaghetti, I got 4 minutes.
One of the most important functions of running the pass is quality control.
30 seconds.
What Keith doesn't know is that his standards are about to be put to the test.
Spaghetti's up.
Thank you, Chef. Scott, is pasta overcooked? But I want it in 5 minutes, Scott. Well done for spotting that spaghetti overcooked. Now, adjust your brigade. Cut the scallops just
Yo,
in
did
half,
Scott
between
fuck
93,
up?
Okay? It's like you're talking to your best mate. I haven't seen any leadership qualities so far. At this rate, your brigade will be running you. Run the brigade, yeah? Come on, let's go.
Keith has successfully passed his quality control test, but the question
Oh,
still remains.
on purpose.
Can he lead
Wow,
a
I
kitchen?
totally missed
one
that.
bass, one salmon.
Yes, Chef!
Hey, you called out that order. Virginia didn't answer you. Virginia, you didn't answer me?
Yes, Chef.
What'd I say, Virginia?
Stand by on one salmon, well done, and... I'm sorry, I forgot what else you said.
Oh.
Where are we?
Oh, Virginia.
Lost track of where we are.
Repeat the order again, please.
All
All
right,
right, one salmon, medium, one bass.
Yes, Chef.
Virginia, how long? This is incredible.
I need... Wait, hold on. What is going on right now?
Is that you're gonna buckle now?
I need 3 minutes.
They're telling you now. You have got to tell them.
I want it in 2 minutes, Virginia, 2.
The pass, you couldn't control.
How long in that bath? Is that bath ready?
I kind of had to take control. You gotta hold your own. And you have a set of balls, right? Use them. End of story.
Heather's ready?
I just pulled it out. I just gotta heat up the potatoes. How long?
Heather.
You gotta give me a time. How long? It's gonna be about 7 minutes for this. Jesus.
Nothing more. 2 bass, 1 salmon, urgently. That's all. Then we go
Not
again,
a good
because right now
sign.
we're in the shit. Virginia,
Yes,
move
Chef.
your ass.
Yes, Chef.
Back online, please.
He was looking for us to be him. I'm not gonna change who I am. Who says you have to be a dick to be a chef?
Not K
It's
Grease.
an hour into dinner service. Because of Virginia's problems on the fish station and Keith's
Just 'cause
inconsistent
K Grease
leadership,
got a dick
the
don't
kitchen
mean he
has
gotta
only
be a
managed
dick.
to serve appetizers
Yard.
and entrees to 25 out of 124 diners.
Wanna go somewhere else? No, we'll wait.
Heather,
Yes, Chef.
stop what you're doing on the hot plate. Now's your chance. Now you're going to run Hell's Kitchen.
Yes.
That's the way now. 3 Wellington, 1 salmon, 1 bass, 1 duck. That's moving. Ask how long that is to the window.
Wellington, medium well, how long?
30 seconds.
Bath, how long? Virginia, coming right now.
No, that's
how
no
long?
time. That's no time. How long?
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Where do we go with tables on? Where do we go
Oh,
with
right
singing? Yeah, come on. Just calm down. Slow down. Hey, just slow down a bit. Breathe and do it better. Right now, you're out of control.
Although each chef is being tested on the pass, Chef Ramsay still expects to see excellence from them in the kitchen.
Where's the other risotto?
Come on, Virginia.
Come on, Keith, please. Have we got any more risotto in this?
Wasn't it enough?
You want me to scrape that in there like that? Hey, listen, I'm not being
I'm not
funny.
arguing with you, man. I'll make it work.
Okay, come here. Hey, it's the way you look at me.
I'm sorry.
No, look at me. Hey, you looked at me to scrape it out the bottom of the pan.
I didn't say to scrape it, Chef. I'm
What
sorry.
did you say then?
I thought because of the other plate, that's where
So
the
I
rest
took
of
it
the
off the
risotto
plate,
went.
put it in there, and it was still fucking under.
I'm sorry, Chef.
Well, you're not, because it's the attitude. It stinks, and I don't want any
Come on,
more
K.
fucking
Grease.
arguing.
Get that
Just
grease
2
back. Get that
risotto,
grease
and
back.
we can continue, yes? Come here, you. Right now, the attitude you can stick up your ass. Where's the fucking risotto?
I missed it, Chef.
You know what? Apart from take your head off, I'll fucking kick you out right now. I won't wait till the end of service. He was pushing my buttons, trying to make me talk back to him. He didn't like my attitude, he says, you know what I mean? I try to not have an attitude, but it came out.
This is your night. I said you at 6 o'clock, you're all fucking even. Right now, you're so far behind you don't know what's going on.
Oh no.
I need those super total. How long, Keith? Keith!
7 minutes.
6 minutes.
Is he gonna give up?
No, he's not giving up.
Heather's leadership has now stabilized the kitchen,
Oh
How long are
no.
those appetizers?
4.5 minutes.
so it's the perfect time for Chef Ramsay to attempt a little bit of sabotage.
Marianne, with me, please, 2 seconds. Not this table, but the next table, Wellington Bass. I want the lumpy potatoes. Let's go.
You got it, Chef.
Let's go.
Oh, cake grease about to be cake on. Not like this.
Watch the chunks of the potatoes, please.
Yes, Chef.
Go.
You, stop. Bring the tray back. The potatoes, Missy, were purposely lumpy.
Purposefully
Disgusting.
lumpy.
Hey, that was a trick. Don't fucking dare right now argue.
Chef. I want Chef.
I told her to put lumps in there.
It's
I
like
wanted to
my
see if you were gonna
potatoes
taste it,
yesterday.
to establish some form of quality.
I saw the lumps, but I second-guessed myself, and that's my biggest weakness.
Back on your section. Let's go.
It's 2 hours into a very unique dinner service. Although different chefs have been running the kitchen, they've still managed
The
to
mashed
serve
potato
over half
incident.
their 124 diners.
2023.
And the lamb Wellington for you.
Oh, it is us.
You, on the hot plate.
Yes, Chef.
Now, Missy, I'm saying it once. Shut
Yes,
the fuck
chef.
up and run Hell's Kitchen. End
Yes,
of story.
chef. 1 salmon, 1 chicken, 2 Wellington, 1 salmon medium, 1 Wellington well done. 4 minutes to the window.
You have to repeat that, please.
She said she didn't hear you.
Please
One more
repeat
time.
that clearer.
4 minutes to the window. 1 chicken, 2 Wellington, 1 salmon. 1 salmon medium, 1 Wellington well done.
Yes.
Chef. Her tone of voice is funny when she tries to yell. It sounds like a cartoon character. I wasn't even listening to her.
Cake grease, I don't think you should be talking about tone of voice, baby.
Chef.
Heather, do you hear me?
1 salmon, 1 chicken.
Yes.
Now you're getting the system going. Good.
Impressed by
I don't
Virginia's
think that you
energetic
should be
start.
You're doing the salmon.
teasing how anyone else sounds. You heard?
Chef Ramsay wants to see if she can keep track of her orders and catch
Mister,
the
I refer to
substitution of
myself as
bass
cake
for
grease.
salmon.
1 salmon, 1 chicken, how long?
2 minutes.
All right, Chef.
Come on, let's go.
Yes, Chef. Where is the salmon? You gave me bass, I need salmon.
My fault, Chef. Good. Well spotted. Garnish is fine.
Keep this
Bass
hot,
urgently.
keep this hot. Take the bass back.
Good.
Realizing that her turn at the pass is almost over, Virginia is determined to finish strong.
Heather,
Yes.
slow that down. Nothing's going out until I get 1 salmon and 1 bass. After that, 3 Wellington, 1 duck, 1 salmon, 1 bass.
Let's go, Virginia.
There you go. Let's go.
With only 3 tables left, Chef Ramsay is ending the service the way he started it, at the helm of his own restaurant.
Pick it up. Let's go.
Although he's had the chance to see the individual skills of each chef at the pass, he wants to remind them that success in the kitchen is not just about outshining their competition.
Can we come together like a team?
Yes,
Yes,
chef.
Chef. Right after that, 1 Wellington.
Wait, 3 Wellington, 1 salmon?
Right now.
Come on, Virginia.
It's hard to be a teammate to someone that you're in a contest against.
Heather, how long?
Going right now.
You didn't even told me.
Go. I said 30 seconds.
Virginia, Heather, where is the teamwork?
I said I was going 30 seconds, Chef.
Come on.
Sorry, Heather.
This is the last table.
3.5 minutes, Virginia.
3.5
Smells like
minutes.
I wanna
sabotage.
get through the entire service just to make everybody happy.
Do you have a non-stick pan over there?
Yeah, here. 3 Wellington, 3 salmon. Let's go.
Go.
Plate it up, plate it up.
I'm ready on the salmon.
Pasta?
Go, please.
Thank you.
Hell's Kitchen. Oh,
I witnessed
Keithy,
your leadership
Keith.
qualities. All of you. Now, a good leader, each and every day, has to make tough decisions. I want you each to nominate the person that you think should be leaving Hell's Kitchen tonight.
I think I know who it is. I think
Who was the weakest
this
cook?
is who's going
and who
home.
was the weakest leader on that line? Off you go. Let's go.
I think that Heather and Keith.
I think it's.
Like the last two.
I
that
think
I'm gonna
it's
be eliminated,
Jover for
but
Mr.
it's all up to
Grease.
Chef Ramsay. I've been on the chopping block 3 million times now, but I'm still here. You guys are both nominating me, right?
He's probably gonna send me home anyway.
I totally am not going to be surprised tonight if I go home.
He didn't have the greatest attitude tonight.
He had a horrible attitude.
Now
I don't think he was
Heather's
very good
gonna turn
expediting.
on
I was
Keith.
actually surprised. I barely heard him when he was expediting.
The weakest line cook is obviously Virginia. However, Keith was quiet tonight, and I don't think Keith has a good attitude either.
You're voting for Virginia, right? She's still the weakest. You know what I mean?
Okay, leadership, I mean, you could have been louder.
Don't fuck around, Heather. I hope Heather doesn't try to throw a curveball, you know? But I don't even think either one of them did better than me, so I'm not worried. What are you doing?
Okay, Grease, I don't think you got the juice from the sauce, baby.
I mean, I can't fake it. I can't try and be something
I think
I'm not.
Gordon's
If I'm
gonna
not
pull
experienced
off
enough, I'm
some
not
dramatic
experienced
twist
Well,
here.
that's all it comes down to, really.
enough. So I know you're going to nominate me tonight, right?
No. I mean, Heather was like yelling. I was pissed when she was expedited.
I need those super settle. How long, Keith? Keith,
7 minutes.
6 minutes.
She was yelling about shit that doesn't even make sense.
Wow, so there's a bunch of shit going on that I didn't even notice.
Keith.
Yes, Chef.
Who have you nominated and why?
Oh.
Chef, I nominated
Virginia.
Virginia
Mm-hmm.
because her performance
We knew
on
it,
the
K.
line,
Grease.
as it was better than usual. I don't think she was better than Heather. Also, when she was leading the kitchen, expedited, I was just confused.
Thank you. Virginia.
Yes, Chef.
Who have you
K.
nominated
Grease.
and why?
I nominated Keith. When
Yo,
he
you
was
heard?
in the past, I didn't feel that he had a very strong leadership skill, and I didn't really see the love or passion that he has for food tonight. I didn't see any fire.
Thank you. Heather.
Yes, Chef.
Who have you nominated and why?
Keith could have been louder, a little bit more demanding. But tonight I've nominated Virginia, Chef. She didn't give me that demand. She didn't look me in the eye and demand the respect that she deserved while she was up there.
Girl, what? You mean she wasn't a big enough cunt?
Keith, Virginia, step forward, please. Keith.
Yes, Chef.
This is your first time up here. Ever. Tell me.
That's his first time?
Why you think you should be a finalist in Hell's Kitchen.
I want this. I want to be in the finals. I want to have my chance to win, go to Vegas. It's my dream come true. If you give me a chance, I mean, I won't let you down.
Virginia.
Is this your first time watching this?
You can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'm not an old dog. You can teach me new tricks. If you really put time and care into me, I could think exactly like you, do exactly what you do, because I don't have any old
I don't know
habits.
what he's gonna do.
You can work with me. You can teach me. I'm ready. I want it. I'm willing. I'm able.
Spitting fire.
This is quite possibly one of the toughest decisions I've ever had to make.
Is it gonna be K.
Well done for
Grease?
spotting that spaghetti you have cooked. You know what? Apart from take your head off, do you know what? I'll fucking kick you out right now. I won't wait till the end of service.
I think he had a worse performance tonight.
Wait, hold on. What is going on right now?
Oh wait, never mind.
Incredible.
Oh no. No.
3 Wellington, 1 duck, 1 salmon, 1 bass.
Yes, Chef.
Oh, I don't know.
The person leaving
Hell's Kitchen tonight.
Virginia, K Grease.
And will not be going through to the final
I think
two.
K Grease. I think he's going home.
Is Keith. All I'm looking for right now is a leader. And personally, big boy, I don't think you're ready.
Holy
Give me your jacket, please.
Virginia is top 2. I am literally gagged as well. I'm gagged. Holy
So you're telling me that
shit.
Virginia is a better leader than me?
Oh no.
I've been leading the whole thing, even
Oh,
with
no.
whatever station I was on. I was leading the line throughout whatever team I was on.
Oh,
the whole
no.
time, with people that didn't even know anything.
Oh no.
I personally don't think you're ready to lead.
I personally think that you have a hard on for Virginia. Yeah.
Why'd you have to be so fucking rude?
Oh my god!
You're rude to me all the time.
Oh my god, he fucking said it.
Now, I definitely know I've made the right decision.
Oh my god.
So you actually just think.
Oh.
I definitely deserve my own restaurant. The whole time I've been here, I did nothing but kill it. He doesn't like my personality, so fuck him, because I've cooked better than all those bitches.
You got two choices. You run the team or the
Wow,
team runs you. And
K
sadly,
Grease.
the team man, Keith. If Keith can only
No
lose the
K
attitude,
Grease.
underneath all that, there's one talented cook.
No K Grease.
Still wearable.
Congratulations, Keith.
Do me a favour, just pull your pants up a little bit, yes? The view of your crack to table 7 is not appealing.
I wear my underwear up high and my pants low, because that's how I rock them.
John Philippe's over there! Barry!
He's Belgium, you idiot.
Keith, that Wellington's cooked perfectly.
Yeah, where was that
Heather is one tough
assertiveness
bitch.
when he was still on the
He didn't like my
on the
personality, he
team?
didn't like K Grease. I tried to hide him, but he fucking got out. So it's bullshit.
Oh, buddy.
You two
Oh,
are Hell's
buddy.
Kitchen finalists. Congratulations to you both. I'm really pleased to see you both here. Finalists.
Honestly,
Congratulations.
I think Heather knows she's won now. With Virginia making it to top 2, I think Heather actually is probably relieved by it. Because I think she and Keith were probably much more equally matched on the line. Yeah, she knows. She knows. Look at her face. Yep.
To you both.
What if Virginia
I'm really pleased
wins?
to see you both here.
Thank you, thank you.
That would be crazy.
One of you is going to have their very own restaurant in Vegas.
Virginia literally has plot armor.
This is where it gets really exciting.
This is like some
Enjoy the moment.
plot armor Deus Ex Machina
Get
shit.
some rest.
Thank you, Chef.
See you in the morning.
Thank you.
Wow. Wowee.
To Heather and Virginia, well done. To you both. Now Joyce and Bubbles love Gordon. Thank Gordon.
I
Virginia and Heather
cannot
celebrate
believe
making it to the
Keith
final 2.
Cheers to you and me. Cheers.
But Chef Ramsay has one more surprise in store for them.
Oh my God.
Who could
Next
it be?
week on the season finale of Hell's Kitchen, it's the moment you've been
We've
waiting
all
for.
been waiting for.
Heather, are you ready?
Yes, Chef.
Who will win Hell's Kitchen? Will it be Creative Virginia, the salad chef from California?
I want to freaking win tonight so badly I can taste it.
Or Passionate Heather, the sous chef from New York?
I'm gonna give this girl a fight tonight.
The winner will have their own restaurant in the $1 billion Red Rock Resort in Las Vegas. But first, they will face their former competitors.
Not gonna work for a woman. Not gonna happen.
And their demands.
Oh, Tom hasn't changed.
Plus, a hungry media.
Tom has not changed.
And go head-to-head redesigning Hell's Kitchen.
You're both gonna crave your very own restaurant.
You're not gonna work for a woman,
They
Tom?
will face off
Well, they're both women.
Guys, come on!
in the most important dinner service
This is raw. I need those abs.
of their lives.
Tom, the shore ribs now. I need those steaks. Come on!
Who will Chef Ramsay choose as the Hell's Kitchen winner?
Congratulations.
Find out next time on the Hell's Kitchen season finale.
Wow. Okay, I already know this follow-up is going to be despair. I already know. Yep. I knew it. Keith Green, local chef and Hell's Kitchen finalist, dies at 35. This fucking show. Truly a cursed season. Chef Keith Green did it all and did it big. Widely known for his flavorful dishes, his unrelenting work ethic, and his stint on the Fox reality television show Hell's Kitchen, Mr. Green, or K. Grease as he was known, was more than just a big personality. Too many in the Southampton community, he was family. Mr. Green died last Wednesday morning, August 15th, while swimming at, they're all random deaths. Just like total accidents. Oh, does this have spoilers? I don't think so. Let me just... Okay, when news of his death broke, members of the community pulled together immediately to shelter and support his wife. A memorial fund was set up to help his wife, or support his family. His wife, Kristen Green, he was married, and their young children, Avery and Aiden. Schmidt's Market donated all of its earnings from Friday's lobster night to the fund, approximately $7,500. He was like family and a friend first and employee second. So he was an executive chef for a while and had a family. Oh, so there were some good years. K. Grease, man. Mr. Schmidt said that he thought it was a little strange Mr. Green had been out swimming that morning since the weather had been stormy, but he said that Mr. Green liked the water and was an avid swimmer. Additionally, Mr. Schmidt said that Mr. Green had a bad back and he thought maybe the buoyancy of the water helped release some of the pain. This is so terrible. According to his wife, Kristen, Mr. Green had taken his body board and flippers with him that morning, but she does not know what could have happened. Are there any people who don't have tragic stories who come from this show? When he didn't show up for work or call in as he usually did, Mr. Schmidt said he knew something was wrong. A local man and his daughter came across his body. Ugh. Mr. Green wasn't always K. Grease, who wowed celebrity chefs with his cooking talent. He started small and locally. He was born in Southampton. Grew up on the second floor. Oh. Bro, this show. He's apparently lost an eye. Good. Because I've had enough. We've watched 2 seasons of this show, and so many people have died or have almost died. Oh, K. Grease, man. Even though you're a real piece of shit at the end of the show there. This is horrible. God, Elsie seemed happy last... Yeah, Elsie Mother 6 seemed good. That's true. Hell's Kitchen with that deep cut psychological damage. Actually. No joke. It's believed he had gone out for a swim before driving to work that morning. Mr. Green, who lived in Hampton Bays, was the executive chef. Sadness, man. What happened last season? Oh my God. I mean, Michael's story, Michael who won last season, who we kept calling Littlefinger, he had, I mean, everything turned out positively, I think, but oh my God. He literally ended up homeless shortly after he won the show. It's crazy. Dewberry's okay. You're right. Dewberry is okay. Our boy Dewberry, he's good. Our boy Dewberry he's still good. Oh man, everybody tilt your hat for K Grease. Throw him up in the chat. Let's get a K Grease emote. Good Lord. Motherfucking Hell's Kitchen. What happened to Sarah? Sarah was arrested for domestic violence. Fucking Sarah, man. Oh, it fits. I'm sad you sound like a genuinely sweet person. Yeah, and look, everybody on Hell's Kitchen is kind of a piece of shit besides Dewberry. You don't always choose your legacy, K Grease. It chooses you. Straight up. You heard? K Grease 07. Oh, boy. All right. Well, one episode to go in season 2 of Hell's Kitchen, and we're down to, as Keith said, the bitches. It is literally Hell's Kitchen. Literally. What am I thinking of doing next? Do I save the finale for tomorrow? I think I'm almost 6 hours in. Well, I'll do some gaming. If any Oilers are out there and want to juice my sub goal, Quan Grease would appreciate it. Well, let's play Life is Strange. I know I owe some Elden Ring, but hell yeah. Thank you, Obscure Leftist, for the 10. Thank you. There we go. There's an Oiler. There's an Oiler. Ray not here to watch life. Okay. Here's should I do a vote? I don't know. I feel bad. I feel bad when I'm on one game. I'm on, you know what I mean? Because then, like, people want the follow-up to it. They want the next. Do you guys want me to do a democracy? As a tribute, you should play the game as if you're K Grease. Yeah, you heard. You guys want to vote? You guys want to take a vote on what game I'll play next? All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. So this is up to y'all. What game? I will do Life is Strange or Elden Ring. You have 2 minutes. Oh, I put what gay? Oops. My bad. What gay is this? What gay? Okay. Y'all vote. I will be back. Who is gay? Okay. Wow. Leftist turnout? Look, this is a democracy. I gave y'all the vote. 68%. Only 100 people voted, so if you didn't vote, shut your trap then, mate. When you think about it, everyone and no one is gay. You know what? That is true. That is so true. Okay, how about this? I'm playing Life is Strange tonight. Tomorrow, I promise. Oh. Where am I? There I am. Tomorrow, I promise that I will play some Elden Ring. How about that? This is how democracy works. Yep. Biden today, Trump tomorrow. You know how it goes. What's the last thing that happened on Life is Strange? They were at the diner. If you're going to bed because it's late, and I know a lot of y'all are on the East Coast, well, good night, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out.
I pledge allegiance to Max and the power for which she stands.
This isn't a toy, Chloe. I do have to be careful how I use it.
Screw that! Of course it's a toy. The best toy ever? You can bang anyone with no strings attached, rewind time, and boom!
Bang?
It's like it never happened.
Grow up.
Whoa.
Maybe you made a move on me and I would never know.
In case I don't see ya.
Yes, that's what I did.
You can
Good
rewind
morning,
time,
good afternoon,
Max.
and good
That's
night.
Fucking insane. We have to play.
I don't have time.
You did not just say that.
Just drank
check
a
out your
5-hour
nose.
energy?
Too much blow?
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, are you okay?
Too much excitement. See what happens when we hook up again?
Then let's go to one of my secret lairs and fully test your power. You need a sidekick to guide you.
Okay, girl wonder. Show me the way to Chloe's cave.
I needed a reason to sleep in class. Yeah, if your teacher gets mad at you, you can just blame me. All right, let's get out of here.
Okay, Supergirl, let's go to my secret place.
Hmm.
Don't even answer. We have places to go and people to do. Come on, before Mom starts some more shit. Let's bail.
It's Kate Marsh from Blackwell.
Big whoop. You don't call me once in 5 years and now you're all over some biatch you see every day at school? I see how you roll.
Good night,
so
Marco.
Go ahead. Chat up Kate Marsh from Blackwell. I've got other people to hang out with too.
All right.
Hey, Kate. What's up?
Please, don't let your best friend get in the way.
You okay? I promise, Kate. I won't forget.
Are you okay, Grease?
Just do your homework and don't stress. I really don't think we should go into this right now. I'll call you later, okay?
Thanks, Max. If you'd rather chill with Kate, please, go ahead.
You are ridiculous. I'm chilling with you, okay?
For now, let's rock.
Whoa. Can't do anything right.
Sucks that Chloe and Joyce got into an argument.
Wait, should I go back or no? Nah, fuck it. Fuck it. Who is that? We've made our choice.
Is this a race?
Keep up.
How many times are you going to get pissed at me this week?
That depends on you and how well you do in this phase of the test. Welcome to American Rust, my home away from hell.
Raw
I feel like
and
you could
rough.
get tetanus in that
It
place.
suits you.
Max, do you know how awesome this is? I get my best friend back, and she's also supersized.
We don't know for how long.
Exactly why it's time to have fun.
David might be a douche, but you did steal his gun. Is everybody armed in Arcadia Bay now?
Does everybody have guns except
like
for me?
Step Dildo. Until now.
I'm not in the revolution yet, Shay.
You are the revolution, Max. So we should figure out how to best use and abuse your power with a test.
I feel
Frank?
like you should
Yuck.
probably never
You are
point
so
guns
cute.
at people.
You haven't changed a bit. Okay, let's do this. Can you find 5 bottles while I prep the shooting range?
Beer and guns? Nice combo.
You can handle it. Now go find us 5 bottles.
Stop
pretty
being
please.
such a fun sucker. All right, 5 bottles.
Every car has its own tale and history.
That is true. It's a deep way of looking at it.
So sad to look at a grounded boat. I wonder who owned that and where they are now.
Definitely not in the boat. That's for sure.
Beyond repair. Rest in peace.
She just like immediately gets tetanus and dies.
I wonder how many generations of fashion went through that washing machine.
Okay. Oh, here's a bottle. There's one.
Hello, bottle number 1. 4 more to go.
Hello, bottle number 1. Is this gonna be one of those things where there's exactly 5 bottles?
I wonder if Chloe thinks about her father when she looks at all
So
these
I have
smashed
to
up
find-
cars.
I have to find the exact 5. This looks like a bottle should be over here.
Wowzer. That looks exactly like the same dough from my tornado vision. That dough is the perfect photo op.
Oh, does that mean I should take a picture? Wowzers. Wow, that dough looks like a real dough. I think we should say wowzers more. Ah, tetanus! Ah!
This was an old school punk shirt.
I love the writing in this. So much. So much. I walked into Will's streaming room and he is watching he's watching Survivor, reacting to it, and playing WoW. That's called your brain being shattered. Idiot! Fuck. I need that bottle.
Look what we have here. A cute little bottle for the taking.
Yeah, now how am I gonna get it down though? You heard? Oh, crate. I bet I can use this. We have lost him.
Maybe I can use this to reach the bottle.
Yeah, maybe. But how? Just like that. Yeah, he's having his cake, eating it too, gets to play
Boom.
WoW, but maintain
Only
his
3
viewer
bottles
count.
left.
Genius. Absolutely genius. Yeah, people fucking love Survivor. Oh, I've got a message. Oh. I saw Lyric play CS2 and do a Diablo 4 boss at the same time. Christ! These people are... Their brains ought to be studied.
No way. I totally remember going there when I was a kid. I loved the Hush Puppies. Now the sign is just
Wowzers.
arcade. I don't want to go that way.
Oh, okay. The way that I play her in this game feels like...
Nope, I don't want to go there.
Feels like the epitome of ADHD. She'll just be in the middle of saying something. Nope, no, I don't want to go there. All right, where the fudge are these other bottles? Gun shells.
I have to find dirty-ass bottles while you chill? Not fair.
I have to prep the range, crybaby. And I've been tripping hard about where you got this rewind power.
From God or the gods. So, bow.
We can make the world bow. Are you ready for that?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Once I figure out exactly how my power works. A god doth know these things.
Amen. And while you build an empire, I'm there to keep you on the path of badassness. And fun.
Spin, rinse, and repeat. I'm just altering time and space. Oh yeah, and history. No biggie.
You already altered history by saving my life, smartass. Let's see what else you can do.
Well, how about I get that bottle out of your hand? Okay.
Those shells look fresh.
Huh. Who's been shooting them? Dude, it would be kind of nice, Chloe, if you would help me out on these bottles. Syringes? Oh my fucking god. Oh, another bottle. Shit.
I bet I could get on the boat from a higher location.
I like how she's risking her life to get these bottles. Now, how do I get up there? That's... Is this a saw trap? Kinda feels like it. Wow, maybe I should use one of these old syringes.
Oh, gross. So disturbing to see old syringes on the ground.
Okay, how do I get up to this boat? Chair? Okay, wait. Where's the chair? The chair's up there. Now, how do I get up? Oh my god, what is that? Oh.
All this rusted metal makes me feel serene.
Whose names do you remember? I remember... Excuse me.
I don't want to go that way.
Oh. I remember Chloe. And I remember... Warren. And I remember... Dwayne? Do I want this plank?
I could use this board as a bridge. Doesn't look too heavy.
Okay, how do I get the board? Is there a Dwayne mod check? Hello?
I know there's a bonfire spot where people party around here.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson?
The Bigfoots were here.
Isn't that the guy with the dog? Who's the guy with the dog? Okay, move.
Way heavier than I thought. Ugh.
All right, here we go. Hopefully I don't fall onto that needle. That was so much
down,
work
2
to get
more to go.
one bottle.
Talk about finding a bottle in a haystack.
Straight up. I'm exhausted now. I need to sit.
Although this junkyard is a dive, I see why Chloe hangs here. She's a steampunk. It actually feels like Chloe and I are kids again. We're hiding out and plotting our future.
Wow. Okay. 2 more bottles. Now. Where have I not explored? I gotta go find this bonfire. Maybe by...
Nope, I don't want to go there.
I forgot she doesn't want to go there. Sorry, girl.
This is the scariest thing here.
A shirt? It's terrifying. Whose shirt is that?
Nope, I don't want to go there.
Okay, girl. I know the borders now. I know 'em. I know 'em. Yep. Meanwhile, Chloe's like, why is it taking an hour to find 5 bottles? I'm like, wow, look at that shirt. Have you ever seen anything like that? Isn't this a bonfire? This looks like a stump. Let me just, I like how I just keep walking around and sitting.
So quiet and primordial out here.
Wow. Just gonna sit and then get up again. Alright, now I'm back. Back to looking for these stupid fucking bottles. What if my entire gaming session tonight is just me looking for these bottles? That'd be rad.
I know there's a bonfire spot where people party around here.
Yeah, girl, but where? But where? Okay, I'm gonna try this way. It's gotta be this way. Wait, didn't I already come this way? Okay, this is crazy.
I don't want to go that way.
Oh my god! Chloe, you lazy fucking bitch. This feels like NPC shit.
I prepare the shooting range while you look for some bottles.
Yeah, I know. Can we just use 3? Is that good enough? Why do we even need more? Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Alright, let me just take a second and look out. Where is this stupid bonfire? Uh-huh. Oh my god. This is the point that I get to when I'm like... I'm over these fucking bottles. Okay, I came over here. Oh! Hello! Yes! There's one.
One more bottle to go.
La La Land this way.
Ouch.
Okay, thank God. Come on, where is the last
I can't see
bottle?
Chloe playing with makeup.
Ouch. Fuck you. Ouch. It's brutal.
That kind of hurts.
Chloe's really changed.
They really were besties. That could have been me instead of Rachel.
A mixtape.
Rachel songs. I wonder if Chloe would ever make me a mixtape.
Nah, girl.
Now we're officially a trio. We just have to find Rachel.
Oh, Max, that's her name.
I don't want to intrude, but I was here.
I was here too.
So Rachel did go to a Vortex Club party.
Huh.
This flyer is dated right before she disappeared.
Interesting.
I want to die. Jeez. Who wrote this?
Probably the same person who wrote "fuck you." Wow. All right, that was bottle number 4. Now this is when it gets crazy.
Oh, poor thing. They left you here all alone.
Why is that her reaction to the burned doll, and yet the shirt she was like, "This is the scariest thing I've ever seen."
Spot where people party around here.
Girl, if you mention this, oh wait, what's that smoke? Hold on, how do I get in there? Smoke. Aha!
I'm sure this is a popular party pit.
Definitely looks like it.
Voila. Now I can deliver this bottle booty to Captain
We
Clark.
did. Oh!
Max, rewind now.
Oh shit! I almost died by some boxes. I just almost died. What the hell? This place is a death trap. And whose voice was that?
Thanks, Max.
You're welcome. Yeah, she dies by the boxes and the credits roll.
One more for the road.
You're serious about this?
We're gonna shoot all these bottles without wasting a single bullet. Max, you have to help me aim.
Girl, this is how I'm using my
Show me the way,
powers.
Max.
I need to see you shoot first.
Really? Wow, that was terrible. Okay. Wait, what's happening?
I can't rewind anymore.
Show me the way, Max.
Okay, so to the right.
Aim a bit to the right.
Sir, yes, sir.
Woo!
Oh, yes! Did you see that shit, Max?
Duh.
That was so fucking cool. Now
No,
for the
my
second
eyes were
bottle.
closed.
Now, Max, where do I aim?
You're on target. Pull the trigger.
Wait, where'd the bullet hole go? I can't even. Oh, it's below. It's below.
Now, Max, where do I aim?
Aim slightly above.
Right between the eyes.
I cannot believe that this is how we're
Watch
using
out,
my secret
Nathan.
powers.
Now that is fun. Let's pump up the volume and find me another target. I want to get creative here.
Why did I get 5 bottles?
Give me something to shoot.
Aim at that old blue plank here.
I hate old planks.
I really just spent 3
Come on.
hours and she didn't even shoot all the bottles.
I must rid the world of those bottles.
Okay, girl.
Come on, Max. Rewind and help Chloe aim.
Wait, I don't understand what are we doing?
Give me something.
Let's see you take a crack at that rusty barrel.
Sorry, Mr. Barrel. Your time has come. Listen to those fat bullet beats.
It just like shoots Max in the head.
Give me
Okay.
something to shoot, Max.
Girl, how long are we doing
Let's take out
this?
this wheel rim on your left.
Taking out the wheel rim now.
Oh, that was kind of
Hell
sick.
Yes!
Nice shooting, Tech.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Satisfied?
Like never. So I want one more uber cool trick shot.
How about using that junker for a target now?
That seems like a terrible idea.
Dude, I need a target before I shoot.
Okay, dude.
Put a real dent in that front bumper.
Goodbye, cruel bumper. Jesus, I shot myself! Ugh, I shot myself! Back up, back
Stupid
up!
gun. Hold on, Chloe.
Yeah, no shit. What did you guys think was gonna happen? Fucking idiots.
Goodbye, cruel bumper.
Oh my god,
How
you
about aiming for the
dummies.
left tire? Adios, spinning wheel of death. Uber cool.
Uber. Wowzers.
I cannot believe this is for reals. My best friend is a superhero. Now it's your turn to bust a cap.
Yeah, girl, you shot yourself.
I don't know.
Max, your nose. Damn.
I don't feel so super.
Max!
Wow, they really wasted her powers on shooting bottles. And I bet you Max will die if she uses her powers too much. Should have used them for worthwhile things.
You freaked me out there. Do you feel any better now?
Me personally, I would play the lottery.
Thanks for helping me. Just
I would gamble.
Give me a minute.
Too much action for Arcadia?
Maybe not enough. This is kind of fun. Scary and stupid.
I would go straight to
fun.
Vegas.
Let me know when you feel okay.
Put it all on black.
God, this power really messes with my head. I'm glad I feel normal again. I better go chat up Chloe.
Okay. Looks like you're ready to lock and load.
I don't know about this.
Are you afraid of getting in trouble? Oh, boo-hoo, Max is afraid. I know you can handle this, and I'm here to guide you. Make me proud, sister.
Okay, sister.
Hey, it's Thelma and Louise.
Who's this fucking
Or is
guy?
it Bonnie and Clyde?
Shoot him.
Excuse us, Frank.
Oh, sorry, Chloe. Don't let me get in the way of your bonding. I heard the gunshots and the breaking glass. It's cute that you're playing with guns.
Hello!
Just like me at your age.
We're not anything alike. man.
Hello,
We
dolls.
both need money. In fact, you need it so bad, you owe me a
Hey,
shitload,
we both
don't
need
you,
money.
Huh?
Welcome
Look at
in,
your money.
Congus
Don't
Raid.
they all say that? You know, even when they're broke and acting
God, I
tough?
love a Congus Raid.
What are you hiding there, girlie?
Negihama, thank
Let
you for
me
the 5
see.
months.
Where did you get that bracelet?
I know, we'll
Friend,
finish
it's none
first
of your
again.
goddamn business. You're my business now.
That's
and I...
Rachel's bracelet. Why the fuck are you wearing her bracelet?
Calm yourself, all right? It was a gift.
Don't take that, wasn't. You stole that shit. Give it to me right now, asshole.
You better step back before you regret it, girl. I mean
Girl!
it. You want me to cut you, bitch?
Hi, everybody, welcome in.
Please.
I'm playing a little Life is Strange.
Please step back.
Connor,
You're
thank you for the
kidding.
6 months.
Put that down.
My people voted between Elden Ring and Life is Strange. You know what? Fuck it, I'm shooting.
Oh! That is hilarious. Oh, man. I'll remember you, kid.
I always
I'll remember
shoot when
you
I have the
almost shot me.
opportunity to do
And
so.
you'll wish I had no memory, because I never forget.
Oopsie. Guess what,
You have
though?
until
I can
Friday
go back
to
in
pay me.
time.
Don't ever pull crap like this again. It'll be the last time you do. Try bullets next time, brainiacs.
Oh, thanks for the tip.
Sorry.
Hope you
were
guys had
awesome.
fun.
Thanks for standing up
with
for
the
me.
Will Neff. My favorite streamer.
Let's blow.
Oh.
My secret lair didn't feel secret today.
Let's blow
At
this
least Frank
joint.
is gone. He won't fuck with us again. He just wants his money.
That's another thing I miss saying. Let's blow this joint.
Jesus, I almost shot this guy. And now he'll be more dangerous to Chloe and me.
Oh, no, I don't want to go backwards. No, I wanted to... I stick by shooting him. Oh. Where's Chloe? Come on, girl. We gotta get out of here.
Look at her. Chloe can even chill out. We should jet before.
We have plenty of time to do anything we want whenever we want. Make me proud, sis.
Let's get out of here. Should I shoot him again? Wait, or I should I feel like I should shoot him again. No, I'm gonna not shoot.
Come on, girly. Shoot me.
Girly. Okay, now let's shoot him.
Ah, Christ. You're more like Abbott and Costello. Nice piece. I'll consider this interest on your loan.
Nice piece, girly.
Thanks. You have until Friday to pay me, or I'll track you down with this interest.
Wow, look at his tats.
Have a good play, kids.
You really stood your ground.
I freaked. I don't like guns.
It'll be hard to keep Nathan off my
I just
ass.
realized there's a
My
deer
stepshit
on
will
her
have his other gun
shirt.
sealed in an electrified bunker by now.
Should I go back and shoot him?
Sorry, Chloe. I've never held a gun on a human being.
Should we go back again?
Not cool.
I know, Max.
How do I get bullets, though?
I'm actually relieved it worked out this way instead. And there are more guns out there. Let's blow. My secret lair didn't feel secret
This is
today.
America.
At least Frank is gone. He won't fuck with us again. He just wants his money.
I should shoot myself.
Oh, Frank took Chloe's gun because of me.
All right. Fuck it. We're going back. We're going back. We're going back. We're gonna shoot this fucker again. All right, here we go. Talk to Chloe.
Are you ready to do?
Boom, boom.
Proud, sister.
Okay. Now.
Hey, it's Thelma and Louise.
Shoot. Stand your ground. Okay, I made my decision. Let's bounce. Wait, where are we bouncing to? Wait, where the fuck did Chloe go?
Wowzer.
Third time
Why did
was the
Frank
charm.
have Rachel's bracelet?
Why did Frank
we need
have
to talk
Rachel's
about
bracelet?
this later, but I better follow Chloe now.
Wait, where the hell did Chloe go? Oh, there she is.
Chloe's waiting to go for a walk.
My blue-haired queen.
We both need a timeout from here.
Her being like, I
still
can't believe you didn't
can't believe you
commit
pulled a gun
murder
on
for me.
Frank.
If you were a real friend, you
felt
would have committed
awful.
murder.
I'm glad there was no bullets in there.
You can just rewind time in your hand and stick that barrel right up Frank's ass. You have the power.
You're gross. Don't fall.
I'm just glad you were here.
Me too.
Who amongst us didn't hang out on
Chloe,
train tracks
Why
when
the hell
we
are
were
you
in high
hanging
school?
around scary losers like Frank? It's weird.
Let's take a break and I'll talk.
Too much talking,
Feels like a
not
different
enough
world, huh?
using these powers
I
to
wish
gamble.
we could stay forever.
Can we build another pirate fort and keep the world out?
We need a new secret hangout. At least Frank wouldn't find us. Are you okay, Max?
Seriously, Chloe, this is scary. What if Frank tries to track us down?
Well, then we'll
I'm
just get a
sorry,
bigger gun with
but
bullets
Frank
in
isn't
it
as
next
hardcore as he
time.
fronts. All he cares about is his cash, stash, and mangy dog.
Chloe, did you see what just happened? I almost shot him. I know I could rewind, but Chloe, this is not playtime. No more guns.
Max, I know. Crazy shit is the new normal for me. That's why I plan to leave Arcadia Bay without paying Frank off.
Now,
Oh,
tell me
shit,
exactly
girl.
what's going on between you and Frank. Does he have a last name?
Frank Bowers. Obviously don't get my pot from you, remember? Anyway, Frank and I kind of hung out.
So he's a criminal.
Is this your bad boy phase?
No, it's my trying to scrounge some quick cash so Rachel and I could get the hell out of here phase. Frank had quick cash. That's all.
That's it?
No.
You guys,
I wanna
there's
know
no
how Fred
such
got
thing
Rachel's
as quick
bracelet.
cash.
What do you think?
There's no such thing.
I don't know anymore. My brain is so fried from all this. I need a mental enema.
It's so weird talking to you about this insane crap. We haven't hung out this much since we were tweens, and it's like no time has passed. I wish Rachel was here to meet you.
I like that it's been like 3 years.
Do you think that Rachel and I would have been friends?
You're not that different. She has a great eye for images and for art. Plus, she's a smartass like you. We would all be hella best friends forever.
Hella.
I know she must be as cool as you are.
You guys, I've actually been saying hella a lot.
I have no doubt we'll meet soon.
Railroad tracks always make me feel better. I have no idea why.
Kerouac knew. It's the romance of travel and movement. The sound of the train whistle at night.
Look at the beat poet here.
That's hella cool.
I'd rather be a good photographer.
You are. You just have to stop being afraid.
Just be like Brooklyn Beckham. What I see. Oh shit! She's like, sorry, I'm just having a brain aneurysm. No, I haven't played Alan Wake.
Train. Oh shit.
Yeah, dummies. That's why you don't play train tracks. Am I supposed to be helping her?
I don't want to die here!
Girl, I got magic powers.
Fine, come on, Max!
Max, you can't just yank Chloe out like a superhero.
I don't know. What am I supposed to get? What am I looking for? Like an axe or something to chop her leg off? Or this?
I can't even move it an inch.
Oh my God, I'm so weak.
I need to pull the switching lever right now. Awesome, it's not locked.
Sick.
The train's coming!
Oh my God.
Find the tool to cut those wires.
Fuck. Okay. A tool?
Max, get me out of here!
Oh my God, girl. You're gonna have to hold on a second.
I can't budge it at all.
Methinks she's going to get hit by this train. Ooh.
I must have missed something. I should rewind.
I like that they don't actually show her getting hit by a train. Okay.
I can definitely use this bad boy.
Oh, there's number 2. Okay, let me go back. All right, here we go.
I can definitely use this bad boy.
Max!
Yes, I'm coming. Oh, how do I get down here? Oh, shit. Oh my God.
Get me out. The train's coming!
Wait, how do I
Max,
use...
please!
Max, you can't just
Wait, where's my thing? Oh, I'm
No.
sorry, girl. You're gonna get hit by a train
Max,
again.
Get me out of here!
Wait, I thought I grabbed this. Wait. Oh, I think it's gotta be... Oh, my bad. My bad, girlie. You're gonna have to get hit one more time. Okay. Oops.
There's only one way around this.
Okay. Here we go. Crowbar.
Can you move it with this crowbar? For
Oh
real?
my God. What am I supposed to do?
Max, get me out of here!
What the hell am I supposed to do here?
I better find the tool to cut those wires.
Yeah, can't I use the crowbar? Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Oh, come on. Okay, you're gonna have to get hit again. Sorry. Sorry, girl. Okay. So. I need a tool. But what? A tool to cut? Yes, bitch! I know the train is coming! What do you think I am doing here?
Max, get me out of here!
Oh, I know. Here we go. Crowbar. She's probably gonna die again. Okay, there we go. Yep, sorry, you're gonna have to die one more time. Okay. There you go, that should buy me ample time, ample. Okay, drawer. Aha!
Now I can pull a total MacGyver.
Okay, here I go.
In and out, no problem.
In and out, no problem. Alright, here I come. Okay, boom. Cut the wire. Pliers.
But which wire to cut?
Oh, fuck. Yellow? Stores, thank you for the 7 months. Ooh!
Short Circuit City.
Oh, shit. I gotta go back. Okay, so definitely
But
not
which
yellow.
wire to cut?
Let's try red.
Now that's the right cable.
There we go.
The train's coming!
Yeah, girl, don't worry.
Yes, I did it.
Woo! What if one of those logs flew off and hit her?
You okay? You saved me again.
That was intense.
Crazy. Now we're totally bonded for life.
Yeah, you only died like 6 or 7 times.
That was close. Aren't you glad I took
Let's
you away
go,
to a nice,
dude.
quiet, desolate spot?
It was cool to spend time in your lair, but I have to get back to school before my next class.
Since you're the mysterious superhero, I'll be your faithful chauffeur and companion.
My powers...
That would have been
last,
really funny if one of the
That's
logs
okay.
flew off the train
We will.
and just decapitated Chloe. Max, you saved me! You saved me again! Oh, sister, if only you knew.
Thanks for the ride, Chloe. Right on time for my art lesson.
Yes,
Thanks for coming with me.
I have never played this before.
Sorry to be so boring.
Nothing exciting ever happens to us, right?
Listen, your rewind power has to be connected to that snow yesterday. That might explain your tornado vision.
Explain what?
Explain what? Snow equals a ginormous twister that takes out Arcadia Bay? You're high.
Wake up, Max. You saved my life twice now. You altered the course of my destiny, yours, and whoever. Do you know about chaos theory?
Here we go.
It means
What do you know about
shit
chaos theory?
happens, right?
No, crazy shit happens. Because it can. And will.
Why me? I'm just a geek girl in some small town.
A perfect example of strange attractors? Don't they teach you kids anything at Blackwell? We have a tornado, rewind power, and freak snow. Hello, Armageddon. So let's party with your power, Rockstar!
Like he said, Professor Price.
Party like a rock.
superhero needs
Party
a
like
sidekick.
a rock star.
How can it be such a shitty week and yet one of the best
Does
of my
every
life?
girl with blue
Because we're
hair
back
know
in
about
action.
chaos theory? If you're a blue-haired lesbian, is that a prereq? What do you know about chaos theory? I don't know anything. Oh, me neither. This is chapter 2. And I'm probably
I have a little time before
towards
Mr.
the end.
Jefferson's class, so I can do some wandering.
Just do a little wandering? Okay, let's figure out some info.
Carrying a gun to class is cool, though.
No graffiti, yes guns.
Like I would miss it. I have the
Sir?
sweetest outfit.
Ah, hello, Max. Would you like to tell me what you wouldn't yesterday?
No,
No, I mean, I don't have anything to tell you.
I'm not a
More
snitch.
secrets. Now, excuse me, I have a meeting to attend.
Oh, do you? Then why don't you go attend it?
Hey, Courtney. Ciao, Max. No photos, please. I have to come up with a guest list for a Vortex Club soiree. Really?
Oh.
Like you care.
You know what, bitch? I don't.
You're right. I don't. Making my guest list easier. Ciao.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna slap her and then go back in time so that I can slap her for the first time again.
Trevor surveys his domain.
Max, can we talk?
Oh, this guy.
Do you mind if we talk about what happened yesterday with Chloe?
Yeah, she spent a semester in Florence. You hit Chloe, you son of a bitch.
You hit Chloe.
I'm sure she told you why. Did she mention she probably stole one of my guns?
You're a combat veteran. She's no threat to you.
If I didn't care about her, I wouldn't care at all.
Don't you know
When I
high
was
school
her
girls
age,
are the
I was
biggest
out
threat to
raising a lot
combat
more hell.
veterans?
She's better than that. All you kids are. So is Kate Marsh.
What about Kate?
You stepped between us at a pretty bad time. She's another matter entirely.
Kate hasn't done anything wrong.
Max, this isn't just about Kate Marsh. My concern is for the safety of all Blackwell students, including you.
That'll take more than surveillance cameras.
It will take more than Ms. Grant and her petition to find missing students.
Isn't that your responsibility as head of security? Unless you
Bro,
know
keep
something
this
about
guy
Rachel
away
Amber
from
that nobody else does.
the kids.
I don't want to fight with you anymore. I don't want to fight with anyone anymore. That's all, Max.
Chloe has literally been shot and run over by trains more than this veteran.
You best not bother chatting me up now.
Yes, sir.
I should feel lucky to be here.
But instead, all I feel is despair.
Now, why would Frank Bowers have your bracelet?
It's a question that I need to answer.
Good thing I left my AK at home.
Why? I like how many jokes she makes about guns. Oh, I forgot I have messages. I'm in the sci-fi lab. See you soon.
I still have time. Luke is always using the phone as a shield to avoid people.
Honestly, that reminds me.
Juliet is laying the smackdown on Zachary.
I like her narration.
I hate having everybody see inside my locker.
Oh, her burly dad. Oh wait, no, her dad's still alive.
Talk later, cool?
I love how Evan is so above the Vortex Club and everything else.
So above it.
But you have to understand my position.
Hot teacher.
Why? You don't understand mine.
Excuse me, Max. Can you come over here?
Sure.
You look worried. Is everything okay?
Just between you and me, I'm worried about Kate Marsh.
That's no secret. Word on the street is that you and Kate had a little confrontation with our security chief yesterday.
She's David Madsen.
I stepped in between David Madsen barking
Christian
all up in
Gate.
Kate's face about something. She doesn't deserve that.
Of course not. Mr. Madsen isn't the most gentle soul. Do you have proof he instigated the situation?
My word isn't good enough?
Wow.
The
And I
one
thought
time
he was a
choose
cool
not to take a
teacher.
picture.
Always take the shot.
He's just like the
My
rest
number
of
one
them.
rule of photography. And Max, I promise this matter is being discussed by the faculty.
Wait, I thought I
assume you
did
know
take a
about this viral
picture.
video?
Everybody knows. That's why I wanted to see you. Kate is being humiliated daily.
What if Kate brought this on herself? She means well, but maybe she doth protest too much. She seems like she's holding back the truth. Have you talked to her?
No.
No. I just don't want Kate Marsh to be the next Rachel Amber.
Rachel Amber? What does she have to do with Kate?
I don't know. What does
all
she have
our
to do with
missing
Kate?
persons posters around, it's hard not to think of her.
Rachel was nothing like Kate. And Principal Wells said you had something on your mind you wouldn't tell him. You care to share?
Not with you.
Not right
Hot
now.
teacher.
I'll tell you everything as soon as I
Oh, that
figure it
sounds
out.
good.
I'd like to believe that, Max.
Yeah, it's good,
just
isn't it?
Seems like there's a lot of drama around you this week.
Listen, should
Oh,
I...
the hot sauce is here.
Excuse me, Max. Hello? Yes?
Do you want the hot sauce?
Hold on. I have to take this, so just go into class and I'll be there soon.
Oh, what's going on? What's happening?
Stella is smart to stay out of all the drama.
Yeah, girl.
I guess I'm out of time to turn in a photo for the contest. Irony.
Show me the love.
Daniel is always on the outside looking in. What's up, Daniel?
Waiting to draw Dana.
What's up,
after
Daniel?
Hayden gets his paparazzi on. I hope you liked the sketch I did of you yesterday.
Love. And it's my new avatar.
Excellent. I got tons of likes on FB. Made you blush.
Shut up.
Someday your portrait may hang in the Daniel de Costa wing of the Louvre. We'll talk about it later.
Wow, that accent. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Wow, what a great pick.
Alyssa really lives for her classes.
Not now, Max. I'm contemplating shit.
Oh, I love the dialogue.
Whoa, Mr. Jefferson is not messing around with that monster. He probably paid 20 grand for that camera. I bet he gets pristine digital images. Arcadia Bay looks way more majestic here.
Alyssa lives for her classes.
Even in pictures, the forest around here always looks mysterious.
What up?
No time to talk, Max. Posing in progress.
Dana is ready for her 15 minutes of fame.
Okay, girl.
Do you think Max will be pissed we're sitting at her desk?
What?
So cool to see Mr. Jefferson's actual published
Wait,
pictures.
who's talking about me?
Gives me hope.
Who's talking about me?
Run to Mr. Jefferson like he gives a shit.
I'm...
Like anybody does.
Excuse me?
Max is... Here comes the mysterious Max, disguised as a pixie hipster.
Or paparazzi. I want that photo whore, or I get nasty.
Too late.
Meow!
Whore?
Bring out the claws.
I'm a
love
virgin.
seeing chicks fight.
Can I sit down, please?
I don't know. Can you?
Alright, this bitch has got
Let her
to
have
go.
the desk. That's all she's got.
She's gotta go.
Assholes.
I'm gonna slap her and then go back in time and slap her again. That's my tech. That's how I'm gonna be using my powers. Oh my god, Christian girl.
Okay, why is David taking photos of Kate? Now this is so wrong and weird.
And weird. It's time for me to get up. Just kind of stuck at my desk now. Oh,
What up,
there he
Max?
is.
Hey, Warren.
I saw Kate earlier and her eyes were puffy from crying.
Kate has a lot on her plate.
I didn't know what to say and she didn't tell me anything.
Okay, I know you love me, but if you're not in this class, beat it. Everybody else, please sit
Maybe I'll
down.
see
We have
you
a lot
later.
to cover today, and so little time as usual. I see all the usual suspects here. Anybody seen Kate
Dave
Marsh?
does
I
come
think
across as
everybody
weird.
has seen Kate Marsh by now.
She's not feeling good.
Sounds like you're giggling about.
It's cool that Mr. Jefferson published his own little book of photo
I love
tips.
interrupting with like,
the video gone viral.
oh, her ADD.
Maybe it involves a student or a friend. I wonder how it would feel to have false images of yourself shot out all over the world for people to judge. Usually, people need something to
What's your problem?
judge, so they never take a good look at themselves. We can thank reality TV for some of that.
Yeah.
In the end, we can only blame ourselves for participating.
Kardashians.
Speaking of...
It's cool that Mr. Jefferson published his own little book of photo tips.
Capturing the image. Wait a second. What I see. Brooklyn Beckham.
Participation. There are a few souls.
Did we
here
ever
who have
find
yet to
out who
enter a
Greg
photo in the
is?
contest. Like Max Caulfield, for example. Who I know can't wait to enter, right?
Greg, where are you?
I'm sure you read the syllabus like it was a Harry
Greg,
Potter
who sent
book,
me
so
this?
you must know today we're studying chiaroscuro.
Where
That
are you,
beautiful
Greg?
word about the contrast between light and dark. The shadow play that gives photography such visual power. It's basic yin and yang. Black and white images are effective precisely because of their contrast. Although we don't technically
I guess
see
Kate will
them.
miss class now.
Crazy shit is going down.
Crazy shit is going down?
Do not come into my class like that ever again. Listen.
Wait, what's going
everybody
down?
remain seated.
Yeah, teacher, when someone comes in and says
Dismiss.
crazy shit is going down, everyone's gonna get up. If someone runs in and says crazy shit is going down.
I didn't think she was that messed up.
Oh shit, what's going on? What crazy shit is happening? Yeah, this is my first Life is Strange game.
Who is that up there?
Kate!
Oh my god.
No! She can't die. She can't.
Holy shit! Whoa, she looks like Jesus. Wait. Oh my god.
Not now. I have to try something. I won't be able to rewind again and again.
Wait, what? Yo. She's flying. Oh no, I'm dying. Oh no. What's happening? What's going on?
Keep going, Max.
What the hell?
Can do it.
What the fuck? Whoa. Whoa. So beautiful. All you people are responsible for this. It's your fault.
Yes.
Here we go. Kate!
What are you doing here, Max? Stop! Don't come near me. Not now. It won't
What's happening?
work. I don't have any power. Now I have to do this by myself.
Dude, and you haven't even gone
Seriously,
gambling
don't come
yet.
near me. I will jump. Okay, okay. I'm right here. Kate, please. Oh, Max, I know you want to help me. I love that you stepped up to David, but it doesn't matter now. Nothing matters.
You matter.
You matter. And not just to me.
Wait.
I do want to believe
Wait,
that.
if I get this wrong, is she
Kate,
gonna kill herself?
Your life is still yours.
Oh
And
no.
we can get through this together. Let me help.
Oh, I gotta really use
like
my
I helped by erasing
emotional
all that crap
intelligence
people wrote
here.
on your room slate. I'm glad to hear you worry about me.
Oh
That
boy.
makes me feel better.
Oh boy. You're my friend. Or am I here for you? You're my friend.
Of course I worry. You're my friend, Kate. I did feel better talking to you on the phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good.
I always feel like you really listen.
Okay, that's good.
Kate, please trust me. Come stand by me.
Why are you guys
okay?
doing that emote?
I can help you now. I know I can. This morning I erased the web link to the video. It was written on the shower room mirror. Are you serious?
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
The fact that you don't care about that video and would come up here to stop me means a lot.
Yes. Fuck. Nathan is involved. You were drugged. You were drugged.
I care about you because I believe you were drugged. We will find out who did this and make them pay.
Sounds so persuasive, Max. Only.
Come on.
Kate, I believe
Come on,
you.
Kate.
Will you believe me? Please. You don't have to do this.
Max, I'm in a nightmare and I can't wake up.
No, girl.
Unless I put myself to sleep. Then everybody at Blackwell can post pics of my body. I'm already on the internet forever.
Girl!
What do they call it? A web. Nothing can ever get out. Like my video. I wish I could go back in time and erase everything.
Wait, I can do that. Oh, fuck. Be strong. There are billions of videos everybody will forget.
Kate, this is our chance to beat the bullies. That's the only way we can win against them.
Can we really, Max? I don't believe in miracles anymore either.
Don't say that.
Now I do. You're part of the reason why. If you come down with me, I can tell you more.
You're such a good person, Max. Even if you're full of crap. But I'll come with you.
Yay!
You're my friend.
Yay!
Forever. Can we hug on it?
No. Nobody cares about
Wait,
me.
what?
Nobody.
What do you mean? Fuck. Mother, sisters, father, brothers? I don't know. Sisters?
I saw that cute photo of you with your sisters in your room this morning. I can see how much your little sister loves you by her smile.
That's Lynn. She's only 10.
Okay.
She does have the best smile
Lynn,
ever.
Lynn loves
I would hate
you.
to see her sad.
Come on, Kate. Yes. Oh my god, I did it. Emotional intelligence. For the win.
What are you talking about? You saved me from talking in class.
I fucking did it. I'm a Libra, baby. That's fucking right. I'll make people feel
Now,
better
I know
about
today was
themselves.
difficult for everybody.
Unless
But
I hate you.
I'm so proud of the way Blackwell pulled together to
I
save a young
aced
girl's life.
it!
Of
And
course,
that's
you're
on
quite the
being a
hero for getting
Libra.
Kate to come down, Max.
I didn't do much.
She's modest. Like a real hero.
Yeah, real hero. As principal of Blackwell Academy, I take my duties seriously.
You guys, I'm
I
so
take the well-being
proud.
of every
I'm
student
so
more
proud.
seriously. What happened today should never happen in a hall of wisdom and knowledge.
I might not be the best gamer,
Mr. Madsen,
but I know how to talk to people.
as our head of security here, those roof doors should always be locked. That's just standard operating procedure. They were not, and that is indeed your responsibility. Mr. Jefferson, I know you can't be expected to know what your students are going through, but Kate has assisted you in class, so you should have known something was amiss.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Prescott, since you are responsible for the Vortex Club parties,
I'm an empath.
and since Miss Marsh did attend your last party, you'll have to answer some more questions. Miss Caulfield, why exactly were you on the roof with Kate Marsh?
Because
Did
I
she
saved
tell you
her life,
plan?
bozo.
Or anything at all? Please, tell us everything.
Oh, shit. Jefferson made her cry. Nathan dosed her. David bullied her. I have no evidence.
All I know is that Kate was at a party and Nathan dosed her. She got wasted and kissed some boys on a viral video without a clue.
I dosed her? Without a clue. Have you seen the video? Whatever. Kate was loaded and
You're a
playing the
liar.
field.
You told Kate you took her to the emergency room.
I said I was going to take her to the ER. She sobered up eventually.
Bullshit. Something happened to her and you know it.
You know
Why
it.
don't we talk about you waving a gun in the girls'
Hey,
bathroom?
that's total slander. I could sue you and this school so fast. I already have a personal lawyer.
Wait, Max. You told me that nothing happened yesterday.
Thank you, Jaina.
Are you just making things up?
Crisis
How can I
Counselor
trust you?
Kwan.
I was afraid yesterday, but I have to tell the truth.
I do understand that. And since, Mr. Prescott, does appear prominently in the video and was responsible for the party, I have no choice
Yeah,
but to
bitch.
suspend him until further notice.
What's your lawyer's gonna do about
See you
that
in court.
now?
Excuse me. I think Max and Nathan need a break before we grill them further.
See
a friend
ya.
and student just tried to kill herself. They don't need this forum right now.
Yes, I'm kind of devastated right now. I'd like to be with my family.
All right, Miss Caulfield, please
And
sign
my
here to
lawyers.
confirm what you've told us. I'll continue this investigation from there.
My head is killing me, but I think I can use my power again.
Fuck yeah, let's do it. Do I go back or do I go forward? Let's see. I don't actually think that was... wait. Oops. Okay. I am the empath, that's true. No harm in trying.
Mr. Madsen was bullying Kate.
Oh, grow up.
Excuse me, I was there. I saw you getting in her face.
You have no idea what you saw.
I just wanna see
Kate
what this
Marsh was
path
involved with
is.
a bad crowd. I was trying to find out who.
Kate had a double life. I was super shocked when I found out.
No, you were part of the crowd. And like I said, I personally saw David physically harass Kate Marsh.
You lying little... Are you...
Okay. I think I'm gonna go with the David route. Oh wait, I can't go back? Shit.
Well, I think we know less now than when we started. We'll be assisting the police with
Well,
further
I think we know less now.
I
Oopsie.
know this has been a stressful day.
Well, I was locked in.
I wish I had the power to change it all for the better. So thank you for coming in.
Well. Shit. Okay, oops. I guess my powers are limited. Well, I guess I have to live
couldn't
with the
even believe it was
consequences of my
happening.
actions.
It was literally slow motion as I grabbed her hand. And then I could feel her grabbing mine.
Max,
I'm an
that was
empath,
the
it's
greatest
fine.
thing I've ever seen. Ever. You reached out, she reached out, hugs, tears, applause. Like a superhero.
Not quite. Look at me. I'm a mess.
Like a
You're glowing.
G6.
Seriously, a human halo. I'm pretty sure you earned your wings today.
I'm still worried about Kate. She did try to kill herself. All over a video.
Viral is the right word. Like a disease.
So you watched it.
Just 1.5 times.
Warren.
Warren,
Warren.
I don't mean to sound weird.
You little together. I don't have to see you right now. The end. Yay! Finished another chapter! Next chapter is such a slog, but it builds up. Oh, exciting. Wow. Okay, that's a you know what's funny? I was gonna stop streaming at 7 hours. And then I realized that the chapter was coming to an end. There are 5 chapters. Need to do a streamer rite of passage and play Doki Doki Literature Club. The hell is that? It said you blamed David. Oh, wait, let me look again. You blame David. Shit. Yeah, 13% chose that. You saved Kate's life, though. You tried to shoot Frank. Oh. That was a teaser for the next chapter. Which I will play. I will start sometime soon, but oh, there's a post credit scene. Oh, I just closed out of the game. Shit. I did just close out of the whole game. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oopsie. But tomorrow I'm gonna play a little Elden Ring because I haven't played in a second, and my Elden Ring frogs need to eat. Okay. It's sleepy time. Thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of this long stream. As you can see, I'm off using the shitty webcam right now. That's why my camera looks like this. Because mine broke again earlier. Super fun. But thank you for being here tonight. This was a long one. And there was some heavy conversation early on the stream, and then we covered the SAG AFTRA contract. We did some Hell's Kitchen, and we did some gaming. So don't say I never do nothing for ya. I try to stand by my promises. And even though we did 5 hours of news and conversation, I said Hell's Kitchen and gaming, and I stuck to that. All right, I'm gonna send you guys. Hey, you guys. Let's see. I don't know. You guys want to go see? You want to watch World of Warcraft? Will's ADHD stream soon. Oh my god. I can't look at streams that look like this. How do people do it? Let me, you know what? I want to give a smaller streamer some love. Let me see who's let's see. Oh, I'm gonna send you guys to Mr. Wobbles. I haven't rated him in a minute. I like to spread the raids around, especially give some smallest streamers some love, because this platform is it can be a bitch. Send you guys over to Wobbles. Wobbles is great. Very talented musician, and I think he's playing Rust right now. So anyway, I hope you have a good rest of your night and have a good day. I hope to see you back tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll be back with more news. We have the Hell's Kitchen Season 2 finale. And then probably a little late night Elden Ring. We'll get after it. Anyway, peace and love to all my empaths. I'm just kidding. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.